Yam yola dada gungale ya.
Welcome to the interlusion. Welcome to the interlusion.
Yam yola dada gungale ya.
Welcome to the interlusion. Welcome to the interlusion.
to my potato, the extra cheese on my burrito. You're the cream of the cream on my sweet little thing. You're the dish of the day, now where do I begin? You're the butter on my muffin, I'm the chicken, you're the stuffing. If you scramble all my eggs, then all end up in nothing. You're the burger in my bun, the tingle on my tongue. You're the wobble in my jelly, my tasty number one. My mouth begins to water every time that you walk by. There's a rumble in my belly when you serve another guy. The hunger that I'm feeling, it just won't die away till I've gone and got myself the dish of the day. Yeah. You're the cherry on the top, the chocolate of my life. You're the icing on the cake, you're the sweet wine on the grape. You're the cream of the cream, my sweet little thing. You're the dish of the day, I wanna dig right in. The dish of the day, yeah. I'm the coffee, you're the cream, I'm the spoon that you lick clean. I'm the cognac, you're the sherry, or maybe a Bloody Mary. You're the cream of the cream, my sweet little thing. You're the dish of the day, I wanna dig right in. Pumpkin pie, ice cream, chocolate brownie, malt milkshake, fried chicken, coated peanuts, fish jam, tender spam, taco pizza, mashed ham, meatloaf, minestrone in a can, common green and aubergines, escargot and runner beans.
Board Riders Single Fin Festival. This is the 26th annual outing of the fantastic Billabong event put on by the Burleigh Heads Board Riders. Big thanks to Gage Roads as well. Another glorious morning. It's finals day here at Burleigh Heads. Chris Binns in the booth alongside me, Terry Tapatees. Good morning, Tesla.
Morning, Binsy, and what a magnificent sight it is here at Burleigh Heads. Some fun little waves, but, I reckon you're going to see some pretty exciting surfing, and this first heat's a bit of a ripper as well.
Yeah, so this is the semi-finals of the juniors. We've got Caden Francis in the lead at the moment from Rico Haybiddle and Tom Whitpain. Noah Dorr, Harley Waters and Landon Smales yet to really open their account. And run us through your take on the forecast today, Tapper.
Well, they're saying it's the southeast winds. They're starting off to get pretty strong up to 20 to 25 knots, and they're easing back to 10 to 15. We've got a high tide around 9:30, and with this incoming tide, that's when we're going to get the best waves. And it'll get a bit hard as we get towards the low, but it's a southeasterly swell it's a shorter period swell, predicted to be about 1 metre to 1.5 metres, and there's some great little waves here on the high tide, mate, and I think for the next few hours we're going to have probably the best quality of waves, but they're still going to be fun. And as you know, mate, you've been to many a single fin, it can be half a foot and jumping off rocks and it's still fun.
Yeah, absolutely, and plenty of big names in the draw, of course none more so than Mark Occhilupo and Joel Parkinson, so two world champs on the men's side of the draw. Plenty of championship tour surfers as well. Liam O'Brien representing Burleigh Board Riders is here. Macy Callahan surfing in the ladies' side of proceedings. And any highlights for you yesterday, Tapper?
Mate, a couple of the highlights, one of the big ones, I thought Rico Haybiddle was in this heat. He got a scorcher of a wave, and Joel Parkinson. They were probably the best two waves I saw, and Parko executed like he does. As we see, there's, I'm not sure who that one is. It's a bit glary out there at the moment.
It really is. It's hard to see much more than silhouettes. We're looking straight into the sun. We're sitting on the deck at the Burleigh Pavilion, which was heaving last night, and will be once again this afternoon once everyone wakes up and shakes off their dusty heads. There'll be a few tired little teddy bears wandering around the point this morning looking for coffee from Nook Espresso to get themselves back in the game. We're going to be joined throughout the day. We've got a fantastic roster of commentators coming into the booth. The Swellians, of course, Jed, Smivy, Smiv, and Vaughan, it's actually Adam Vaughan Dead Blakey.
There's a few names there.
We've got Ty Buddha, Graham coming our way, Stace Galbraith. I think Mitch Cruz is going to be jumping in with us. Laura Enevar. And, we'll be just headlocking anyone we can find wandering past to come in and have a chat. Hopefully Occy, Parko, you name it.
And we might even have the Sheriff of Burleigh Heads, Dwayne Harris, making a shock appearance. He might put in his good teeth even, he said.
Well, his brother Peter spoke beautifully on Friday. We had the heat draw took place at the Burleigh Bowls Club. We had a live episode of the Swellians, Ain't That Swell, recorded a podcast featuring Ryan Callahan, Leon O'Brien and Peter Harris and Jay Bottle Thompson as well. So all-star field. That was a great afternoon at the Burleigh Bowls Club as we're seeing some action right now.
Rico Haybiddle, and I think that might be Landon Smales maybe in the blue there.
Yeah.
And Landon's, there's a certain rock there, Binsy. I don't know if you've become familiar with it, that comes and it sort of looks at you and takes you out. He just landed right amongst that. There it is, the mountain. But, Rico Haybiddle got one right on the inside there. There's a lot of... Actually, I saw Tristan Schultz. He got a wave there. The best rock negotiation I've seen all day yesterday.
That was terrifying.
Yeah.
It was like watching a Mason Ho clip, but with a lot less confidence in the guy on the board.
I've got confidence in Tristan now. I have.
Especially on his backhand. He was eyeballing those rocks. It was precarious from start to finish, but he got away with it.
And here comes Tommy Whitpain. Now, Tommy Whip, he's broke his femur last year. He was going to the Australian titles in 3 places.
Oh.
And a great little story about Tommy Whip. I messaged one Mr. Liam O'Brien, said you can give him a call and have a bit of a chat. Young Liam O'Brien went round and visited him and hung out with him. You know, that's the type of bloke he is. Pretty cool.
Yeah, he's a great fellow, Liam. It was awesome listening to him on the Swellians on Friday. Just the way that he went about rebuilding his 2022 campaign. Of course, he qualified for the Championship Tour the year before, then broke his He broke his
Ankle, I think he's
the
leg
morning,
near the ankle
the
or
morning of his first ever Pipe Masters.
on the warm-up.
Billabong Pipeline Pro in the warm-up, and had to watch his first event as a card-carrying member of the championship tour from his hospital bed go off without him. And he has competed on the championship tour previously. Made the semis at the Rip Curl Pro Search event at Rottnest.
Yeah,
the
that
year
was a great
before.
effort, that one. So he's got the chops. Well, everyone knows Liam's got the chops since he was about
Absolutely.
9 years old. He's one of those kids, like, because I do a lot of the kids events that I saw see as they grow up, like Steph Gilmore and Parker and that, and you go, they got it. You know, there's some kids you just look and you go, yep, they got it. We have a bit of a gentle breeze blowing over the pavilion here. We might hear a bit more than a gentle breeze in the background later today.
Yeah, definitely. I think that was Harley Walters on that wave. One thing that Steph Gilmore and Joel Parkinson don't have that Liam O'Brien has is the massive afro.
Oh, yeah, he looks like his Bottle's love child. He's got the J Bottle fro going on, actually bigger than Bottle.
Oh, his wig at the moment. We were calling him Lob Machado on Friday because that fro is pretty impressive.
It's got its own postcode, mate. It's 4220.5.
Okay.
And that's Noah Dorr, I think, in the green.
Yep, well
Noah's
spotted.
a young local kid, and he really knows every rock on this rock break. And behind him, Rico Haybiddle. He's only a little bloke, Rico, but he throws it around.
Is this?
Oh, that's Mr. Whip Payne, Tommy the Whip.
Yeah. God, look at the Groms just in a feeding frenzy out there right now. This
I
is
reckon-
Harley Walters down the line. There's that Mount Everest rock we were talking about earlier. He's crunched it a few times. Watch your single fin, sir.
Yeah, mate. It's amazing. Like the on a thruster out there, you've got a little bit more space on a single fin. There's not too much space between the rocks and your fin. And one of my memories from one of this about 10 years ago, Ockie borrowed this guy's brand new. Well, it was like brand new Pipe Dream, classic Pipe
Oh,
Dream.
have a look at this wave.
Oh, look at this one. This is a little bomb.
This is the best set of the morning.
A Caden Francis, that is, I think. Young Cato, Adam Francis' young fella.
Found himself a runner. Unfortunately, couldn't quite get around that one
Wow.
section. Wave behind it looks pretty decent as well. Great shape to it. Is this Landon Smales? Is that the blue jersey?
Yeah, big Lando from up Sunshine Coast.
Just
And,
a little bit quick, and then that's
Harley.
Harley Walters way down the line, pretty much right in front of us.
We could nearly throw him a coffee from there, mate.
Yeah.
See the next heat making their way out. As far as scores go, it look like Harley's got the best of us, pretty tight up there at the moment, and a wave to be added in for Tom Whitpayne as well. So
Yeah, so Harley's got a 7.83. That's the best wave of the heat. Rico has a 6.5. Caden's got a 5.33. Noah Dorr's got a 4.5, and then it's kind of just a battle of the backups, really. So
yeah,
that's the order of play at the moment. Tom Whitpayne's sitting in third. I think he's got a score still to come. Up next in the second of our juniors semi-final, Ty Richardson, Finn Rosenfeld, Luke Rana-Smith, Taj Payne, Will Meyer, and Ryder Payne.
well, here's Tommy Whitpayne's got another one. We got all the pain going on here.
Yeah,
And
plenty
right
of
through the
gain
inside.
too, though.
Yeah, that's it, mate. There's it's the amount of waves these guys are getting is crazy. I think it only takes 6 of them to pack out this rock break where you wouldn't get a wave. And here we go, Harley Walters again.
Well, he's just surfing a heat by himself, which he's loving. Everyone else is sitting up the top. He's right down the bottom here in front of the Pav. And, well, it's getting pretty treacherous. He's well and truly skated past us. He's taking this one to the beach.
Of course, Rico Haybiddle, who's out there, is the Australian under-16 champion as well. Just won that at North Stradbroke Island. Cylinders was massive. They were actually surfing it in overhead waves on the Shorey, as we see. Oh, a drop on the wallet there. I think that might have been Big Landon Smales, I think.
Yeah, in the blue.
Yeah, used to be a little bloke. Very good longboarder as well, that kid. He's rides along. He's got a couple of Australian longboard titles. Very much in the mould of Mr. Julian Wilson, from the same area. Great longboarder, great shortboarder, all-round good surfer.
Not a bad comparison to have made about your
Yeah.
surfing, is it?
Wow, look at this, mate. As you see, this tide's coming in. The waves are starting to line up on the Rocky. And it looks like that one may be over. I see a few competitors coming in. We might...
Yep, I think it's a shift change.
Yep.
So the first semi is out of the way, and it's looking like Harley Walters, Rico Haybiddle, and Tom Whitpain.
Off to the final.
Unless there's still a score to come in for Landon Smales, but I'm not sure about that.
No, it's complete. All done.
Okay, that is done and dusted. So we are into the second of our semi-finals, and straight off the bat, Taj Payne has found himself a gem. And as the action heats up in the second semi-final, we're going to go to a quick ad break. Don't go anywhere. The Billabong Burleigh Board Riders Single Fin Festival is coming up right after this.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Welcome back to the Billabong Burleigh Board Riders Single Fin Festival. We are into finals day. Second semi-final in the juniors division is in the water right now. The tide is starting to fill in and waves are getting better and better. We just saw Ty Richardson absolutely tee off on a set. Currently Luke Runner-Smith is in the lead with a 7.33, so great score for Luke early on. Taj Payne has a 4.33. Still scores to come, and great conditions out there right now for our junior competitors. This is our second junior semi-final, and then we are into the open men's. We've got 8 heats of that. The first one sees Liam O'Brien come up against a hardcore crew of local surfers, before heat 2 sees Joel Parkinson and Brad Gerlach in action.
Oh, look out.
There's a pretty stylish heat for you.
That is a heat that's got so much style, you should be selling it in a store at Pack Fair, I tell you. The wave, look at this wave that missed that wide one, but here we go. We've got someone racing along the section. That's our blue or black, is it?
Yeah, it's Taj Payne.
But Ty Richardson, of course, he's won the last 2 years in a row. So as a junior, so you see he's won it from quite a young age. And so the old Ty Richardson looking like trying to get 3 in a row, but he's got a bit of competition here. And yeah, the talented juniors on these single fins, like basically, Bincy, most of these kids riding these boards, the boards are nearly 3 times their age. You know?
Yeah, well, if they're sort of what, 15?
Yeah.
The boards are what, is it pre-85?
Pre-81.
81.
Yeah. Yeah, they took it the Simon Anderson year, and the thruster came out. They've gone, that's okay, that's it, 81.
Yeah, fair enough. That's a fair turning point, I reckon.
Yeah, mark in time in surfing, you might say.
Conventional wisdom was a 20 by that point, though, right? Most people own a 20
Yeah.
to 81.
Well, yeah, most of the time I got 120 and then I went back to singles. I don't know, I didn't. But now I like a 20. But, you know, that was, yeah, they were on. Like Peter Harris, he won the the 1980 stubbies there on the on a twin fin. I was actually on the point for that. I was a little grommy, 15 years of age. And when he got that barrel and came out, the whole place just lit up. It was crazy. Dane Keelow had his 360s, but Pete, he found that barrels are slightly onshore, and Pete just threaded the needle amazingly.
All right, who have we got in action right now? Is that Blue again? Taj Payne, heat leader. 4 and a 3. We might need to get the Sheriff. Oh, that is mighty shallow in there. Might need to get some free surfer regulation taken care of here.
Yeah, get the Sheriff to move out there and clear them down. The Sheriff of Burleigh Heads. Dwayne Harris has more nicknames than any known human at Burleigh Heads. Chad Morgan, Beppo, Coney. He's got a few, and here we go. Flying along the face. I think that's yellow. Is that Luke Rana Smith again?
It is, yep. Dwayne Harris has the tattoo now as well.
Yeah, the Sheriff tattoo. No, you haven't.
All right, so we're 5 minutes in. Taj Payne's in the lead with 4.1 and a 3.83. Finn Rosenfeld and Luke Rana Smith are tied for second with a pair of 7.33s. That's just changed because Luke's last wave's dropped into the 5. He's in the lead. So it's Luke Rana Smith, Taj Payne, Finn Rosenfeld. Ty Richardson has a 6.17 to sit in third. Ryder Payne and Will Meyer, a whole heap of not much to this point. 13 minutes remaining.
From our vantage point here, Benzie, we can see that southeast is starting to come round the corner, but it is beautifully protected here. And this is that Ty Richardson?
It
yeah,
is.
Smooth and stylish, eh?
God, just whipping that through. It's hard to believe he's on a single fin.
Yeah.
The control through the turns there. Who are we looking at now?
Rightio, well, it's getting down to about 13 minutes remaining. And we've, looks like a little bit of action coming in there, a few sets about to appear. And someone's going the first one. Sometimes these first ones, because they've got a bit more water on the rock, do actually give a good ride. But you always want those larger sets as we see there. I think that's our fellow in blue or black there. But here we go. This Ty Richardson's jagged another one here, Benzie.
Oh, he's got the double up on the inside as well. It's going to get pretty shallow through here.
Oh, all rock, no water.
Oh, get out of there.
How did he negotiate that one?
Oh. That's pretty much exactly where I destroyed my knee.
Yeah, I noticed the bandages on the knee, mate.
First day I got here. So I'm getting PTSD just watching these guys dance around in there.
One of the funniest stories I've heard Matt Hoy told, he bought Andrew Johns here and he's given him one of his nice, beautiful Dick Van Stralen single fins. And Johnsy's got washed off the rocks and he's losing bark everywhere. He ended up being hospitalised and getting for an infection, but all Hoy could worry about was his Dick Van. Yeah, it's like, Johnsy, me board.
Flesh grows back.
Yeah.
Fiberglass is forever.
Yeah. That was a nice board, that one too. Bit different without Mr. Hoy here. It's a little bit quieter.
Yeah, he's going to Elton John.
Really?
Yeah.
He's changed.
Hasn't he?
I thought he was heavy metal.
Yeah, or maybe we're not meant to say this publicly.
Oh, we've outed him. We've outed Hoyo, the Elton John fan, doing the Crocodile Rock.
Sorry, did we say Elton John? No, I think Iron Maiden.
Iron Maiden, yeah. It was Iron Maiden.
Sorry, Hoyo.
Well, Ty Richardson, mate, that last wave came in at an 8.5, so he's got an 8.5 and a 7.9. He is in domination territory there. Yeah, Luke Rana-Smith's in second. Taj Payne in third, though he's in combo land. Finn Rosenfeld, the local goofy, needs to do a bit of work, as does Will Meyer, the other. But Finn Rosenfeld's last wave just put him up into second. So got one of the Burleigh locals through. They're a little bit parochial here at Burleigh. Like to support the young lads that surf from there. And of course, a great junior development program they have at Burleigh Board Riders. The Single Fin actually, it evolved into a fundraiser for our junior development program, and as you can see, fruits of that is Liam O'Brien. He joined the club not long after we started that development program when he was 9 years old. So it's great to see. We've got a number of surfers on the QS, which we help support, both girls and guys, and we'll see a few surfers from the BBGG, and once the women get out there, the Burleigh Board Riders girl gang in the final. There's a couple of them, a bunch of young ladies, probably between 12 and 16 that actually, and 17 I should say, that tear it out, and they're all good little mates, and gets a bit crowded when they're out there on the point. They take over, but here we go. We've got a surfer racing across. Oh, kick the tail right out. Can't see for the glare who that is, but wow. Getting the tail out the back. Getting some fins flow free. Or fin, I should say.
Nicely done.
Yeah, everybody out there in webcast land, I tell you what, if you happen to be on the Gold Coast, I'd honestly get off the internet and get down to Burleigh Point. It is going to be going off like a frog in a sock down here. They've got the bar down on the grass there. You can just pull up a piece of grass and watch all the action go by. So I think that's Finn Rosenfeld maybe racing across that one. Flying across that one, a little bloke from Burleigh Heads.
Finn Rosenfeld.
Yes. Oh, look,
get
he's
out
right
of there.
now.
Oh.
That's your rock, Binsey. Your rock.
Oh.
He's right on it.
Have you ever seen the Lennox Rocks Instagram account?
I have, yeah. They should do one for Burleigh here.
Oh, Finn just got absolutely demolished.
Wow.
You okay, little lad?
He's tough, mate. He's bounced off those rocks. It's his second home, those rocks. They go and roll around in them at any time.
Man. All right, so Ty Richardson is in the lead with a 7.9 and an 8.5. Oh, if you don't mind. Finn Rosenfeld, a 7.33 and a 5.4, and possibly in need of a new chin.
Yeah. He can borrow some of Bottles. Bottles got plenty of chin to go around.
Luke Rana-Smith is sitting third. Taj Payne, Ryder Payne and Will Meyer with a little bit of work to do. 7.5 minutes remaining. Beautiful day here down at Burleigh Heads, smallest national park in the country.
Yeah.
And, this is the 26th annual Burleigh Board Riders Single Fin Festival, brought to you by Billabong. Gauge Roads have stepped up massively. Their single fin beer was being wholeheartedly tasted and endorsed yesterday.
Well, I enjoyed the zero beer, because I'm a non-drinker, but the zero beer is good, mate. Boy.
I'm well aware. I'm a subscriber also. We're here at the Burleigh Pavilion. These guys have been legends supporting us. Thanks to Surf Dive and Ski, Custom Footwear, the House of Ian Byrne has shaped all the prizes and they look glorious. Striker Media, FK Surf, Freddy's, had a decent chicken burger from there yesterday, and Live Vision. So, yeah, these events don't happen without the support of all of our sponsors, and they definitely don't happen without the hard work of all the crew at the at the Burleigh Board Riders, and of course the staff at Billabong who've come down the road from their offices to really put on a fantastic event. Billabong have been supporting this one for 15 years. It's just a fantastic partnership.
Wow, that's Luke Rana-Smith there. Oh, going down, but now I think that's our fellow in blue out the back. Taj Payne. He's got to come back to go.
Or is this blue?
That might be Will Meyer maybe in the green, is it? Young Will. Oh, that was a beautifully landed re-entry there. He's the son of former Ironman Nathan Meyer. Here's young Will Meyer.
There you go.
Couple of little Meyer fellas that surf the point quite often.
Oh, he's Still super shallow on the inside, but the tide is coming in. What time did you say high tide was?
Around in about 1 hour's time, about 20 to 9, about 9 o'clock. Say 9, round it off to 9 o'clock.
Yeah, no daylight saving in Queensland. It's
Yeah,
light at
it's
about
great.
4 in the morning.
Oh, yeah, and mate, and you had to be here at 4 in the morning to get a car park. So if you are having to come down, you're down on the Gold Coast, you're thinking, I might come and check that out. Use public transport, because car parks, I reckon you could sell one for a 50. Throw it, $50, you can have me park, mate.
You have to pay these days. That's
As
changed
well.
since the last time I was here.
Yeah, it's $96 if you don't pay.
Sounds like that comes from a place of experience.
No, I've actually dodged it. I've been close, but I sit there and get a coffee and watch about $600 being doled out.
What time do you have to start paying?
9 a.m.
Oh, okay.
But the thing is, the catch is, right, you'll go out at 7 o'clock and you'll be having the best session, and then you look at your watch and go, oh no, it's $96 for a really quick paddle in. Get a wave, get in before 9 o'clock. Because you just get lost, you know.
And I'm assuming the local enforcement brigade are on the job from 9 sharp.
8:59,
Yeah.
they're waiting. They're waiting at 8:59, ready to go. But yeah, beautiful conditions on the rock break. It's one of the blessings we have. Sometimes we had a big swell and it clears out the sand, as we see. It's all just a bit deep there going the head dip. But is when the sand goes, we've still got the rocks. And that provides a beautiful little platform for this wave at Burleigh Heads.
I can see Jed Smith backstage in the green room, the theatre green room, not the tubular one.
Yeah, the bacon and egg rolls copped a flogging there.
Going through his vocal calisthenics. I'm not sure I've ever seen VB flavoured mouthwash before, but he's gargling it.
Oh, that's nothing like a bit of VB mouthwash in the morning.
We've got the Gauge Roads singly posting up behind us.
Yeah, a bit of windbreak.
Doesn't that look glorious?
Yeah. I reckon I'd give that a run.
Great to see a West Australian company getting involved in this iconic Queensland event.
No yelling up surfer this year. Normally the yelling
Me?
up board rider. Oh, that's you.
Yeah.
You're yelling up's representative.
Yeah. Poor old Ocky's still recovering from the touch-up I didn't give him yesterday.
Oh, mate, it was the knee. It was the knee injury. It held you back.
Oh, I know my place. I don't want to come over here and, bully someone who's sponsored by the event partner. Oh.
Yeah, mate, I had a trouble with the young blokes. Everybody in my heat was at least half my age, if not a third of my age.
And that was in your Masters heat, right?
No, actually, I didn't get in the Legends heat. The Legends are actually sitting there trying to convince them to put them out now.
Oh, of course they are.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
no one's listening.
We'll take the high tide, thanks, for Expression Session 1 heat. Love it.
Actually, that's going to be a pretty spectacular heat, that one. And I know there's one Mr. Gurr who was pretty keen to win it. He got second last year.
Oh,
Doesn't want to be the Shane around of the single fin.
that would sting, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Tommy Carroll's taken it out one year. Maybe it was Tommy that took him down last year. Yeah, the number of surfers and the names of surfers that have been in this event is amazing, you know. And it's still going it, as we see, racing along the face there. Ooh.
Oh.
Air to rock.
An aerial. Very, very out of place, that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
Does that get frowned upon by the judges?
I'm not sure that they do count in it as traditional surfing. But I suppose if you can do... People did airs on single fins, but not very often back in the day. But, I think as long as it's traditionally done, I don't think chop hops are very well rewarded. Well, chop hops aren't rewarded anyway, the cheese whiz.
Okay, we are into the mad minute. Ty Richardson still a mile out in front with a 7.9 and 8.5, throwing away a 6.17, just a lazy 6.17 in his back pocket, if you don't mind. Finn Roosevelt is in second. Luke Runner-Smith is in third. Taj Payne's chasing a 7. Will Myers chasing a 7.6. And Ryder Payne an 8.5. Time the enemy, 30 seconds to go. And then we are into the open men's. 8 heats of that. And then it's finals time. And we have some set action right now.
I think the wide wave's going to get the money here.
This is Ty Richardson flying down the line.
As if he needs a score. Wow.
This is quite the victory lap as time runs out. This one breaks too wide for all our competitors, and a few of the cheeky poaching free surfers might pounce on the runoff.
Rightio, well that one complete there. Ty Richardson taking the win. Finn Rosenfeld from Burleigh Border's got him a second. He'll be joining with...
Welcome to the Interlusion.
This is that White? Is this Moses LeGrice?
Wow, he's definitely on those rocks.
So Moses made the final last year, bit of an unknown quantity. He's another West Australian.
Ah,
Goes to university over here, studying engineering.
like Mr. O'Brien
Yeah.
was. He's put it on hold, of course. And that looks like Jesse Outram. Jesse, the secretary of Burleigh Board Riders.
I think that's Alex
Oh,
Cruz.
it's Alex Cruz, is it?
Yeah, Aldo had a great heat yesterday.
He did, didn't he?
This is Tom Hatcher. So the waves are starting to pour in as the open men have taken to the lineup. Great turn, big bucket of spray. And right about now you start thinking about self and single fin preservation, and you get out of there before both are dashed upon the rocks.
Yeah, because if you're lucky, sometimes when it's a high tide, you can get away with it and you go onto the inside of the rocks. Actually, I've surfed it sometimes where you can go inside Mount Everest.
Yeah,
But-
you can keep that.
Yeah, I know, it's a bit sketch, but you need a high tide and just the right wave.
Do you remember the Hurley-Burley back in the day that had a basalt rock as the trophy?
Yeah, I don't know how they did that because it's illegal to actually
Yeah,
get
they
hold
had to
of it.
get special clearance from national parks to take a rock. But what a trophy. Would have weighed 50 kilos.
Yeah, they're not soft or light, those basalt rocks at Burleigh Heads here. I wonder if it had. Wonder if it had a little conch shell on top that those ones that take the chunks out of you. You'd almost have to have one on there, wouldn't you?
Just sort of wonder how much DNA of other surfers had been impregnated into the rock over the years from them coming guts up on the way out.
There's a fair bit of mine. I've got lots of Burleigh tattoos on my legs and feet. Those purple tattoos from the shells and the rocks.
Creek feet.
Yeah, it usually
What an affliction.
it usually happens though when it's not really serious, when you're not actually thinking about it. When it's serious, you got your game face on. Though I do know the local bloke who fixes things here, Anthony Poles, who'll be coming up in a heat, I think, pretty shortly. He's got some great videos.
Rumours are he goes out at night and polishes the rocks to just make them more slippery, just to drum up some business.
Well, then there's another bloke, Ronnie Williams, life member of Burleigh Board Riders. When it was really slippery, had the slime, I think, when Mick Fanning actually got concussion from paddling out there. He actually went out there with bleach and a wire brush to clean the rocks. Not very environmentally friendly, is Ronnie.
Not sure what national parks would make of that one.
Yeah, well, they didn't catch him, but it was like he actually wanted to spray paint numbers on the rocks too.
My favourite Burleigh rock wipeout of all times, Parko from Free as a Dog. He got absolutely demolished. And any time I was having a rough run out here, I used to go dig it up on YouTube and just watch the most stylish surfer, one of the most stylish surfers of all time, just looked very unstylish as he went guts up on the rocks, and you realise that it can happen to anyone. Just with maybe a little less frequency than others. All right, we've got a scoreboard briefly in front of us. It is Jesse Outram in the lead.
Wow.
That's my roommate for the weekend. Jesse's got a 6.14 total, so not a whole lot. Moses is sitting second. He's got a 5.17. That's the best wave of the heat. Tom Hatcher is sitting third. Here goes Liam O'Brien. This will be his second wave. This will be enough to put him up into one of the top 3 positions. Of course, 6-man heats. First, second and third progress. They are the scores on screen right now.
And Pegs DeVex Robertson very quiet at the moment. DeVex is a bit of a sitter though, DeVex, when he surfs a heat. He sits and waits for the one he wants, but there's no priority in the single fin.
Where do you get a nickname like DeVex from?
Well, have you ever heard of the show Happy Days? With Fonzie at the Fonz and all that?
My parents might have.
Yeah, well, there you go. and like in Happy Days, there was Arnold's restaurant. And in Arnold's restaurant, there was a portly guy that ran it called Al DeVecchio. And because DeVex used to be a bit chunkier, they called him DeVex, Al DeVecchio. So Al DeVecchio got shortened to DeVex. And he also goes like Al DeVecchio, yep.
Okay, here's Lobby. This is a good-looking sort of in-betweener. And he's going to come up against the rocks very quick. Ooh, that is uncomfortable to watch unless you're the local dentist.
Yeah, but it's uncomfortable to watch if you happen to be a Burleigh board rider and you know Liam's going back on tour. You don't want him to do anything on these rocks.
Here goes the tram man, Jesse Outram, club secretary, working his way down the line. One of a few goofy footers out here who really dominates the place on his backhand.
Yeah, he gets some good tubes. He does, Jesse. He loves just sitting in a little cone and just sit there and just whiles away the time. Him and another bloke, Jaime. Him and Jaime, really, they're probably the goofy footers of note out here when it's on.
The way they take off and just kind of straight over the nose and then fall into it, and then their whole body goes in the wall and they just sit there.
I know, and they just sit there, and somehow the next section comes and they're still sitting there.
Yeah, and you can't get deeper, literally, because they'll have burnt you.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. Yeah, if you're deeper, you're there on the outside and they're slowing down, so you just get swallowed up by the foam ball.
Jesse has that quite unique affliction to a few of the point breaks here on the Gold Coast where you just can't look to your left.
I've got that too. I've got, honestly, it only happens at Burleigh, but at Burleigh, my right hand, because I'm a natural footer, my right hand and right ear and my right eye, they just don't work. I can't see. I can't hear, and the hand sort of like goes like that, pushing backwards. It's a weird thing, Burleigh-itis, I call it.
Yeah. All right, so Jesse got a 5.1 on his last wave, and he has extended his lead. Here goes Liam O'Brien.
Wow.
Got a 4.4. He'll be adding to that right now. Oh, he's flying through the inside. And it puts it down nice and smooth. That's going to be a great score for Lob.
Mate, I could hear the cheers coming from all over the point there. They really appreciated that surfing from Lobby.
Yep, the crowd's waking up. In about 5 minutes, we're going to be broadcasting live to the beach. So we're experimenting a little here this year at the Burleigh Board Riders Single Fin Festival. We're going to be the web commentary as well as the beach commentary. So we will be, you know, if you're listening in or watching, tuning in on the internet, you'll hear a few more live calls. We're going to be giving a few scores to the surfers that normally the beach MCs would do. We're killing two birds with one stone, and we're letting the people on the beach suffer through our rambling rather than the usual local crew who would be doing the beach commentary. Here goes Alex Cruz. He's just got a 207 to his name. That's not going to help his campaign too much.
A Lobby a 7 for that last wave, mate. Straight to first place with Jesse Outram. And Tom Hatcher in third, of course, the local lawyer, up-and-coming lawyer, so I'm sure he'll be able to talk his way into a final. And Liam O'Brien, look, he's got this little track on the inside by the pool. We've got a bird's eye view, comes in and bang, kicks that tail right over the back. And wow, you can tell why he's one of the world's best, just a little bit, even on a single fin.
Yeah, that first pump just generates so much speed.
Yeah. Where the rest of us probably would have been sitting there going, can't this board go any faster?
Oh. Yeah, that pump turns it from holy shit, I'm deep, to look at me, I'm flying. And suddenly turns exist where most people would just be gassing it down the line. So that's going to be another good score for Liam. It's a 5.83, extends his lead. Jesse Outram got a 5.1 for his third wave. So that's consolidated second. Tom Hatcher's got a 4.23 and a 3.67 to sit third. Moses LeGrice has a good score, a 5.17. And Peg DeVex Robinson has a 4.9. So he's chasing a 3. Moses is chasing a 2.73. Alex Cruz a 5.83 with just over 9 minutes to go. We've got our screen back in front of us, so hopefully we can tie in the commentary a bit more with what everyone is watching online.
I don't know if Liam was shaking the rocks out of the side of his head there, or just getting the fro back in place before he got back out there. And it is a beautiful day here at Burleigh Heads. We've got offshore winds most of the day, slightly cross-shore with the southeaster later on. That's going to ease back to 10 to 15 knots, which is no problem at Burleigh. In fact, some of my best surfs at Burleigh I've had when it is slightly cross-shore, because people look at it and go, oh, not that good. The faces are still clean and it's still barrel. But no, it isn't that good. No. Never surf Burleigh when it's southeast. It's terrible.
I think that was Moses. Was that Moses in white?
Yeah, Moses LeGrace.
He's currently only chasing a 2.73.
He might have done that, I think. He threw a bit of heat there off the top.
Yeah, I surfed with him on Friday afternoon right before the Bowls Club heat draw kicked off, and he was absolutely tearing out here. If you hadn't have known he was riding a single fin, from behind the waves you would have just assumed he was on a thruster, because he was throwing buckets.
And here we go. We've got another surfer up. What's that?
I think this is Tom Hatcher.
The Hatchet Man. Drops a wallet there and picks it up, but not much left. It's gone to dry rock there. Got about 7.5 minutes remaining in this heat, so still plenty of time for anybody to leap up. I think there's a few more little stories to be told in this one. And, oh no.
Okay, so Moses got a 5.43 for his last wave. That's put him in second. Tom Hatcher, a 4.57 for his last wave. He's now in third. Jesse Outram is chasing a 3.7. DeVex needs a 3.9. And Aldo Cruz, a 6.73. 7 minutes to run.
And looks like a few mid-size sets coming through, which tend to be about the best waves on the rock break, the mid-size ones. They don't hit that back bank and get the little double up in front of them. So we might see a nice little runner here. Couple looking at it, sniffing, but not going. That one disappeared into the rocks. It is a beautiful wave, Burleigh, and such a natural amphitheatre as such. Particularly up here on the pavilion. This is the, you couldn't find a better spot to commentate a surfing contest from.
Oh, it's the best. Yeah, this is as good as it gets. Beautiful day. Not a drop out of place at the moment. It's a sunny Sunday. Where else? Why wouldn't you get down here? The Gage Roads bars looking the goods. So they've got this big old A-team van down there as well.
Yeah, and I had a little bit of time in the bar there. Had a beer with a mate of mine from Cairns, and I had a year boy.
Got on the Cairns with your mate from Cairns.
Yeah.
Okay.
On the Zero Cairns.
That's where we are. That's the Burleigh Pavilion. We're under that front umbrella. No one behind us at the moment, just the staff getting ready for what's going to be an obnoxiously busy day.
It's going to be just a little bit loose out there. Oh, look out, the fellow. We've got a fellow on a ski out there. I hope he doesn't come through the lineup like the old solo man, as we see the pavilion again in the background. It's quite an iconic place here at Burleigh now. It is the best view in Burleigh Heads, except on the top of the point. And here we go. I think, is that DeVex? Oh, no, that's Moses again. He's on fire, mate. As you said, he's really picking the eyes out of this. And there you go, the sheer panorama of Burleigh Heads heading to Surfers Paradise. The city in the background. I don't think it's a city. I've been born here, but, you know, people call it, oh, it's a city. And then you look one day and you go, yeah, kind of looks like a city.
Gotham.
Yeah, Gotham City. Yeah, that's it, mate.
Bad things happen underneath, at the foot of those buildings in the middle of the screen.
A few supervillains around there.
Got to say, walking down the Gold Coast Highway through Burleigh these days, there's a Cavill Ave vibe.
It is, you're not wrong, mate.
Since the last time I was here, there's about 15 new bars, I reckon, all in a row.
Yeah, even have police patrolling on a Saturday night. The constabulary come along. Yes, Burleigh Heads used to be able to go down there on a Saturday night and there wouldn't be a shop open. Wasn't even a 7-Eleven or anything like that. It's a bit different nowadays. All things change. And of course, a big shout out to our supporting sponsors, of course, Gage Roads, the Burleigh Pavilion, Surf, Dive and Ski, Custom Footwear, the House of Byrne, of course, Ernie Byrne doing the Winners Trophy, the beautiful single fin hand shape, red and white, of course, in the club colours, Striker Media, FK Surf, Freddy's, the Chicken, yep, and Live Vision. Oh, what a great Paul Brizzo Sermons Company, making the best sunglasses around at a reasonable price as well, I might say. But things have gone a little bit quiet out there, Benzie.
They have. That'll be fine with Liam O'Brien and Moses Legrice and Tom Hatcher, Jesse Outram, Peg DeVex Robinson and Alex Cruz with some work to go. 3 minutes remaining and conditions are pretty good right now. That wind hasn't quite snuck around the point, so we're looking money.
Yeah, it is. Mate, the staff are bringing us water. That's going to be a change. Got some water freshly delivered here. I think there might be a few Gage Roads tins coming up this way later today.
Well, it is thirsty work and it is a sunny Sunday here in Queensland. This big crowd will fill in throughout the course of the day. It's a pretty special weekend, this one.
Well, DeVex Robinson out there on that wave now. Kyle is the president of Burleigh Ride Riders. He's won this event 3 years in a row back in the 2000s. He knows how to ride a wave. He didn't need a huge score to move up into the top three. Very patient surfer, DeVex. He likes waiting.
We've got some lines on the horizon right now. 2 minutes to go. Liam O'Brien would like to put this one to sleep.
And DeVex, another one on the inside. Kicks it off the top with the Seagulls flying in front of him there. Actually, I thought there was quite a comical moment yesterday. Chris, the Ibis Bennetts took off and an Ibis flew across in front of him. It was the most, just quite corny that an Ibis flew in front of the Ibis. And Kyle Robertson there, he's on his dry docked. Look at that.
Oh, and truly.
Ankle deep in the rocks. I think he's in two minds. There's 1 minute to go. Do I go back out or do I go in?
1 minute remaining, so making their way to the lineup now. Joel Parkinson, Hamish Willens, Brad Gerlach, Damien Healy, Tane Dobbin and Nathaniel Spear. That is going to be quite the heat.
Yeah, look out.
So DeVex, he got the score that he needed. He is up into third. Tom Hatcher now needs a 5.53. Jesse Outram is chasing a 5.01. Alex Cruz needs an 8.03.
Here DeVex is looking up here. He's thinking, what are the scores I got? It's like, yeah, you got it, mate. The time could run out for the rest of the competitors out
20
there.
seconds to go.
DeVex is just going, no waves, no waves. And that sounds like they're counting it down, mate.
Oh, Tom Hatcher. I wonder if this was considered up in time. He was chasing a 5.53. Didn't do a whole lot anyway, so I'm going to say that Liam O'Brien, Moses Legrice and Kyle DeVex Robinson are through to the next round.
Well, Benzie, I'm going to sign off now, mate. I'm going to go down and make sure the everything's working down on the beach, and I'll catch you up here later.
Sounds pretty good. Cheers, Tapper.
Yam Yuladara Gungalia.
Welcome to the Interlusion. Welcome to the Interlusion.
So hosed. All right, g'day. Welcome back to the Billabong Burleigh Board Riders Single Fin Festival. Chris Binns in the booth, joined by Jed Smivy Smiv and Stacey Galbraith. How are we, lads?
Couldn't be better.
Smivy
glad to be here with you, Bins.
We've just rolled in for the afternoon shift. Thanks for holding it down in the morning, Bins. The old border time got the better of me. No, I didn't. Just kidding.
There's a couple of roping little rock runners in that ad break, mate. What is this swell? It's is it leftover east swell? Is there a combo swell? I mean, what's going on?
It's
Stace?
the,
You're
it's,
the
the,
bloke.
it's the bong residue of a leftover east-southeast, sort of bit of a groundswell that was the start of the week. And, you know, as it goes, the bank at Burleigh is actually amazing right now. This is classic Rocky. Unfortunately, the swell just not quite there, but when those little leftover moments do come through, we are seeing you know, shades of just prime time Sunday morning high tide Rocky action. And then out the back, as you saw yesterday, great sand out there. I don't know about the swell today though. We'll see how we go.
It's remarkable that the skerricks of that east swell are still with us today. I guess the direction is so pinpoint perfect that even far out, it couldn't be more than 2 foot at 8 or 9 seconds. It's not even showing up on the actual forecast. It's all predominant south swell right now. But yeah, there's the absolute seedy residue of that glorious run of east swell that we had the last couple of weeks up here. Speaking of which, couple of sets, bit of miniature Roy on the horizon. These things just stacking up. All 2 foot of them steaming in. Although, these are sets. Like they're real waves. It's like kind of in the shoulder to head high range, maybe.
I'd say so. I haven't checked in with Phil Mack this morning to get the timeline on what it actually looks like to a wave capping out the back to what would represent on the inside, but it'd probably be about 90 seconds, I reckon, and we're going to have, well, less now, a fair bit of action.
Bit of cove action on that one. Around the corner.
Binsey, you did throw to me for that swell report, but you've spent your fair share of time here at the beautiful Burleigh Heads, mate.
I have. It's great to be back. Place has had a little makeover since I was last here 4 years ago.
Here we go. Here's a dream little rock runner. Could be a bit of Vishnu on this thing. Lobby, is that Lob?
No, this is
are
John
we-
Parkinson, mate.
Oh, it's the pork.
2012 world champ.
Wow,
Hey, he could get the next wave in this set here if he's quick enough, which he is.
I thought Lob may have stubbed his toe on a shellfish and just ballooned for a second, but it's actually... yeah, maybe that was Lobby in anaphylaxis shock, but actually it was...
His hair fell out.
It was the 2012 world champ.
Yeah, here we go. You see, Joel wanted the end of that one. He probably could have had it, but he's a bit too polite. He's not at snapper, so he has to give the benefit of the doubt here, but he will take a look at this one. This is a really good-looking wave.
Oh, the pork barrel on the end, Secco. Milk and one, the 2012 world champ, single fin style maestro with a nice frontside hookaroo and a little rock hop. Oh, he fades inside the rock and kicks out just before the second one.
He did really well to see that.
That was in the glare, 2020 vision. He's given it a bit of stink. Oh yeah, is that all you got, Rock? Hey, he's stuck in your spot, mate. I'll weave around you, you dog. But yeah, that was highly entertaining. I don't know if you're getting extra points for a bit of rock hopping, but maybe you should.
At least you're not getting severe board damage. It's kind of points in a way.
Yeah, there was, as we see, the surfer in, struggling to see that in the glare. It looks like black or blue.
I'm saying that's
front side, waha.
Nathaniel Spear.
Onto the bricks. Oh, he speared that one.
Bins, how's the start to your day, mate?
Oh, glorious. Staying right here on the point.
Perfect.
Got up, a couple of coffees thanks to the lads at Nook.
Yeah, little, are they doing the caffeinated enemas in there these days? I know you were a big fan of that in the past. Going there for a little...
that's traditionally how I start my Sundays.
A little Arabic corn rinse, as they call it.
Yeah.
Arabica
Anything
corn rinse.
goes at
Colombia's
Burleigh, so
finest.
Colombian corn rinse to start the day.
Marcus will sort that out for you personally if you ask him nicely enough.
Yeah, where there's a Wilkins, there's a way.
You're a progressive man, Bins. You've always been at the absolute pointy of the end of the self-care game, as we see Tane Dobbin is just going backside, full-blown chiropractic swivel bend. Great movement in the sacrum. He's been doing his Pilates, old Tane.
He spent a bit of time in Indonesia. He's
Possibly
done
the
some
enema
fasting.
as well.
Yeah, and the enema.
That'll free it up.
Just really opens things up.
Oh, yeah.
Gets you in that flow state.
Big time flow state.
Shock, then flow.
Damien Healy's in the lead. There you go. A 4.67 and a 6.83. He's winning. Tane Dobbin, a 6 and a 3.77. He's sitting second. Hamish Willens, a 5 and a 1.93. And And they have Parko, Gerlach and Spear on the ropes with 12 and a half minutes to run.
On the rocks.
On the rocks also.
Damo Healy is a North End
That's right.
surfer and a bit of an underground core lord, if I'm to borrow a well-worn phrase. But,
Partly to blame for that, Jed.
mate, he's punching above his weight here. He's got a couple of world number ones, former world number ones on the ropes, as we see.
There he is.
Oh,
Plenty
Damo.
of body lingo in that one. How's the hands? Waha! Throwing them up.
You'll see two different strategies going down this weekend when it comes to the nocturnal behaviour. One will take the Chris Binns route, and the other will take the Damo route. And the Damo route is working at the moment, which is settling at the point, take your watch off, and just drift off into oblivion.
Yeah, when the sun hits here, you can crack your first tin.
That's right, yeah. And it's working for him now. Tane, this is a petite-looking ride.
Oof. Those
great heat
sticky
yesterday.
little floats on the bricks kind of freak me out. You don't want to see someone get veinied here at the single fin contest. That was an awful situation, wasn't it, there at North Ave? Rob Bain on basically the reverse of this at his local break, fanging down the line. I guess fell off or jumped off, but straight into a rock head first and scalped himself. And,
Scalping.
was briefly paralysed, but come good.
You don't
I
want to see
have never
anyone
heard
get
that
Tom
one.
Carrolled either.
No, we don't want any Tommy Carrolls, that's for sure.
The nose of the board up the anus.
Don't want to see anyone get corned, especially by a single fin. I mean, the thickness of the glass jobs and just the all-round thickness. Oh, mate.
Very well cured after 40 years.
A few of these noses are artificial, much like Burleigh heads, but they would still be very sharp.
Yeah, there's definitely a couple of artificial schnozzers getting around this joint, among other things.
Rebuild after years of punishment. The harsh Queensland sun, of course.
Hamish
is
Williams
harsh.
spent a lot of time in waves like this over the last few years. Young Hamush, he's posted up in the Maldives with his beautiful partner, working in pretty idyllic scenery. A lot of fun waves over there, so I'd have to think that he's feeling right at home for more than one reason.
Yep, last time I was in the Maldives, he was pushing Sierra Kerr into waves.
Wow, geez, that's
They grow up so fast.
come a long way. Yeah,
She was already doing air reverses. I was like, why does she need to get pushed into
is that
And
sort
she
of like a
Where's my
baby who
little
learns to
shove?
walk?
Yeah,
before
now
they
he's
can
probably
crawl?
pushing her off waves. Because I imagine she's absolutely a vociferous wave locust, just devouring everything in sight. She's on one. She's pretty much the standout
She can't miss.
grom on planet Earth for chicks right now. Her and Katie Simmers going blow for blow. The two next wunderkins in the game of women's world surfing. What's your take on Sierra surfing versus someone like Katie? Talk to us, Stace. Give us your technical breakdown.
It's sort of the I don't think they have a rivalry, but there's a few young ladies in that pack that are all, I don't think one can do it on their own. I think they do need that, competition that's right in your face, someone in your age group and someone that's really pushing you. I think Sierra's got a couple of years junior to Katie, but they all travel together and surf together and hang out. And I actually think they're quite different in the way they approach the waves, but I think that's what's making their sort of progression so fast. I think they're learning from each other heaps, and we're going to see a lot of Katie this year on the World Tour, so pretty excited about that. And then the air that Sierra did there over at Lakey Peak, that was in another realm. So I'm looking forward to seeing what this year brings. I think the curve of women's improvement is vertical.
Oh, it's crazy. Molly Picklum just won the Pipe Masters. She's back on tour this year. Erin Brooks made the final at Padang against the boys.
That's
That's
sick.
wild. Yeah, that was an underrated achievement, actually.
Yep, agreed.
All
How was
right, 8
your
minutes
afternoon,
left
Jed?
in this one.
Oh, sorry, the other jet over there. Yeah, the boys in the water can hear us, eh?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah, we've got to do a few updates.
Yeah.
Damo, you're still winning. Tane, you're second. Hamish, you're third. Parko, you need 2.6. Mr. Spear, you need a 3.37. Gurr, you need a 4.77. 7 minutes 50 to go.
Let's go, Bradley. This is a wave, a fadeable wave. Damo Dodo. Wow.
Oh, winding up. Bingo, bango. He's got the 3-hitter. Looking. Oh, I think that's going to improve his situation.
Stranglehold.
You ever seen Damo surf Nias?
I haven't seen him surf Nias, but I've seen him
Proper
surf
dig.
huge caving rights, not too far from here, and has a real dig. Lovely guy, silent assassin. You know, I think the craziest ones are often the nicest, and you sort of on land to water is
Yeah, they're the
two different
scariest
scenes.
ones too, because they
Yeah.
should know better,
yeah.
and they still do it.
Yeah, he's a high school teacher. He's very calculated. He knows what he's talking about, and geez, he takes some risks.
There'd be kids in his class who just think he's a dork.
for sure.
Oh, yeah, here we
Not
go.
have a
Brad
clue.
Gerlach, former
100%.
world #1, winding up on a little inside rock runner. Is he going to get the secco? Tidak. Tidak is the answer to that.
Gers riding basically a rebuilt Aloha single fin that it's been so restored there might be more restorative qualities in it than original qualities.
You know what I was thinking? Is there anyone down here that is or does have the sort of the date stamp book out, or is it sort of just an honesty policy?
Yeah, we might have to get down the lab dicks with their carbon dating
Yeah.
Take some core
technology.
samples.
Yeah.
Yes, very cool.
Oh, Nathaniel, that was sick.
Vert little rear on a shallow cupped out section as we see
Porkenstein.
Parko winding up out the back.
He's won here a couple of times yet.
I think 2.
Yep, that's a couple.
Oh, watch out. A 2012 world champ with a couple extra kilos on a single fin coming at ya. Cut you in half on that thing. Get out of the way. Wow.
Was it a Taj sandwich? Did it go
I
Joel,
think it was.
Taj,
Yeah.
Joel?
Yep. I don't know if Joel. Yeah, I
Wouldn't
think he
mind
did
being the
put
Taj
in.
in that sandwich.
Sure.
Oh. Is it too
I'm a
early?
hardcore surf fan.
Is it too early?
You know that.
Yeah. Been some pretty. The winners list is good. Last year, actually, we had a gentleman standing up here with the shirt on that had the full run of names, and he didn't move for 6 hours.
Oh, great.
So we could kind of sit here and just
Let's
go,
get him
yeah,
back.
1990, whatever was this person who just sounded that smart. He isn't here yet, but when he gets here, we'll figure it out. But I know Raster, I think, has done it a couple of times. Parko, Taj.
As long as it's not the girl with the T-shirt that says "I was blocked by Kelly Slater on Instagram."
That's a great shirt.
That was a great shirt.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I was actually digging through the archives around the corner here at Board Riders HQ the other day, and I found a similar looking shirt with Kelly's dimensions to a 96 or so winning Pipe Master surfboard. Very similar looking shirt, home job, yeah, I didn't knock the dust off it, I just left it there. But yeah, I love a good home job t-shirt.
Oh, here we go, boys. A bit of motion in the ocean. There's a couple standing up on the back of the reef. As we see Gers, he's just struggling to find a rhythm today, isn't he? Can't get on the good ones. Struggling to get the read on these marginal conditions.
This is a funny one. What do we go here? Does Joel paddle past the girl, or does he sort of let Ger just sort of on? No chance. Parko's put the foot down here. Nathaniel. Tane behind. This one's backed off the fence. Oh,
Good
wow.
looking.
Can he
runner.
get the end section hit? He can on the bricks, but just doesn't really commit. Should he have committed?
I think so. I actually.
There was enough water there, wasn't
I
there?
agree. There's a moment there where it's extremely dangerous, and then just directly after that moment, it's actually pretty mellow. It is all about timing, though, and yeah. Hey, they're set marching in.
We've actually got waves. This is, I feel like, potentially better than yesterday, an improvement. I wasn't here for the early morning heats, or was it much the same?
I think with the morning high tide, obviously pushing back an hour today, we're going to be blessed with conditions right through the mid-morning. But as soon as that tide runs out, yeah, heaven help us.
Oh, Parko's back in the mix. A 6.33 sees him in second. Tane Dobbin now third. Spear, Willens and Gerlach with some work to do. This is the heat leader. Damo
Damo.
Healy throwing pizzas down the point.
He's got a good wave count in this heat.
This is a runner too.
Oh, look at this double up behind. Can someone get into it?
It's so funny how, like, from every possible angle, including surfer to commentator to judge, that wave looked amazing, but not to be. Get Bradley behind.
As we see the replay of Damo Healy. Oh, look at that. A vicious forehand pizza toss and then another little mini pide. And puts up a third and a fourth. Wow, he's in rhythm. The cool lord from the north end.
Two minutes.
He's really accentuating the pizza toss, Damo. It's a little bit of extra body lingo, that little extra venomous Papa Giovanni's. Wah! You think it's going to bring in the money from the judges, or will they not be fooled?
I think anything you can do to get those boards moving, you do it. And, you deal with the consequences later. But he's not really having to deal with too much other than a first place at the moment, which will delight the younger chargers in the North End Club, because they all had a bet to see who could go further and, who could beat Parko and all of these things. And they've all since been eliminated by other surfers and Joel. And here Damo is, leading from the front.
Showing how it's on leading by example.
Leading by example. Do as I say and as I do, Damo Healy.
Mr. Healy.
Mr. Healy. He won't be buying any cartons, which was the currency of bets that were going down yesterday. And I believe there's a few owed from Sam Littlechild, Bronson Wallace, Dom Reach, to name a few. So cough up, boys. Mr. Healy
Cough
is
up, you dogs.
showing how it's done. And I'd say double or nothing here. Not only has he gone further in the draw, but he's also just about to towel up 2012 World Champ Joel Parkinson.
Whoopsh.
Who'd you beat in your heat? Oh, Parko and Gurr. Oh, yeah. Not bad Sunday morning's work.
Not bad.
All done by 8:30.
Mr. Healy. He'd be hoping that school would go back on Monday, not in 3 weeks' time.
So, kids, anything to report from your school
Any
holidays?
show
I'll
and
go
tell?
first.
Yeah.
Oh, school is now in session. Here comes Mr. Healy ripping another couple off the top. Looking to... could not get the inside connect.
I like Mr. Spears' board.
Speezy Bravo, nice little windscreen wiper, quintessential singly Rio there. It's kind of the key to the singly Rio, isn't it? You're not driving up and through the turn. It's more of a whoosh, windscreen wiper.
Unless you're Joel Parkinson. Somehow, when he gets a hold of his board that he's riding...
Speak of the devil, he's winding up right now.
He might be after the heat here, but we'll sit back and watch
Motoring.
it.
Oh, that was a lovely little transitional carve.
Oh,
What? So
settle
big
down.
bang from the big man. Nom, 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 nom. That was delicious. Copped a bit of spray in the eye from that one.
That was sort of warning shots into, the next couple of rounds.
Yeah, there's a kind of arrogance just to cruising in second like that. Like,
Yeah.
I'll save,
Still got it.
Save a lot, leave a lot in the tank.
Yep. Don't want to peak too early, Joel. Well done, mate.
All right, well, on that note, we might just throw to a quick little ad break. Damo Healy and Joel Parkinson through to the next round. Don't go anywhere. More action from the Burleigh Board Riders Single Fin Festival coming our way right after this.
Jam Yuladara Gungalia.
Welcome to the Interlusion.
Right, we are back. This is the Billabong Burleigh Board Riders Single Fin Festival, 26th edition. That looked like Louis Hine going upside down on his backhand. Mark Llewellyn is in the lead from Clint Kimmins, Clancy Dawson, and Lungi Slab and Mark Okalupo.
Could be a final.
Mate, this thing's stacked. This is a heat and a half. Clipper Kimmins, one of the OG GC lords from the early noughties, from the surf core tenure, professional surfing. Clanger Dawson, Scum Valley's finest himself. I grew up watching him and his old man doing Tai Chi on the stormwater drain during the early morning sessions.
Pies, great nickname.
Clancy Pie Dawson, yes, the Pie Man, the Flying Pie Man, the Clanger. I don't know what else you got for him up here in the nickname department, but a good soul. Works down there at the HPC as a elite surf coach. Lungi Slab, the local Indigenous fella from Finglehead, one of the proudest surfing families in this neck of the woods. And the Ock needs no introduction. 99 world champ, and just one of the most signature styles in the history of this fine culture of ours, this art, this performative somewhat sport, as we see Lungi winding up.
Look at the gallery.
I was going to say more
4
photographers
photogs
and
in attendance. And Lungi's flying right now.
Oh, he's so
Crunched
smooth,
it
isn't
twice.
he?
There you
Wow, I
go.
love the timing of that little top turn. Stored up a bit of speed and then zap. Just zapped it on the end. Mate, here's your protege. Give us a bit of an insight into the young man, Stace. I know you've done plenty of work with him.
Yeah, well, Lungi's running the strategy of no surfboard, no worries. Come down here and take a look inside that shed down there and take a gander at whatever the Burleigh board riders have on offer. And strategy seems to be working so far. Big heat win yesterday, and he did well to get the first wave in this hungry pack, Jed.
There's a lot of little hungry birds out there devouring every moving morsel on this rock runner reef.
Clint Kimmins.
The clip. Oh, he's just groveling it Sakurima style. That was an absolute... That's as marginal as it gets. Wow. But back to Lungi. His family, pretty steeped in surfing pedigree up this way. His uncle Joel, is it? Telling me about one of the most stylish and powerful surfers of his generation. You compared him, or he's been compared to Sonny Garcia, but with a slightly more refined style. So some serious surfing pedigree in the family, like a Billabong sponsored surfer in the same generation as your Parkos and that, pretty much, or just a touch older maybe.
I think exactly the same age. Uncle Josh is the Sonny Garcia replica.
Oh, Josh,
and
sorry.
Uncle Joel, also very talented surfer as well. Lungi up again on the end, Binsey.
Oh, inside runner, if you don't mind. Speed to burn, and nicely done. He's out of there, and he goes pies.
Oh, the Pie Man, Clanger. Can he throw a couple of pies on this inside section?
And Louis whipping it around.
Louis,
Speaking of
Louis.
throws, the lob edition ain't bad, but Louis Hine's got a wig and a half.
Yeah, Louis Hine's been running that thing for strong 2 decades, and it's looking good. I think it's sort of self-managed. I don't think he even has to cut it.
Shades of Wurzel Gummidge.
I don't know who that is.
The lob throw,
It's a good name,
though,
though.
the lob throw is second to none. It's, as I mentioned on the podcast the other night, the best white man afro since Disco Stew. I think he's got him covered. He's just got to start repping some flares and some kind of hyper polyester, unbuttoned shirts, some chain action, and just start throwing fingers around on the World Tour. That could be the recipe for Lob's World Tour domination this year. Just get his strut on. He needs to get his strut on.
I think he needs to get his strut on. Yeah.
He needs that self-belief, that strut, that mana. I mean,
That's the Gurr. Signing off from the previous heat.
Straight into
the
rickshaws.
Hawaiians have the mana, but the Australians can unlock the strut.
I think so. Yeah. And Lobby did really well the other night, Jed. You did well to bring him to the limelight, and there's nothing like a Swellians podcast to crash course you in media training. So it was a great night had by all. Well done.
There's curveballs coming at you. There's
Bet
Not-
he never knew he was the Ducks of Nerang High.
Yeah, sorry, Benoa High. I actually
You let him know that?
misquoted, but
But
got my
no, in the
facts
Rang, it's
slightly
all
off.
north of
Here
the
we go,
bridge.
Clanger on an inside one, winding up. Oh, he's got a big section in front of him. And
Oh.
nice hack there. Oh, nice little front side carve
Come
on
on,
the inside.
Clancy.
He's going to get the bonus. Wow, he's milking this thing. He's got a third turn.
He's pretty much
Full
in the
rock
bull
runner.
right now.
Oh, my God. He's
Straight up
risking
the pad,
an
dude.
enema on the corn in the rocks. Far out. He's done well to manufacture a score there.
Spicy Marg Clanger? Yeah, 2.
That was a very mediocre inside wave, but it kind of got going on this end section. There was a bit of a bonus double up shoulder section, and
Pies is running a lot less afro than the last time I saw him. Is that a preemptive strike against the oncoming wrath of adulthood? Or
that's
is he
right. Yeah,
just
no,
looking
no.
lean and mean.
He's
Nah,
just gone
lean
full,
and mean.
US infantry jarhead on this one, just to intimidate. Really needs.
Well, when your nickname's Pies, you need to do something else to intimidate.
Yeah,
don't
if when your nickname's Pie and you've grown up, doing Tai Chi and stuff, you need to, at some point, get a bit of mongrel. And I think this haircut is a positive step, really.
Definitely is. He's looking pretty lean. Looks like he's been steering clear of the Pies.
We got some scores? We do. Oh, Pies is in the lead, a 5.07 and a 5.73. Lungi sitting second with a 5 and a 4.1. This is Louis Hine currently in third. Clipper, he's got some work to do.
As we see the Raging Bull winding up on an inside one, probably hasn't been forced to surf a wave that marginal since Chiba 1987 or something like that. The Chiba Pro, it's pretty Chiba Pro related out here at times. So we see the Clipper winding up and kicking out.
I love the old wind-up, kick out straight into a wide one. He's on here. Oh, too small.
There's a lot of humans in the water right now. What's going on?
Might have to get the
Might need those free surfers to shuffle north, I think. It's all getting a bit packed there. The poor judges, they've already got 6 surfers to look at. They've got 15 water photographers. Chaos.
yeah,
Well,
don't-
everyone's got to have a personal photographer these days, don't you know that, Chris?
That's right. Don't make us send out the white shorts. Free surfers.
Clint Kimmins, probably most famous back in the day for that Waves cover where you could see through his board shorts.
Ooh,
Oh, I don't
little
recall
wardrobe
that one.
malfunction on the cover of Waves, hey?
Yeah. Truly revealing the sort of
Mm.
scrotal fortitude you need to surf the waves that he does.
That's it, yeah. I mean, if they weren't big before his Hawaii stints, they definitely grew an extra leg while he was over there.
Here he is, summoning the orange board short power of the late 90s. A cloud for the first time today. That's a little bit of respite.
If we could just get the free surfers to keep moving down the point. Thanks, guys. It's a very special event for the community, so we request that you respect the Single Fin Festival and all it stands for. Sign up and get yourself into a heat. But until then, please move down the line.
It's special, but there's also a lot of,
Here we
people
go.
who are happy to be
Waves
unspecial.
on the horizon as we see the Raging Bull winding up. He's going to get a section
He's going to
here.
get tubed.
Oh, a little layback, kind of semi-corn rinse. Oh, there we go, signature. Oh, watch the lower back, Ock. Careful, mate. Oh, delightful high line from Lungi on the one behind. This is the wave of the day.
Oh, he's flying. Straight past the York.
Oh,
wrap around if you
that
don't
was a
mind.
stylish turn.
This one's going to keep running.
How smooth is this kid? He's so easy on the eye and beautiful to watch. Man, just watching him go straight is a treat.
Not many people you can say that about, is there?
Oh, it's a real trademark of the high-end point break surfer, isn't it? Just their ability to be hypnotic, going in straight lines, the rhythm and flow. Shades of Steph Gilmore in his surfing.
It's a great call and a great compliment.
Yeah.
Similar body types, that rangy body type, and when done well, he's gesticulating to his coach. There's a bit of back and forth here between
his
Stace and Lee.
coach, Harley Walters. Harley's trying to whistle him in to do the runaround. Hopefully Walt doesn't whistle him out the back today. It's not quite breaking out there. Clipper flying down the line. It's more rock in that wave than wave.
Tell you that, that kick out was pretty risky. He nearly chinned himself. Well, he's found another squeaky little inside one. This is where Klinger got the money a second ago, but that one does not cooperate.
All right, the Ock with a 4-1 and a 3-1-7 for his last wave. Still chasing a 3-8-5 third. Clipper, you need a 4-9-7. Mark Llewellyn, you need a 5-4-4. Lungi, you are in the lead. 6-5-7, the best wave of the heat. Clancy, you've got a pair of fives. You're sitting second. Louis, you are in third. Just. Jed Smith, early reports on the B&E rolls from right here at the PAV.
Oh yeah, unbelievable. Glad to be here, really.
And likewise, Chris, the oat latte.
Not bad at all.
I just showed the surfing white, one of the other on the side, and he's just on the stick. Oh, that was mental. Oh, he's packed it.
Clipper!
Oh my God!
Oh, he's made it. Well, Clint Kimmins has made it. Not sure if Jed Smith has. Bit of royalty out the back of the sheds right here. Shane Horan and Brad Gerlach just breaking down that last Smithy choking on his B&E.
Oh, these little bodyboard waves are going to make my 3-year-old furious that Dad's working and we're not out there.
All right, 5 minutes to go. Still Lungi from Pies, from Clipper, Louis, Ocky and Llewellyn with some work to do.
There's a lot of backhand heat there in 4th, 5th and 6th. Together they will be manifesting a slow tapering right-hand wave with less rock and more wave. Lennox, South Coast Smith blowing up. That's the kind of attitude we need. Thanks, Lennox. Thanks for doing our job for us. And if anyone doesn't want to listen to that 16-year-old who weighs 50 kilos dripping wet, that's fine by me.
Well,
Look at this thing. Second reefer.
Slightly different to Wayne Dean paddling around out there and telling you to
Slightly
go.
different.
Slightly different.
Yeah, your ears would be packed with gauze and leaking blood right now if that was the great Wayne Dean. Rest in peace. What a legend in the game he was. Love Wayno. Wow, some big Afro energy side of stage here to really battle with Lob there, I think, as we see
Llewellyn.
Llewellyn.
Nasty Lou on his backhand.
No transitional
this is a
turns there.
score. Oh, he's not done yet. It's going to keep running.
Wave of. Thanks for coming.
Sat and waited. And well worth it.
No water on that one. Get out. That was dicey for Clipper on the wave behind. But yeah, wow, Mark Llewellyn really teeing off on that thing.
So many good surfers up here. It's next level, isn't it? Round 2, heat 3, and fireworks here this morning.
Yeah. Mark Llewellyn had a cover of an English surfing magazine once doing a kick out.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Love a good kick out. Underrated manoeuvre.
He's on one of those funny old blue Solomon boards even.
Interesting. Well, there's, in fairness, they're still learning the finer points of the culture in England and have not yet understood that generally kickouts are not run on surf magazine covers, but they'll get there.
Yeah, they'll get there. One of those moments they show after the weather on the sports news, people kicking out of waves, and they talk about the big wipeouts.
It's floaters and kickouts generally what get the most applause at a surf event, from what I can tell.
Yeah, apparently they just got the twin fin in England.
Right. So the thrusters should arrive, in the next sort of 10 or so years?
Yeah, I mean...
Here we go. We like to hang out with this guy. Hey, Jed. Morning, son. Don't forget the sunscreen today, mate. There we go.
Jesus.
Thank you. It's, there's currency of cartons and then there's just real
Well
currency.
played.
Yeah.
Boys just got a delivery
All right,
of
well, I'll see you
pineapples
later,
to the commentary box, and
Never pay a commentator before the day starts.
No, we're done.
Did you get that hour that I missed this morning? Was it?
I don't know, I haven't done the count
Yeah.
yet. Very exciting.
Situation in the water. Lungy first, Mark second, 8.33 on his last ride. C Dingo Clancy third. Clipper in fourth, chasing I'm not too sure. Your best scores are 5.5. And Clancy has a pair of 5, so something similar will do the job there, Clint.
Clipper's
Luke
looking for a
and
5.31. Louis looking for a 6.63. Mark Ocalupo looking at a 6.7. Mark Llewellyn could be looking at a cover of the Gold Coast Bulletin for a wave like that. What have we got? 1 minute remaining. You've had a cover of the Gold Coast Bulletin, haven't you, Stace?
I have, actually. Thanks for asking, Chris. Never thought you'd ask.
There we go.
that one in the fishnet stockings there when you put the handcuffs behind your back.
At the bus stop in Currumbin. Nice try, Louis. Go again, son.
This is Pies.
Here he goes, Clanger.
See Dingo.
Nice little gaff and a rock and roll foam ride. Close it out. Oh, he's hanging on. Come on, Clanger. Pull through, mate. Pull through.
Mark Llewellyn, wave of the day, an 8.33 up into the excellent range.
Went absolutely ham on that. No transitional pumps, just up and down, swinging at it like a pendulum, methodical all the way to the inside. Just went to work.
The seat's done and dusted. Dirty secret about Mark. He didn't go anywhere near a beer last night. He was home in bed doing his Tai Chi very early.
Well, it worked. Highest score of the day so far, I believe. Single wave.
Oh, by a mile.
I've only
Definitely the
commentated
only-
one heat, so I'm not too sure, but
Definitely the only excellent score for the day.
Just goes to show what happens when you hold on to your chi. Don't spend your chi. Just move it around gently and let it come out. Let the mana wash out in the ocean. Some rhythmic backside body talks for an 8.33. Here we go, the Yock. Winding up, he's got a little runner here. Oh, just can't get on a good one, the Yock.
I have a operational question, boys. Are we counting in and out heats?
No, we're not. I think that's being done by the beach.
Copy that.
Anyway, what we are counting in and out is the ad break. So we're going to throw to a quick ad break. Don't go anywhere. More action from the Billabong Burleigh Board Riders Single Fin Festival coming up right after this.
Welcome to the Interlusion.
Jam jullie dat Bungala,
All
ja.
right, welcome back to the Burleigh Board Rider Single Fin Festival. Heat 4, men's open division is in the water. Dave McGrath is in the lead. No one else has caught a wave yet. We're looking at Hanada Azawa, Lennox Smith, Tane Bowden, Dave Vlug and Ty Buddha Graham. 20-minute heats. And we just saw Mark Llewellyn go absolutely bananas, dropping the first excellent score of the morning in the last heat. Chris Binns here alongside Stace Galbraith and the Smiv.
Smivy.
Nart.
Oh, hello mother, hello father. Here comes Hanada. A little inside rock runner. Another third hit. He's probably looking at a keeper there.
Hanart's going for the full send strategy this weekend, and it's working for him so far.
Hanada fresh off a pretty skits turnout in the Axod full feature surf film. How sick was that film? So frothing to see a local conglomeration of call lords coming together and putting out a full feature length film with just the classics, you know, go over the box, just wait for a maxing swell and go send it. And they did themselves and their company and their community proud. It's a sick film, sick little project. Aldo Cruz down here today, I'm sure, as we see Tane Bowden fanging down the line. Lovely rhythm and flow and just absolutely dropping the hammer on that thing. Couldn't pull it. That was such a shame. As we see Boodsy, brah, getting a bit of lingo and rhythm and shake and bake. Just kicks out before the bricks. That thing
Kind
was
of
looking
robbed
dicey.
there. I thought he was going to get a nice buttery
So much build-up.
section to just sink the back foot into, but not that time.
He's got the read on the lineup. North End board rider, very familiar with this part of the world. Based out of Bali these days, but you know, loving being back home with his people, and has to go deep in the event here. You know, he lives through this event, so.
Billabong's tropical adventure guy. Coming here via Norway.
Yes, he's
Wow, that ain't too tropical.
yeah, still defrosting, but he'll be committed to going deep into the event today. Looking for a big result.
Squiddy.
Oh, there's a replay. Yeah, Woodsy. No dice on that attempt. Hanart's a 5-3-3 for his opener. Puts him in the lead. Butter a 4.
Tane 9-5 if he pulls that turn. Gee whiz.
Glorious to see surfers really wind up with that signature single fin high line and just get the flow and drop the hammer like Tane did there. That'll be the money. If I get to see just one of those turns executed and ridden out of today, I'll go home a happy man.
I think we could lock one in. We're due for one.
Just a big front side power gouge on a single fin with a wave's worth of speed behind it. I think my favourite wave ever surfed here in this event that I've seen was a wave not dissimilar to that, a J. Bottle Thompson Rock Runner speed float to front side power gouge, just turning on a dime with all the speed and commitment of a former CT surfer. Oh, god damn. Had me grunting like Tim the Toolman Taylor.
There you go, Hanart's again.
What's the backside version of it?
Yeah, I
It's a
don't
hard
know.
one. It's got to be, what, twice as hard backside on a day like today? It's-
Well, I was wondering about that because I feel like, especially as we see Tane just slinky like a cobra.
Oh, model citizen.
Oh, a little cross-step float a la Joel Parkinson. It's snapper.
Mason Ho, Steph. It's become quite
It has.
de rigueur.
I feel like Parko brought it back. He's the first guy to really start dropping those things in cliffs. Remember that?
Philippe did one mid-heat in a final, Trestles. And I think he was behind I think he needed a score.
Wow, you know you're desperate when you're dipping into the 60s
Circus
bag
tricks.
of tricks to get a score at the Final 5 Trestle Showdown.
No, this was OG Trestles, just mono final.
Right.
Yeah, the good old days, Jed.
Woodsy with a little head dip.
You settled down on the wave count there, Woods. It's a long day.
But, yeah, I almost think backsiders are actually at an advantage in conditions like this. I feel like you can just leave them more out of lackluster sections. Kind of a lot of the turn and re-entry is just done in that pivoting motion that you can kind of
Well, we saw
generate
that at
back
Mark
end.
in the last team.
Exactly.
A great example, but it does require a special sort of wave. I don't know there's that many of those waves running on down the point today. There's a lot of ankle snappers, such as this wave. And
Yeah, it's small, but I'm loving the shape. It's very mechanical out there. It's nice little double ups on the rocks. It's very
that was water
contestable at this
security.
point.
I think that was water security.
Yeah,
Lennox Smith.
Lennox.
Great, it's great stuff. Maybe
How
not.
good's this kid, Lennox Smith? I'm so frothing to see a pro surfer from that Shell Harbour zone. I've always wondered why they were never really able to produce one, given Mick Lowe from Port Kembla just up the road, but that little zone has so many psycho slabs in it. It's like a mini Oahu or something, but
In a wetty, just crazy quality of wave.
crazy
And
quality
crazy
waves,
quality
heavy
surface,
waves too.
Yeah.
He's not for him. He's somehow managed to make him look like a cakewalk.
Nice of Vaughan Blakey to turn up, collect his check and leave.
Wouldn't have it any other way. It's just certainly worth it at the top of town, you know. Get in.
Always a pleasure, Vaughan. That's a stellar 2023 campaign. Look forward to seeing him at the 2024 Single Fin.
Here we go. Outside. Squiddy. Cracking wave. As you're talking about, Jed, able to get that pivoting motion up and going.
He did so well to kind of get into the pocket on that one. I thought he might have been left behind, but he just got in full little pocket ride. And managed to rip off another couple of turns as we see Hanada just going hambone, head snapping. Wow! Holy smokes, get the Denker rub out, Stace. Are you kidding me?
2 thumbs in the neck.
Holy smokes, he's going to have a couple of thumbs in the neck after this. That was committed, savage body torque surfing right there.
That was the hardest wave surfed I've seen all weekend. Effort-wise, that was great.
Committed head snappery of the finest order.
Holy smokes. Yeah, you know he's looking for a big result when he's willing to throw his body out of alignment like that.
See a replay here.
Good to see him strapping the gaff at the box in the Axod film. Hanada having a proper dig out there. Not the easiest wave in the world to surf backside, a 8-foot freaking death slab with the driest, most lethal end section in the world. But yeah, he was having a solid dig. Properly sending it. Man, I love that section. It got me so fired up. Cruisy, the aging warhorse, cruise control, the cruise missile.
He had to let him know he was still on town, though.
Seriously, mate, he had a couple of absolute thumbscrew rompers in that section, standing tall, and pretty much that's maxed out box. Like, it was big. Tane winding up. Jeez, he's got a silky smooth style. Great tempo on this one. Oh, that was critical. Can he? Oh, they're not going to pay that. Could not ride out.
Not at this level. It's a, we have moved on in modern times from the single fin, but I do think it does wonders for your surfing. I think surfers like Longy Slab, Tane Bowden, it takes out any sort of extra movements and keeps their styles looking nice and locked in, and we've seen that in the last 2 heats here. The young fellas looking real sharp.
Oh, geez, talking to highlights from the podcast the other night, I thoroughly enjoyed. My highlight really was Pete Harris retelling that insane story of winning this event back when it was the biggest event in world surfing as I believe he was won it from the trials. And just here we go, here's a bomb. A double up. This thing's draining off the back ledge.
She's going all the way to 4th Ave in one foul swoop.
Oh, who else would be on it but Boodsy Bra.
The Bud.
Oh, that was mental. Full-blooded power hack. It's got the inside connect, fanging down this thing. Oh, it's going to hit the bricks and go dry. Gets one last foam climb up. Avoids the Bangy and the Rock Anima on the inside, or has he? Still in a precarious position. Beach does, bro. Get off there.
The Peter Harris story, Jed.
Yeah. Mate, just his recount of that story, which you'll be able to hear on the podcast when it goes live, but, just coming from the trials and the way, the event was surfed over the course of a week or maybe even 2 weeks back then, and just, each heat he made, the community continued to build around him until it was just absolute pandemonium on the headland. The boys in the shed here banging the bins as he ran out to surf. I believe, though, potentially the biggest motivation in winning the event was that the boys said they'd bash him if he didn't. So, classical motivational strategy.
And wasn't there some sort of mix-up with the party being thrown as well?
That's right, yeah. One of the venues, will remain nameless, put on a big spread for the newly minted Stubbies Pro champion, but failed to invite him and then asked him to foot the bill. Classic. Well played. Well played.
That is so Burleigh.
Hate it when that happens.
Oh, don't you? That sounds like rock hopping, bebopping, Scatman, backside wah deluxe with a bit of extra Prego.
Got to give one to Terry Tapatis here. Ooh, Dave McGrath. Well done.
That was skitty through the absolute kitchen sink at that thing.
Chris, you ever done that here with your time at the magazine around the corner, through any parties and sent the bill to someone else? Or?
Not that he can remember.
Yeah, that's right.
We definitely threw some parties.
Yep.
Never quite sure who footed the bill. We never had a budget, so I can't imagine we did.
Here we go, couple sets on the horizon. As we see the surfer in white, this little Leno Smith up from slab country to a couple of knee-high runners and doing the damage, doing the dance. Wow, he's done well there. He's fully milked a score out of a pretty marginal wave.
Lennox has been doing his best to get up here and surf the points with one or two other people whenever the swell pops up, and I think it's a it's a good sign, Jed. Like you say, it's hard to leave areas like Shell Harbour and the South Coast with the quality of waves that they get down there that aren't that good. You've got to get away and get up here, and it's been good to see Lennox up here, because I think when they see Burleigh or Kira do its thing, it's like taking candy off a baby for them, because they're so used to just such life-threatening situations.
Yeah, talk to us about this part of the world. I mean, you have now every Australian pro surfer pretty much who's trying to get on the CT is living up here. Even your Jacob, Chippo, Wilcoxes, guys who are from the other side of the continent and just absolutely, addicted to those slabs. But even they've given it up to come over here and grind out a, I guess, more competitive, savvy approach. But talk to us about the waves here and just why it is so invaluable to any surfer on the come up.
It's just the variety. I think that someone like Jacob and even Jack Robinson just moved over here, and other surfers, they come here to surf the inferior waves that are on offer. Small D-bar, small the north end of the coast, is because that's the areas that they want to get better in. So that's we have a lot of great waves, and we also have a lot of challenging waves in the small sense. So I think that's why these kids come over.
Leno just laser lay back to Slux on the inside there.
It's a great call, because you don't always surf the CT in perfect waves. It's not always the dream tour, so you need to be well rounded, and the Gold Coast, I think, can provide that, particularly if you've already a hellman when it comes to the waves, like Box, like 10-foot, Main Break, Margaret River, Nalu, and the rest of it. You come over here to refine the other side of it. So yeah.
Yeah, and just from even like a more fundamental point of view, it's like just simply the more time you spend standing on your surfboard, surfing, doing turns, like that's improvement. A lot of these waves are short, sharp and intense in other parts of the world, where Lennox is from, where Chippo and Jack are from. Whereas here, it's undeniable. Like, you surf snapper, you can rip off 10 turns on a wave. That is, your surfing is going through the roof at that stage.
Yeah.
You're just not getting those kinds of opportunities
And
anywhere
less
else.
time in the car. Like, I don't think a lot of us realise, I certainly didn't when I was younger, like, you check D-bar from the car. There's so many waves around the world. Good waves. You can't do that. A lot of leg work. You take 3 boards and you pack 2 wetties and you throw a towel over and a banana and some water and you head off to the beach for the day. We just don't do that on the Gold Coast. You check every wave here from your car. We're very, very spoilt, and I think that those boys, particularly who come from those sort of harsher climates, they really enjoy that.
Yeah, the West Australian surf check, drive around for 3 hours and end up surfing the first wave that you looked at.
Brutal.
But only it's now gone onshore.
Yep.
A rite of passage over there.
Yep.
Shout out to Caves Road.
Yeah.
They just dropped the speed limit from 90 to 80. It's been 90 forever, and now there's radars all along it.
Thanks for the heads up, Chris.
Yeah.
Yes.
How else are they going to make revenue, mate?
Oh, bastard's got me on the double demerit long weekend recently. Not happy.
Yeah, I think who hasn't been done?
Protect and serve, but mostly profit off milking revenue from unsuspecting citizens.
Shout out to the parking inspectors who are here today.
Yes, may you all stub your toes and get cut to ribbons with paper cuts today.
That plastic paper they print the tickets on is awfully papered cuttery, so you
Yeah.
have to think there's a couple going down.
There's going to be some bad paper cuts, especially
Yeah.
if I have something to say about it.
There'll be more than paper cuts. Tano Bowden up and riding. Again, riding what looks to be a bit longer of a board than his contemporaries. And a massive bog that was nearly epic.
I just like the commitment in that turn. I liked what he was trying to say, the statement. He's looking for that frontside power gouge. Had a couple of cracks at it as we see Hinata having a crack on this little inside groveler.
90 seconds to go.
Nart's going to be kicking himself
chasing
here.
a
There's
score.
there's something there.
Hanarts, you need a 6:04 with just over a minute and a half remaining.
You are Dave McGrath. Nice little rip off the top. Committed belt. Can he get a little inside bonus section? I think he's going to.
Can. Oof.
Great part of the weekend, the North End contingent. They come down strong.
How good are they?
Love it. Absolutely love it.
Had a couple of gauges with the lads yesterday, Arvo, and it just reminded me of home, really. Just another classical consortium of weirdos in a
matching t-shirts.
Strange board riders club. It's classic stuff, really.
It is. It's
Good
great.
crew dudes. How good are board riders clubs? It's so good to be here. It's something I realised the other night at the podcast, just looking around the room. I was like, this is just a massive catch-up. It's just a big old community piss take. Everyone's having a beer and a laugh, and everyone knows each other. I don't think anyone listened to a single minute of the podcast. People just talking all the way through it, which was great. I'm more than happy for the local crew to connect like that and us to just provide the soundtrack if you want to listen in. But it's just so good to be back in the fold of the club culture, the board riders club culture. I miss it a lot now living away from home.
Bondi still got that crazy bus.
Bondi does still have the bus, and the proprietor of that bus, the great Tony Spenos, actually lives up these ways these days.
Works with Shane.
Yeah, works with Shane. Shane's a left-hand man. As we see the next heat kicking it off, Xavier Huxtable fresh off a recent WQS 1000 win at the Urban Surf Wave Pool. Timmy Highland, Damo Palmer, Doigy Bra, Reef Doig, Tobes Mossop, the Tube Pig from Burleigh Beach, world famous, and Tommy Woods, another call lord from the zone. Some serious QS level surfing in this heat. Another stacked heat. It's all business at this end as we see sets approaching, Stace.
From deep. Looks like Tommy Woods potentially.
Stuck behind that one, sadly. Here we go, Xavier Huxtable, the Torquay Tiger, ripping one off the top. Transitional speed float and big hammer drop. Far out, man. That was not an easy section to rip a turn like that off.
Great heat. Another Axod team rider here, Mr. Toby Mossop.
Another star of that film.
Backside behind. Plenty of speed.
Oh, there you go. That was one of the most committed turns of the day. Unloaded a wave's worth of speed and a big backside gouge.
And I'd have to say, we were talking about it earlier, what is the backside sort of equivalent? We kind of got caught up there with 14 other stories, but I'd have to say that's it.
It's pretty close to it.
Holding the rail through a backside carve would have to be one of the greatest feelings you could do. And on a single fin, so difficult.
Yeah, I was just watching 7 Days, 7 Slaves the other day and
fantastic.
revisiting the backside power gouges of the great Dan Malloy and Luke Hitchings.
Matt Hoy throws a couple in there too.
Sick film.
47 to be exact.
If you want to see what some of the best backside rail surfing, oh, here we go. This thing's draining. Little double up on the back here. Oh, it's gone a bit weird. Oh. Yeah. Didn't quite provide there, but yeah, just that kind of tight arc in the pocket, kind of backside carve down. Sick turn. And I think there's potential for that kind of surfing on the single fin today. But yeah, I don't know what I don't know. Yeah, it's a bit unfair almost. The backside, like full hammer drop gouge, you don't really have that in your arsenal, do you? There's no equivalent. There's no backside equivalent exactly.
I don't think you can hang the fin out backside and hope that, I'm sure there are talented enough surfers that can do it, but it's conventional wise, I'm not sure that it's the same as the opportunity you get on the front side. A thruster, a different story, but with the singlo, looks like Mr. Damien Palmer, another lovely lad from the north end, not scared of a huge pit.
But what you can do backside is really club it in a tighter radius and kind of keep that speed down the line. So I guess that's where they're at an advantage in these marginal conditions, just able to move a fair bit of water. You can really just bury it in those kind of transitional down the line sections, whereas front side, it's a bit tricky, isn't it, to kind of put any kind of serious commitment into a turn like that and keep your speed down the line. I mean, the best can do it. Obviously, Parker was a master of that manoeuvre out here in point break conditions. Oh, this one's got a nice line on it.
Oh, she's roping
This thing
right now.
is a absolute special. Surfer in blue, doigy brah. Look at this thing, bowling up. Holy smokes, this is an absolute screamer. Wow. Committed turn, nice little speed float. What's he got for us on? Oh my lord,
not
are you
done yet either.
kidding me?
Doigy
And he's getting the
gets
bonus through
connection.
the
Past the pool, carving
rocks, little
three.
Dane Kilo, a 3-0. Wow.
And Toby Mossop behind him has just lit one up as well. He's going through the free surf pack. Flying past Doigy, even more length of ride than Reef.
Oh, he's going to beach this thing.
He is going to beach this.
No way, and it's still roping right onto the short break. Oh, he should have stepped off. Aussie right style, that would have been all time.
And the funnest person on the planet, Miss Laura Enova.
Laura Enova is here. How about you take my mic and have a little chat?
Here we go, joined by one of the biggest psychopaths in women's surfing, the blonde bomber, Laura Enova.
Howdy, howdy.
Looking lovely in lavender today, Laura.
Yeah, got the perps on. Sunny Gold Coast. It was bucketing down in Sydney. It was terrible.
Yeah, don't
Yeah,
bring
the
that
can
shit
of
with you.
cricket, what a joke.
Yeah, I know, that's heavy.
Sacrilegious.
It is. Imagine if you had tickets to day 4 or 5, whatever got canned, you'd be...
You'd need to bring a
You'd
boat.
have to come up here to the Burleigh Single Fin.
That's right. Be straight on the first Jetstar flight. Into Tugun Airport there, Margot, picking up your bags as you exit and straight at the single fin. Are you still throwing luggage around it?
I've
at the
done
airport there?
most jobs on the Gold Coast. That was never one of them. I don't think my back could handle it, to be honest. I'm pretty weak.
Yeah.
You got to be tough. Nathan Cook and the boys, they get into it. He's 6'2", 120 kilos, 1% body fat. That's sort of the body you need. Hence why Margot's back's cooked.
Yeah, could be.
Yep. But Law, how you been?
I've been bloody good. New year, new me.
Yeah,
Really?
talk to us about the new year, new you.
Joking.
How do you feel starting off the new year? Do you feel energized? Are you changing anything in your life? What's the goals? What's the getting you up?
I mean, it just came home and turned into a bit of a festive season with the family and friends, which is just hard to avoid because Sydney was raining all last year for summer and it was just terrible. We were just inside, and so we just had a nice little summer hit, and I'm feeling a little bit tired today, but mostly energised in the soul, ready for a good year.
I love that, man. You're on a tear. I mean, talk to us about the pipe comp and that little stint to Hawaii. Obviously, not all-time pipe, but still a good opportunity to get out there with not too many people and get a couple.
Yeah, it's definitely very different surfing pipe without the other 200 people out there, but it was cool being out there. It's like nothing else, really, trying to line up with one of those palm trees and work out your spot and just turn when no one's there to tell you to go and, just dig deep yourself. But, added a couple of great wipeouts to the wipeout reel and, gave my mother a heart attack.
True. It's kind of hard to make out the colour there. It's that, wow, whoever that was.
I believe it's young Tommy Woods.
Blistering frontside attack. Is that pink, is it?
Knows the Rocky inside out. Johnny who?
Bit of controversy, mid-heat controversy.
Ooh.
There's been an announcement that Doigy Bra has actually absconded with a rival competitor's surfboard and he's been called to the beach to give it back.
Nah, you're right. You surf the heat as is, Reef Doig, but you've taken Johnny Gillette, the best a man can get, Latte Masters surfboard. There'll be no free acai bowls down at the Salt
What does
Villa
that
Crumble,
mean?
bruh. If you're taking Johnny Gillette's prize-winning weapon, who dropped the highest score of the day yesterday on that surfboard, everyone's been talking about it on The Point. And Johnny's a real shoe-in to do pretty well this comp. So you don't want to be, when someone's on a red-hot roll, like Johnny is, you can't be messing with their juju. So, Reef, I reckon get one or two more waves, bruh, and then try and figure out how you're going to get that thing back.
Classical
to John.
single fin skullduggeries. We see some sets stacking up on the reef here. And this is Damo Palmer. Nice little floater. Nice carve. Another little Rio. A little three-turn combo there.
All right, so talk us through the board sitch. I'm a Burleigh Single Fin newbie. So turned up at the beach yesterday and just hoped that I would be able to steal a board nicely, which I did.
Yeah.
But what's the go with Reef? He's not allowed to steal that board.
No, there is a lot of boards that are on lend on loan, and boards do move around the lineup a lot, particularly if they're not yours. And Burleigh have about 30 under the shed here that are all probably, varying degrees of good and okay. But when you find a special one,
back together.
That's right. But when you find a special one, and if you've ridden it first, or it's a mate of someone, or whoever, there is that sort of, all right, well, that's his for the weekend, and anyone outside of that, you've kind of got to ask. Like, for instance, Lungi Slab surfed a board yesterday. It wasn't available today because the person that it board was in the heat before and whatever, so he had to grab another one, and there's plenty of that happening all weekend. And then there's some boards that people have that they don't lend out because they're special. Dimity had a MR one year.
Like Xavier Huxtable having a sniff at this thing. Oh, there's enough power in this for him to really wind up. Oh, two pretty critical re-entries. Nice little gouge. Man, his ability to grovel is remarkable. I was in his heat yesterday. I watched him take off on what I thought was basically a glorified bit of boat wake. And he's done two vicious frontside hacks for a 7 or something. It was like not a wave.
Bloodbath for the commentators yesterday, Jed.
Oh, it was a debacle.
Blood
we were dropping like flies.
We went down. We all went down.
Went down where?
We had heats and we got eliminated. And then we went down to The Point for the rest of the afternoon.
I went down too in my heat.
Commentator's curse.
True, there you go.
I didn't know what we're talking about then.
Yeah. But yeah, getting back to the board sit show, it's real pirate law, sort of, you know, a lot of hearsay. But probably the biggest one, I think, would be if you have one of those special, either, you know, not replicas, sorry, like a special board from that area. It's got to be pre-80s. And some of them are in real good nick. You see the guys from Surf World come down and just have a few display boards.
Yeah.
Do not wax one of those things up.
Do not. And do avoid the rocks, because we need to preserve these beauties.
Yeah.
So usually there was a bit of conjecture yesterday. I can't remember who it was, but someone nearly beached a board that was estimated to be worth around $4,000.
Oh,
wow.
Shizzle.
And there was some somewhat stern words exchanged.
Yeah.
Go easy,
Yes,
mate. That thing's an heirloom. That's me investment egg.
Yeah.
Do everything you can to face plant your face on the rocks, not these boards.
Yes, well said.
Laura, that's
No, I
something
think
you
that's
would
the spirit
exactly
of the
do. But
event.
would you? How'd you go yesterday? You love danger.
Oh, yeah,
you
no, I
survive
was definitely
alright?
floundering on the rocks, being a
Yeah.
little crab for a while. But, I guess when it's just, slightly small like this, then you just got to sacrifice the body if you want to get a score.
Sets on the run here. So we see Damo Palmer onto a wide one. These have been money all morning. Nice carve. Just keeping pace with this thing. Nice little transitional Rio. Oh, rock and roll floater. Brad Gerlach can be very proud seeing that.
Oh.
Is this Doigy winding up? Nice carve.
I wonder what board
he's
this
just
is.
on the bombs at the moment. Doig, big floater. Over the bricks. Watch out with the dismount. I think it was going bone dry in there.
I wonder if that's the new board or the same board or...
Mate, Doig's dropped an 883 for that. A lot of it really hung on that signature carve right down in front of the commentary booth here. That thing was sick.
He can roll the leads up. He's done.
That's a huge score, but needs a backup. But yeah, that'll be it right there. I think he's going to definitely move up. But Tobes, 733 for that long runner that he almost beached on the inside. That was right behind Reef's one. So yeah, I guess those ones that hit the reef a little wider and connect through this inside bit just off the rocks at the pavilion here, that seems to be the money. Little bonus bit of sand if you can get there, just on the other side of the bend in the rocks.
Best thing about Burleigh, you can be paddling out and score the bomb of the day. It's a wide one that sneaks past.
Yeah, that would be a good strategy, wouldn't it? Just do your best up the top, but keep your eyes up for those wide ones that swing wide, and they kind of miss the top part, it seems, those ones that run down here past the commentary booth.
Inside drainers.
Bit of arts and craft here this morning with the commentary roster. It's very much like the board swapping situation out there. It'll be the same thing in the booth here today, guys. Just a lot of, in and out. Speaking of which, Laura, you've summoned Toby Mossop into a bomb here.
Ah, yes. The old wide one, a little cut back there to start. He's just waiting for this one to wall up. Nice little slash there, and he's going to float through to the inside.
Doigy does not want to give that board back. He's sniffing on the inside. Johnny Gillette's out the back, losing hair.
Oh, what's going to happen with this little double up inside line? Can you get down it? You always kind of think they're going to connect, but they never seem to.
All right, Laura, with 4.5 on the clock.
What do we
Doigy
got?
comfortably takes the lead there. 7-1 on his last ride. 15.93 points. That's one of the standout heats of this event so far.
That absolutely is. Reef on the stolen board.
Oh, there's
Stolen
controversy.
craft. Whatever you got to do.
That's right. Didn't bother him. He's had a pretty good morning.
He'll just have to pay the consequences on arrival back to the beach.
I think the worst thing that could happen from young Johnny Gillette would be maybe make him a decaf latte instead of a real latte.
I reckon he's getting egged.
Yeah, he's getting. Oh yeah, or egged. Yep. That could be on the cards. A good old-fashioned egging. It's so fun. I've done that in ages. Right. 4th, 5th and 6th. Damien, you need a 6.41, mate. Timmy Highland, you need a 5.84. Tommy Woods needs a 5.61. Tommy Woods is holding on to a pretty good score of 6.9. He just needs one more chance. He does have the inside off, I think it is Xavier. Paddle inside him, Xavier. Test him out. Just kidding.
Yes, we've got the
It's
classic
pretty cruisy until the final.
Yeah, classic no priority.
Classic no priority.
I saw a couple of great paddle battles yesterday, sneaking up the point.
Yep. You go, Doigie's kind of sniffing around. He wants to put a bit of pressure on Tommy Woods here. You know Tommy Woods is a danger man coming into the finals day, so he'd rather eliminate him now than have to deal with him in the final.
So who we got heading up next? We've got Matty Job, Lincoln Taylor, Jacob Byrne, Johnny Gillett, Oni Anwar and Sheldon Simkus. I saw Sheldon sniffing around for a board before his heat. Looks like he's found one.
Well, it's looking good out there.
Welcome.
Welcome. How's everyone going? Good?
Good, Dwayno. How are you, mate?
Good, mate. Good.
Good to see you.
Good fun.
Laura, you met
Just,
Dwayne?
yeah, met Dwayno.
Lovely.
Yes, no,
Just
Laura.
happy to have gotten a park. I think it might have been illegal, but we'll see if it's towed when I get back to it.
Hopefully no one gets booked.
Yeah, you do what you can on a day like today. I got
Yeah.
super lucky, actually. Rolled straight in.
There's Tobes.
Pretty good heat for the Burleigh boys this one, mate. Toby hanging on.
He's doing well.
No, I'm still doing it.
Good to see all the people on the point. Nice and crowded up there.
Yeah, it was a beautiful day yesterday, wasn't it?
Beautiful. Sun's out.
Some classic Burleigh Arvos on the hill today will be one of them.
What are we up to? What does it say on my hat? 26?
26, I think it is, yeah.
26, how good.
Wonder how long it'll keep going for.
Oh, easily another 126.
I'm
After, it's the best comp of the year, hands down.
It
without a
is.
doubt.
Best fun ever.
Yep.
The Timmy Highlander. Timmy's won it twice.
I was going to say he's got a couple up his
he's
sleeve,
got a
doesn't he?
couple up his sleeve.
Yep. He's one of the guys we're talking about it, and you can speak to it, I'm sure. Dwayne, like backside's pretty tricky out here, but if you get that special wave...
Yeah,
you
I've never
get your
surfed at
chances.
backside.
No.
It'd be quite fun, I reckon. Wouldn't probably... There's a few backsiders out here to get better barrels than the forehanders. So.
Love that.
Yeah, yep.
Yeah, old Brad Jeffries used to get pretty deep on his backhand.
I thought in your generation, mate, everyone surfed both ways. Switch.
Yeah, I could never switch foot. I'm hopeless, but
I've
yeah.
never even tried. I can barely surf regular foot.
Yeah, I'm getting a bit like that.
Tommy Woods needs a score here. There's 30
And
seconds
Thomas.
left on the clock. He's holding on to a great score.
Oh. Toby on another one.
Toby will be happy about that. Zave behind, already in third place, excuse me, but this is a beautiful wave.
I see Johnny Gillette Johnny wasn't too happy about Reef taking his board before.
Johnny Gillette handles pressure really well, so
Yeah.
we'll see how he goes in this next heat.
He didn't even know he'd taken it until he saw him surfing it.
Yeah. It's a good looking board. 883. Well, that's the
That's
benchmark,
a-
Johnny.
that's a
if you
secret.
Can, if you can beat
Secret
that.
one.
Don't ask, just find out later.
Yeah. What are you doing, Law? You want to hang for one more?
What's that saying?
What's the saying?
Don't ask.
You
Sorry.
don't get? No, beg for forgiveness later, something like that?
Yes, something like that. Jeez, I'm still half asleep.
That's all right.
I need a espresso martini.
You need a coffee from Johnny Gillette or Nook or the Pav. There's plenty of good caffeine around here.
Plenty of coffee places around.
Yep.
Virgin espresso martini for now.
Nah, come on, doesn't matter. no one's asking.
I've never been up here before. It's a nice view.
You've never been to the pad?
No, I don't go. I don't drink, so I don't really go to places like this much.
It is. We're going to take a short ad break here. We'll be back with more action. Heat 6 coming right up.
Welcome to the Interlusion.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Burleigh Board Riders Single Fin Classic 2023, presented by Burleigh. I'm Terry Tapatis here with Stace Galbraith and Dwayne Harris, the Sheriff of Burleigh Heads. He's got the tattoo now too, Stace, you notice? He's
Got the new tat.
Yeah.
Oh, I sort of, I thought that had been there for, that's a beauty.
Yeah, my daughter bought it for me for my birthday.
What a champion. Not that you really needed it. Everyone knew.
Yeah, whatever.
It's a beautiful...
Something fun.
That's right.
Oh, here we go. There's a surfer straight up. Is that Johnny G?
Oh, he wishes.
No, it looks like
that's
Maddie,
Sheldon
isn't it?
Simkus.
No,
We'll
Sheldon,
take it.
yeah,
It's
it
a
is
snapper
Sheldon.
boy, fellas. You can't have them
It's
all.
snapper.
Oh, there it is.
There goes Oni, Palmy
Yeah,
boy.
Palmy boy.
Palm Beach, Lakey Peak.
Yeah, it's a good combo.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of crew in Palmy wish they could say that.
Mate, the 2022 winner in this heat, Matty Job.
Maddie, yes.
Derek.
The
as we like to call
defending.
him.
Defending.
Yeah, defending
Defending
champ.
champ.
He's got a bit of a head space on with it too. Matty's pretty keen to take this
I
down.
thought you were going to say swollen head a few
Oh
beers
no,
last night.
not Matty. Matty, he has lots of things going in on that head, but a massive ego isn't one of them.
No, he's pretty humble.
Oh, I meant swollen from the beers, Terry. He's a lovely kid. He's a lovely kid. Yeah.
Of course, he's on Stradbroke Island lifeguarding now.
Is
doing a lot
he?
of that,
Ah,
yeah.
with the Spec boys looking after the proceedings over there. Dangerous part of the world to go for a swim.
North Stratty, yeah.
Gee
Not,
whiz.
not a safe spot.
Nah.
Mate, look
South
at-
Stratty's not much safer either.
Look
No.
at some of those timber single fins there
Oh,
from Aaron
so
from
good.
AV Timber Surfboards. Look at those, all handmade. Awesome craft there from Aaron. He surfs every day here at Burleigh, and he's gone from a chef to a bloke making timber surfboards for a living.
They're amazing looking, aren't they?
Yeah. Look great on your wall. Maybe even surf them too. You got to surf them, I reckon.
Yeah, what's the theory there? I spoke to Macy Callahan the other day. She said she still has not surfed her Dale Wilson winners board from last year. And
I'd surf it.
I think you got to
I said,
surf 'em.
wax that thing up,
Yeah.
get it out there. You get the tube of your life.
You got to surf them.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I bought a 10 channel off Phil Myers. Got a custom one, mate, and it looks unreal. Got a beautiful spray by Mark Welsh, who had some boards on display there, airbrushed. And I tell you what, the thing goes unreal. So much fun. It's like you got to surf it. Like it's on the
100%.
wall
Yeah.
during the day, and if I go for a surf, off the wall, in the car, in the water.
Surfboards are made to be surfed.
Yeah.
They've got to
Yeah.
be surfed, yeah. Totally.
And else we got the Mr. Ever Stylish Jacob Byrne in this heat.
JB.
Oh, JB.
From the House of Burn.
House of Burn,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
right.
One of the co-designers with his dad Ian Byrne, who has been strangely absent for the last day and a half since the bar.
He might have had a big night.
I've
He
seen
might
him. I've seen him everywhere. Lunch at Rick Shaw's and up
Behind
here
us
for a
here.
drink. And he's cruising. He's in all the good spots.
Big Ernie.
Yeah, yeah. I tell you what though, Jacob's pretty special on these boards, isn't he? Sort of, I'd put him up near in that Parko category.
He's
where
got
they-
a great style,
They
yeah.
don't look like they're riding a single fin. They could be riding any board. It's a hard thing to do. Hard thing to make them look good.
Yeah, they're hard to ride.
And you've got the lone goofy footer out there. Speaking of North Stratty, Lincoln
I
Taylor.
once judged an event here back in the day where the head judge said that Lincoln was doing perfect backside surfing. So we'll have to see if Lincoln can bring that same sort of flair today. I'm not too sure given his extracurricular activities.
There's been a lot of actually the Burleigh Board Riders treasurer looks slightly dusty, Jed Dennison, today.
I'm not going to knock the Burleigh Board Riders treasurer. He walked up here with a fistful of cash earlier and gave it to me. So long live Jed Dennison, I say.
Hey, can we check on that? No paper bag with it, mate, old Queensland style.
No, just
Yeah.
open air. Yeah.
Jedley.
Yeah.
He was a bit dusty yesterday, Arvo, too.
Yeah, I hit the wall.
When he was
did the last
commentating.
heat,
Oh,
yeah.
hit the wall.
But so far, well, that bloke from Snapper Rocks, Sheldon Simkus, a 7.5 and a 5.0. So it's going pretty good. Just Seldom. Oni's got a 3.5 and a 3.87. Jakey Byrne a 4.7 and Johnny Gillette a 3.9. Matty Job, no wave yet for Mr. Job.
No, he's been quiet.
The job.
I've got a question on the board riders side of things here. Obviously, this is a proud instalment of the Burleigh Club, and you guys are doing an amazing job of putting it together and have done for so long. And then, for me and Sheldon and the crew from Snapper, you guys make us feel as welcome as possible. And
Yeah, we try to.
That's right. And we enjoy coming up here. But then give me the backstory on sort of the North End crew and how they came to be, because they come down in full force and get right behind it. And as much as there's that rivalry, it looks great on the day.
It goes back a long way. Like,
Yeah.
back in the old days, we used to have a bit of a war against the North End boys. But yeah, you had guys like Joe Engel, who used to always surf here, and all the old crew, and Vince Lauder and all the boys. So yeah.
Yeah, Vinny's down there at the moment. He did a great job of when my boards were lost by another airline, even though he doesn't work for him. He got my boards. There was a lot of chasing up from all over the world to get into PNG, but he did that for me. But the North End crew always sort of, because if you understand, if you come from up Surface Way, the first point is, of course, Burleigh Heads.
Yeah.
And they're welcome and they're, well, as we see, look at this bloke, Matty Job, the defending champ, ladies and gentlemen. It's pretty smooth and stylish, young Matty.
Very good surfer.
Very intelligent young man, too.
He's very clever.
Yeah.
What is it? You got a lot of clever heads in Burleigh.
Yeah, Liam O'Brien.
That's right.
Ducks.
Yep.
Matty,
Yes,
I think
Liam's a
Matty was
smart
nice.
kid.
Oh, Ani Anwar.
But yeah, going on that North End and Burleigh thing, we used to always think, well, we got to get the crew from the other end. It was always us against Snapper,
Yeah,
so
gotcha, yep.
it was like that a bit in the old days.
Yeah.
We used to team up and go, right,
And
let's
there's
get the Snapper crew.
And there's a pretty average beach break up that part of the coast too.
Yeah,
where it
yeah,
works both ways,
yeah.
like we go there, they come here.
Exactly,
It's all, it's all just is what it is, I guess. But it is cool to see, like it isn't just a one-man band down here. It's cool to see all the other clubs get right behind it, and it obviously benefits your juniors a lot, because that's what you guys are doing this weekend.
Yeah, it's like when we have the Joe Engel Junior Comp.
Yeah.
It's M&M, North End and Burleigh, so
And
it's
that's
a good
where
thing.
Joe used to surf, and Kira.
Yeah, and Kira,
The
yeah.
places where Joe Engel used to surf.
Yep. So
The old Chrissy Kringle, mate, he took me to Flat Rock when I was a kid. It was like nowadays I equate it to someone saying, Parko's picking us up and taking us down the coast. And took me down to surf the left at Flat Rock first time. It was pretty cool. But Joe Engel, what a great surfer, and definitely one of the best tube riders out here at Burleigh Heads ever.
Oh, definitely one of the best.
The old Chrissy Kringle. But yeah, the North End guys, they've got their own T-shirt for this weekend, because they can afford. There's probably someone with a printing factory, They get they've got valet parking here for North End people, and they've got a barista, and I believe the Dom Perignon will be coming out later. All these people from Surfers
The
Paradise,
Chardonnay, they've been the Chardonnay out.
They put the cream in the long blacks too up there.
That's it. North End blokes,
Yeah, I know. Yep. I know. I'm picking up what you're putting down there, Terry. It's bit interesting. I don't go north of the bridge at Palmy, so I don't really know what culture's like up this way.
Yeah, Miami's about as far north as I go.
I know Nobbies. I go to Nobbies. That's my stomping ground. That's just on the edge of 4220. But I do go south. I like going south.
I do go over the bridge to go to work at Tully, but that's about as far as I go.
Yeah.
I haven't been south for a long time.
And a big shout out, of course, is Ani Anwar's on here. Billabong, Gauge Roads, and the Burleigh Pavilion. Great to be here.
Yeah, Rob and the guys at the pub looked after us this morning. There was B&Es flying around everywhere, a couple of coffees and beautiful smoothies. It was,
ice
looked
water.
after.
Oh.
What do you get a bit of lime in there,
Bit of
Terry?
lime and
You're
soda
cooking
water.
the guys up the North End for being a bit fancy in here. You are
He's
sitting
got
here
lime
with
in his
the
water,
lime
yeah.
Actually, I got that off Jed Smith, mate, because he's from around Bondi way.
Yeah,
where,
you need to sterilise the water down that part of the world. Yeah.
Yeah.
Put a bit of lemon in it.
There's more than water in the water.
Speaking of sterilised, he is not at all. Sheldon Simcast flying. Johnny Gillette behind. Woof.
Johnny G, skipping those rocks.
Oh, he's on that free flight.
Oh. He's eating a bit of rock there.
Oh, Turtle will be panicking. That's Turtle's free flight.
Is it really?
That's one of the boards.
I think,
there's certain boards.
I think Reef Doig's put his name all over that board now after that last heat.
Yeah, there's some boards that are really special, and that one
that's
of
true.
one of Turtles, it really is. Rick, it's won the event at least 2 times.
Has it really?
Yeah, Rick Smith
Rick
rode
Smith
it,
rode
yes.
it, yeah. In one final.
That Cole's brother?
Yeah, Cole's
No,
son.
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 Back in the day, the Turtle and Rick were in the final, and they had a deal because it was Rick's dad's board. They said, okay, we'll swap it halfway.
Yep.
Turtle took the first half. No waves in the final. Gave it to the young fella Rick, and it just pumped, and he just got all the waves on the best board.
That's a cracker. Yeah.
Doing the right
So
thing.
what other single fin events are there around the country? I think Yelling Up have one.
There's one over in Yelling Up or something,
And
yeah.
one Torquay have one.
They have one in Bali. I know
Yeah,
they have
of
that one over
course.
in Bali.
Yep.
That young Buddha's organised that one, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, they're good fun.
Well, Sheldon Sinkus doing a bit of domination out there at the moment.
He is.
Oh, Matty Job, the current defending champion, not having much going on. Oh, Lincoln Taylor on that backhand. Oh, devastating attack. And I'd like to say to some of those grommets that are creeping up the line, creep back the other way, grommets.
Yeah, they look like all Burleigh Groms, actually.
Yeah, they're hard work, those Burleigh Groms. Almost as hard work as the Burleigh Board Riders Girl Gang. They're the biggest hasslers out there, those young ladies. But Matty Job, he's got a 4. Jacob Byrne a 4.7. Johnny Gillette in 4th. Oni Anwar still holding on to 3rd there with a 5.23 and a 5.17, so he's looking pretty good. Lincoln Taylor a 5.83 and a 4.93. And Sheldon Simkus looking pretty comfy with a 7.5 and a 6.4. And look at the scene there for the viewers out there. Burleigh Heads, the sun's out, it's a beautiful day. Everybody's standing there just going like, how good is Burleigh Heads? And I can tell you, pretty damn good.
Pretty damn good.
Have to be better than good, right? It's just getting better and better.
It's pretty amazing, yes.
It'd have to be the most picturesque wave in the world to surf at, don't you think?
It is when it's good, hey. It's
like when it's
one of
6
the
foot
best
and doing
waves
its
in the
thing,
world,
and
yeah.
you're looking in the headland and everything, the Norfolks, and there's not. I mean, there is obviously development, but it's not sort of hidden behind the trees.
You don't look at them. You don't look at the high rise.
They're kind of hidden, right? And then, yeah, it's pretty. They have to be right up there.
Yeah, and there's a couple of Norfolks I like there. I line them up as my takeoff spot, depending on the size of it.
I wish I could say I got a line up here. I just try to line myself away from certain characters, and that way I might get a wave.
Try and sit on your own when you go out there, Get away from everybody.
Yep.
There are certain takeoff spots that you really need out there, and yeah.
There's like VT's Rock round at Sharkies. You sit out in front of that one.
And here we go. It's a little wave here. Oh,
Johnny
I don't think
G.
Johnny
It's
G
just
like that
I
one.
think it's just a tactical one to get down the line.
It's probably a good idea out there to move down a bit further, get away from everybody.
Yeah, but Sheldon ain't going to let that happen. Here he comes. He's coming to steal his thunder there. It looks like there is going to be a little bit of motion there.
A little bit of a double up.
Head down, John.
A little bit of a doubler there for Johnny he's looking at.
Tell you what, there's been some close calls on that rock. Toby Moss, it was pretty good, and one of the little blokes from Burleigh Board Riders, Finn, he ended up right on top of it. It looked like he just went a face plant on it, but he was high and dry. DeVex was up to his ankles on the rocks before. They're definitely not too friendly, those rocks.
No, they hurt. They hurt a lot. Is that Sheldon again?
Yeah, he's a wave magnet out there. Matty Jobs is scooting the line up like a tiger shark. We get a few tiger sharks around here too.
Couple of little ones.
They had one while I was away. They cleared the beach and everything.
Yeah, they said it was a shark out there the other day.
They just need something to do, those guys on the weekend.
Normal, there's about 30 sharks out there, but they're all wearing red and white board shorts.
How's this wave? Tubing.
Oh, sick one. And who's on it? But Matty
course,
Jobs.
Matty Job. Oh.
Big turn for Matty. And another one. This is a better one.
Oh, Mr. Job. He's on the job, and is he going to do the job?
He's
flying.
flying.
Oh, Derek.
Great wave for Derek.
It's funny, hey, if you're in a Burleigh Board Riders, you got at least one nickname. At least one. Like, Matty's got 2 already.
I got about 20.
How many of them can we say on air?
Yeah, not many. You can say
few,
most
yeah,
of them on
most of
air,
them, Coney's on the edge, but, you know.
Stench is my favourite nickname of all
Stenchy,
time.
Stench is a beautiful one.
That's a great nickname.
Good old Nicholas.
Yeah.
And here we go for those viewers on the internet. Got the replay of Matty Job's wave.
That's Jacob Byrne just
Oh,
trimming.
That is Jacob.
He got a little wave behind. Unfortunately, he didn't get too much done.
JB.
But, he certainly looks good doing nothing.
He looks better in Mexico.
Yeah. Good light over there, Tapper.
Yeah, that Mexico ad, that was a dream, eh?
That was a good one, yeah.
Get paid to go surf a really good wave. That's not bad.
There's the replay.
Pro surfer. This is the wave you want, Tapper.
Oh, look at this. And this is Oni Anwar. What a great bloke he is, Oni. Love to go visit him at Lakey Peak one day. Such a generous, lovely man. He'd rule the place, and he's ruling this little rock break. And he's always been a great friend of the Burleigh boys, the Oni Anwar, as we see that Lincoln Taylor on the backhand behind too.
He's smashing as well. Couple of good waves.
Interesting to see how Matty Jobs' last score comes in. It'll be interesting to see that one. That'll be an interesting score.
Huge score would be my guess.
I think it's going to be a big one.
He's pretty focused, Matty. He knows what he wants. It's pretty funny, though. Liam hasn't won it. Liam O'Brien hasn't won it yet. And Liam and Matty have been competing since they were about 10 years old. I think Liam's about a year older than Matty. Matty, Liam, Hanada and Toby been competing against each other in the club since they were little pups.
It's funny, isn't it? Like, you need that kind of breakthrough. Someone's got to do it, put their hand up and take it down. We had the same thing down our way with our end of year thing. Like, it was just so dominated by the old boys, particularly Parko. And then one year, Quinn Bruce somehow beat him. And then from there, all the young guys went, no, hang on a minute. Like,
they can be beaten.
That's
it.
right.
Yeah.
And all the young fellas, there was like 3 or 4 years there where they all kind of had their, turn at it. But then Joel came back this year and put his foot down and went, no, that's enough.
Did he win it again this year?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's hard to beat, young Joel, isn't he?
Oh, yeah, he's pretty handy.
Oh, the stylings of Mr. Jacob Byrne is that. Look at that. Oh, pure style before the lip got his feet. But,
Jakey absolutely rips on a twin fin.
Yeah,
so good on his twinny.
Yeah, him and his dad came up with the curve channel design that Ernie does a lot of. And, it's really
Doesn't do anything else these days, does he?
He does straight channels and some flat bottoms.
All I see going around are those curved twins.
Yes, he does his 6-channel ones are quite nice.
I've got about 4 of them.
I'm taking the piss there, boys. I'm just saying the popularity of those boards is unbelievable.
I've got a rounded pin one I just got off him. He just goes insane.
Yeah.
So good.
And Matty Job, he's back on the game again. He moved up to 3rd on his last wave, so Derek getting a little one there. Don't know if it'll improve on his situation, but
8.67 for that last
8.67
wave, Matty.
An 8.67 for that long one, Matty. He'll be pretty happy, Derek.
Not bad at all.
Where's the Derek come from, Tab? Do you know what that is?
I don't know why they call him Derek, but it's just Derek. It's like he's got another personality who's Derek. Derek
I like it.
must be serious, Matty.
Yeah, he's real serious. And
like Eugene with Mick, but that's the opposite one. Yeah.
Nothing serious about Eugene. Just a little note to everybody who's parked here that aren't on the webcast. The parking inspectors have turned up. So if you're parked, make sure you've paid your little fee in.
I saw Ockie getting towelled up earlier. I hope
$96.
I'm actually right.
$96.
I'm right next to him, so hopefully, fingers crossed.
You've got to reverse out every 3 hours and then drive back in again.
No, you got to pay for it now.
You've got to pay for it.
See, Dwayne's carbon neutral, never had a car.
Yeah, I ride a pushy, so I'm cool.
Sweet as. You're safe. They'll find a way to start finding them.
Yeah, they
soon.
probably will. Yeah, you can't tie your pushy up there.
Yeah.
So if you're out there in car parking land, make sure you pay your metered fees, or there's an app called Easy Park.
But the best thing about this event, boys, is you see sort of similarities between the World Tour and sort of, that regional club level event. John Gillette's a great example of that. He was a surfer of the day yesterday, right?
Yeah.
He come in now, he's sitting in 6th position comboed. It can happen to anyone.
Exactly.
It's just one of those things.
Especially when it's like this, where there's not that many waves coming through. You got to get the good ones.
Yeah.
But it's pretty cool, like, to actually, if you get in this event, it's such a hard event to get in. But, you're getting to surf against, like, your Liam O'Briens, your Parkos, all those people that, like, and it could be like, say, Gidsy was out there yesterday, Scotland Yard mowing. He mows lawns and goes surfing. And he gets to mix it up with some of the world's best.
Yeah.
Damo Healy gets to mix it up and take them down.
He does.
And gets to the final and doesn't win it. He's got to win one day.
He has to. Damo's got to win one.
But then again, could we put up with the North End crew if he did win it?
Oh, I reckon we could. We're going to take a quick break here, gentlemen. Great to sit in the booth with you, and I'm sure we'll be hanging out a lot more throughout the day. With a short break, we'll be back soon.
Beautiful.
Yam yolo dada gungale ya.
Welcome to the Interlusion. Welcome to the interlude.
Oh, giddy up, yeehaw. This is Burleigh Riders Single Fin Festival.
Brucey. Quinn Bruce, well, he's a former champion out there against Lukey Daniels, shaper extraordinaire par excellence. I know you've been flaring on your Lukey Daniels, Smith.
Oh, mate, and I've been getting a bit of dank rub into the shoulders, getting him flared up. We're trying to take this trophy back to the eastern suburbs. We've got a couple of guys going deep in the draw, Lukey D and Clancy Dawson. And this looks like Kian Falvey winding up. Nice carve there. And doing the Bondi bounce onto the bricks. Oh, he's cut that thing a little bit short. Wise. You don't want to pick a nose on that section. If there is one section you don't want to pick the nose, it's right there on those bricks.
Yeah, also out here, talent guest, Jason Jamison and Dakota Walters.
Jason Jamison's won out here before.
Ah, Jamo, eh? Look at this, mate. These inside rocks are just treachery. You ever come a cropper out here, boys?
Yeah,
suffer the indignity of a public thrashing on these inside smoothies?
Not in the last 48 hours.
Oh, Binzy, I know.
Got myself first day though. Changed my knee.
Mate, you'd think from the west you'd know better.
They're so slippery.
Yeah. It brings the best undone out here. Mick Fanning, junior comp years ago.
Parko,
Big
free as a
face
dog.
man. Oh, yeah.
Just goes down the hole. Disappears.
Boys, beautiful little waves down here. Welcome to the beach, everyone. If you're just joining us, the Burleigh Single Fin Festival. Gorgeous little runners, and these out-of-season southerly winds, they just they keep coming, Smithy.
Here we go. Dakota Walters, the Slinky Fox.
The Whiplash Sting.
Who's actually the son of the Walt, but he's definitely borrowed a bit from the Slinky Fox. So this little double up could be a little bit of Vishnu on this thing.
Oh, high line, gets the race, and a nice snap.
How was that snap?
This is Brucey.
Oh, my.
Bubble, toil and trouble on the inside. Little witch's brew of rocks, seaweed, sand, skin.
Basalt.
A bit of flesh left on those rocks. And, of course, cannot forget our sponsors. Billabong, a major sponsor of the Burleigh Riders Single Fin Festival for over 15 years, supporting grassroots surfing and one of the best weekends on the surfing calendar. Gage, Rhodes, of course, the Mad Brew Lords, the Mystical Brew Lords, sponsoring this event with their Amazonian concoction of yeast and hops. Jeez, it's a good brew. And now adding the Vortex Shaman, Jack Robinson, to their stable of investors. They are on one.
Fate. That's just an elixir that you want a piece of.
So, anything Jack Robbo touches, I want in my mouth. I didn't know if that sounded quite right, but...
I know when I'm drinking Amazonian yeast brews, I want them Vortex Shaman endorsed. Always.
Well said.
What's the go, boys? Who's been flaring up this morning? We got any windows into who's going to take this thing out this year?
Mark Llewellyn, local goofy footer, just went bananas earlier, wave of the morning. Kicked out somewhere near 4th Avenue.
Yeah, geez, he found a nice rhythm backside out here, didn't he? You got to love a surfer like Mark Llewellyn. You know, nowhere near one of the most high-profile surfers in this event, but geez, putting it up there for the core lords, for the carpenters, the chippies, the brickies labourers, the baristas, the tyre fitters.
One of the best Welsh surfers in history.
Is that right? He's a Welshman. Are you kidding me? We've got some good waves over there in Wales. One of my good mates. Shout out to Tommy Davies. I'm sure he's listening over there in Bali, where he works at the surf school and packs it.
The last great Welsh surfer who I was mates with, Carwyn Williams, he was a team manager for Billabong for a while in Hossegor there. Who's this? Flying along, big float. It's a little tail drop. Oh, and out wide, there's an opportunity here for Quinn Bruce to pounce.
Oh, these end section ones have been money all morning.
Oh, he's read this beautifully. Look at the double up, little swell.
Oh, front side, Lazar Deluxe. With the bonus section, he's going to milk this thing. Another big carve.
He's got the mini muley for a couple of extra 0.1s on that front side Lazar. But yeah, Cowan Williams, right, team manager for Billabong. I rock into Hossegor one day, it's about 6 in the morning, and he's there with all the junior team. Pretty sure he hadn't slept. He's got 2 leggies on and he's bungee jumping off the Hossegor Bridge with
Wow.
2 leggies.
Wow. Holy smokes. That is the kind of team manager you want.
Well, that's how the Welsh do it, Smithy.
Absolute maniacs.
Head first, think later.
That's right. Whatever they lack in surfing talent, they make up for with seriously life-threatening shenanigans.
The patrons at the Mercedes Hotel were choking on their petit déjeuners.
Oh, mate, big time.
I don't know what a petit déjeuner is, but...
well, it's a small déjeuner, isn't it?
Right, of course.
As long as it's not in flagrante delicato.
Yes, no flagrante delicato, especially on this headland as Dakota Walters winds up. Oh, that was a sick little tail drop float on the inside. As we see the surfer, it's a little bit hard to tell who that is. In the glare.
Jamo, maybe? Or is he at the back?
Is the white vest black, perhaps?
Maybe. It throws you right back, doesn't it? The body shimmies to get these single fins moving. I mean, you're not looking at that sort of knifey Formula One thruster surfing. You're looking at this body jiving, old school. I mean, all those early years of Kong, you know, way back before he became Gary Elkerton. The amount of body jive required to get sort of, 4 inches of thick foam and single fin moving through water. I mean, it's basically...
As we see LD having a sniff.
The best karate chop hands in
It's
business.
seizure-esque.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's the thing. I guess it's funny putting it like that. You can now see the genesis of Kong's unique style. It really was born out of single fin surfing and then transitioning into the thruster era. And he kind of had that look about him, didn't he, I guess?
He was so girthy. He needed so much foam under his chest. But the early shots of him on single fins, and most single fins do this, they throw so much water, more water than a thruster. Like the early images of big power calves on single fins, Smithy. The sheet of spray coming off the edge. There's a famous story where Derek Hines says he was paddling out one day, might have been Bells, and Michael Peterson comes flying towards him and just buries rail in his face. And he reckons the sheet of spray that hit him peeled the skin off his skull.
Oh, I'm not surprised.
It's that much juice.
Yeah, he just looks like a B-grade horror film out there. But yeah, I was mentioning one of the best waves I've ever seen surfed in the flesh was at this event, and it was exactly that kind of surfing. A J Bottle Thompson power carve on a single fin, and the sheet of spray, and just the power and the pivot on a dime. Oh, wow.
The first year Parko won out here, he did a couple of frontside hacks that they belong in the Hall of Fame museum.
Yep. What a performance that was.
Like, if he was doing that back in the day, like, MP wouldn't have got a look at. All due respect. But it was huge.
Wow.
Yeah, multiple
No, I'm
turns.
throwing it out there, Smith. I'm throwing it out there, Bins. You can see the family. Tommy's coming up right now.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
He's got a half-drunk schooner in hand. That could go anywhere. Strap the gaff on.
Nah, I mean, it was just pretty phenomenal. And speaking of goofs who have put it in out here, what about the TVC Heritage Heat we called a couple of years ago? Tom Carroll just winding back the clock. Thought he was at, I don't know, Ali Wright's or maybe one of the rare off the pool, off the reef right-handers. Just dootsing it.
Yeah, an absolute master of backside surfing on the single fin. Again, another one of those guys who began their career in that era on those boards. And as we
hello. A little bit of a switch stance.
little switch stance to McGee to go-kart.
Little sex change.
As it looks like at the top of the point, the surfers are engaging in a game of potentially backgammon as they wait for this next run of sets to arrive. Close ranks out there.
Do you guys surf in this event this year?
I did, yes.
How'd you go?
Yeah, look, just couldn't get into a rhythm, and I'm mostly blaming it on the conditions and not the fact that I was up against a QS winner in the form of Xavier Huxtable. I thought I had him, to be honest. I thought I got ripped off. But Yeah, you know, I guess that's just politics, isn't it? It's always a bit like that.
Much the same. You know, also a field of sponsored surfers. You know, got to let them do their job. You know, just get in the way.
Yeah.
I could tell Ockie was breathing a sigh of relief.
That you were injured when you paddled
But
out.
I was just in his heat.
Yeah. Yeah.
Conditions didn't go my way, but I don't think that would have made much great difference, to be honest.
Pretty classic. Like, you paddle out here and you forget. Like, I mean, the three of us, we call a lot of heats. We don't surf a lot of heats. And the pressure that the clock brings on you, even just as a full punter, just having a paddle, getting rinsed, sharing a bit of space with your favourite surfers. But you get out there, and as soon as that hooter goes, you start feeling this bizarre sort of turning of the screw in your soul, and all of a sudden you're under pressure.
And I had Tappert heckling me. It was my karma for every heat I've called live.
This looks like Tommy Woods, watch out, nearly bannied. Very nearly bannied on that inside brick.
Boy, oh boy.
Hope he's got his mouth guard on. Oh, look out, it's knee deep in there. Wow.
The speed was on point. That high line kind of brought him undone, though. Just a bit too high and it bowled out. Single fins don't like being too high when it goes too hollow. You've got to be in the base of those waves. Yeah, most people know, mate, you can't knife. It's very, very hard to knife one on a singly, straight under the curtain. You got to roll in, get that bottom turn, you set up right.
Yeah. I mean, the single fin, one of its real bonuses in hollow conditions is the early entry. It gets you, it can get you in that early where you can avoid having to knife it. You're kind of standing up almost halfway down the ledge, so it's a half knife, and then you can get a little 60 shimmy and lock in. But yeah, anything steep and deep, and you risk doing the old fins out, slide down into oblivion, and look at this thing.
This is a double up deluxe, hitting the point right now.
Oh my.
Wow. Who's on this?
This looks like Kian Falvey.
Is he going to go the low road here?
Has to.
Oh, that's a beautiful line, though. Back to the source. This thing's starting to stand up. Work to be done here. Kian cracks it. Oh, this is a nice ride. Gets the float. He'll look for another section, but it's going to dismantle on those rocks out the back.
Did he make a mistake there? Should he have got on the gas?
Dakota having to choose the high or the low line right now. He's going high. He's flying down the line. He'll go past Kian and kicks out as we see Luke Daniels.
LD. Big front side rail. He's poked the nose there. He's getting going on this thing. Can he get around it? No.
The torture of being
Here
caught
goes
behind.
Dakota with the bonus second wave down the line.
What's he going to throw here?
Oh, there you go. That is money. I love that turn.
Oh, that's a combo on the inside.
Oh, the little cheese whiz on the inside.
Don't know how we feel about that.
Well played, Dakota Walters. He picked off that one that looked like it might double up. It never really made up its mind, boys. You know those annoying ones? They don't quite go low. They don't stay high. But he got the bonus section on the end there and made it count. Couple of big whack.
Yeah, interesting to note too. I mean, that wave looked money from the top, but they don't tend to connect from that takeoff spot through to this inside bonus bit. They're almost two different waves, and he got on the end of that one and really probably got himself a significant score there. I think he might better his situation. That drop wallet was so sick. But such a committed turn. Really suits the single fin. Big fan of spray. Heaps of power. Heaps of speed. Great surfing. As we see Luke Daniels having a look at this little rock runner.
Oh, this is a dream.
He's winding up. He's got to get going here. Oh, crushed that end section.
Yeah, beautiful three-piece combo as the wind goes slack. Last score comes in for Dakota Walters, a 6.93, bumps him up to second. Quinn Bruce, your second last wave was an 8. So up into the excellent range. Count Falvey, you're sitting third. You're chasing a 7.81 for the win. Luke Daniels, you need an 8.17. I think you'll still have a score to come. Talon Guest, you're currently looking at 8.24 to get up to third and progress pretty as a picture down here at Burleigh Heads this morning.
Oh, and here's the replay of Dakota's one. Jeez, that first turn was... Oh, that was the money turn. That was right under the commentary booth. As we see Luke Daniels winding up here in the replay. Nice close-out Rio onto the bricks.
How's the Serenity? Just a brief moment of repose.
That's it. Focus on the breath.
In through the nose, out through the mouth. Inhale the good, exhale the bad.
That's right.
A lot of bad being exhaled after a Saturday night in downtown Burleigh Heads.
Oh, isn't there what? There is a few tired and emotional folk at the contest site this morning.
Quite a bit of bad being...
A lot of bad going up into the cerebellum. Look at these things. Bombs.
Oh, a little double up on the inside.
Oh my.
Dakota.
What is this thing going to do? It's got the good line on it. It's a long line. He's got to get going.
Two little toothpicks are just flying down the line. Double grab punt.
Oh my lord. Are you
right now.
kidding me? Clean as a whistle. I mean, double grab. Jimmy Kane's rolling in his grave right now there in St. Augusta. But
you've killed Jimmy Kane.
He stomped that thing, and really, man, I was glad to see him go of the safety option.
I like that he rode out on the nose as well, not just the one foot on the nose, but pretty much both toes. Oh,
a double grab punt onto the bricks. That was skits. Oh, here we go, LD. He's found the honey spot here.
This is Kian.
Oh, he's going to let him go.
From deep. He's got speed to burn. He's going to need every bit of it. Not enough to get around that. We're seeing some real double ups come through the guts of the bank right now. What will the judges make of that?
What is the situation there with regards interference? I mean,
no such thing.
LD had a potential opportunity there to take off and not interfere with that ride. I didn't think Kian was going to make it through, but in that situation, I mean, is there a bit of leeway given? Or are they just throwing triangles straight at you? Have this, you dog, you drop-in dog.
Triangles for days. All right, so the judges got a bit of work to do with Dakota's score because a punt's not your traditional single fin manoeuvre.
And I don't know, are the judges looking at a punt and just going disrespectful, -4?
No, they've given him 5.9.
Look at this thing. There's Quinny Bruce's on a bit of an inside closeout, but the one behind...
This is Dakota again.
This is LD, I think, on this one. Now, he's got to get going on this thing, but it's got a great line on it. Oh, big drop wallet. Oh, the wave just doesn't cooperate.
All right, well, this heat is in the books. It's looking like Quinn Bruce and Dakota Walters are through. Lukey Daniels needed an 8.17 on that last wave. That'd be a tough ask, so I'm assuming Kian Falvey will be joining the first two in the next round. That was pretty bloody entertaining. Up next, Morgan Siblick, Louis Dunn, Jake Fizz, Jay Okalupo, Declan Sullivan, and James Lewis.
Great heat.
Welcome to the Interlusion.
And we're back. Game on.
Boys, the Burleigh Single Fin Festival 2023, finals day is upon us. I'd like to just trawl through your memories as two of the great surf journalists to ever sit on this point, report on great surfing moments. What are your favourites? What are your absolute favourite Burleigh moments? There's been Quickie Pros held over the years, or CT heats out here. There's been Billabong Junior events. Of course, the Stubbies, probably before your time. But have you got standout moments from sitting on these rocks? Either of you?
For me, not so much sitting on these rocks, but David Rastovich's campaign section out here on a, 410 Dick Van Stralen twin fin, packing the filthiest cement grinding orbs. Still, I think some of the best surfing ever done on this continent. I mean, that was Rasta in his absolute prime, riding really experimental boards, but boards that just worked so well in the conditions. And the Burleigh barrel is it's its own beast. There's nothing really like it. It is just so thick. Kind of cross offshore, but the sheer thickness of the cone just keeping them open as Rasta was just astral travelling through these things and getting blown out, just caked in sea venom. That was, that's a real highlight for me. To be honest, I haven't spent a whole lot of time up here. Come up here for the first time as a 19-year-old, camped on the couch of a couple of local call lords, and just got to enjoy the Burleigh lifestyle. But yeah, never really got the chance to see a whole lot of elite surfing up here until the Single Fin event, really. And seeing Parko and Bots do their thing has been amazing out here. Binzy?
As Toby Johnson got one of the great pits of all time out at Sharky's once, that it was a bonus section in a Surfing Life DVD. Dave Rastovich winning that Aussie Junior Series event out here and as classic conditions.
Look at these things. It's roping out in there. Back-to-back waves. There's another couple on the horizon.
Watching Pedersen Crisanto win 25 grand and a Burleigh Heads Basalt Rock as the trophy in the Hurley Burleigh back in the day when it was the world's richest junior contest.
Was there a World Juniors out here that finished in a tie with
There
Kyo
sure was.
and,
Kyo and Garrett Parks.
Wow, Parksy, no way.
Kyo was asleep at the time. He thought his title hopes were dashed and they had a surf off.
Whoa.
And Parksy was leading it with about 30 seconds to go. And then Kyo came from behind in the surf off.
Sliding doors moment,
Sliding doors moment.
But now he's, in the Army Reserve? And
something like that, and doing a bit of lifeguarding around the joint. But
he's a paramedic in a chopper up north.
Yeah, that's right.
Days.
Yeah, what a legend.
He is such a champ.
He's a lord.
I'll tell you what, as we we'll run through the guys in this heat. Declan Sullivan out there in the green. Morgie Siblick in the red. Louis Dunn in the white up from Newey. Jake Fizz in the yellow. Jay Okalupo in the blue. Jimmy Jams Lewis.
Speaking of Burleigh,
Lord of Burleigh. Oh, what
moments.
About that major conage in the 50-year Burleigh book?
The atomic ice sculpture.
That is so brutal.
Just packed. Probably the thickest Burleigh pit of all time. It's right up there. It's a freaking, looks atomic as we see the man himself.
Yep.
Gibbering and jiving and hand jiving and not getting too much done on the inside there, sadly. But yeah, one of the greats from Burleigh. Wow, I love that too. Just the president getting the one. You know, it's just so cosmic.
Yeah.
The guy's invested so much time and energy into his community, getting rewarded with the jam from Mother Gaia.
Well, I reckon I fell in love with surfing because of a photo out here at Burleigh. I was actually at the Cove. Look at this on the inside. This is Morgan Siblick on the inside. He gets that classic Morgie hack going. The rail that everyone loves to see. But out the back, jamming this one is Jay Oki. Nice off the top. Snaps it again.
Oh.
Look at it. Oh, the Bainey Rock is
Mount
just
Everest.
begging for some contact.
Oh, look at the wind up on this thing. Oh, is he going to get the end bowl to just jam? Yes.
Oh, Deco, what a line.
Love that
He's still going.
he really cut that off.
Oh.
This one's got the bonus section.
Holy smokes, look at the style and the smoothness. Drives it around. What a wave from Declan Sullivan there.
Jeez, he surfed it well. Very mature approach there. He could have overcooked a couple turns there, but he saw the line on it, cut him off early, kept the flow going, and just cashed in. Ka-ching.
Rode that one all the way through to Jeremy Flores' corner.
Yeah,
Flores corner, yes. Still a little bit of skin on the rocks there.
classic moment in pro surfing history. Smoother than Sade. Yeah, I reckon most important image of my life. I got a Surfing World subscription when I was about 11 or 12. First magazine arrives in the post. I open it. Had a Burleigh on the cover. I think it was Ralph Pullinger. And I turn the page, and it's Munga Barry at the Cove in just this humour cloud, crystalline, green, perfect sort of triple overhead cone for the ages. Still probably my favourite ever surf photo, and I just instantly was bewitched.
Was that a Billabong ad as
It was a
well?
Billabong
yeah,
ad.
I had that on my wall.
And mate, it's just the iconic surf shot. It's like I don't think Burleigh has ever looked better. And Hugh McLeod nailed it, and it's still to this day the ultimate Burleigh surf shot. So.
Oh, look at this thing, double up. Holy smokes, it's got that capping bit on the outside. This thing's going to have plenty of energy on the inside. Morg stroking into it.
Looking for the fish.
Oh, look at the bowl on this thing.
Past the rock.
Watch out, ladies and gentlemen. Darts. Big Rio. Just kind of ran off on him.
2 turns and done.
It's a juicy looking little nugget, that thing.
Morganzola. Morgie.
Morganzola.
Did you ghost write his postcards?
I didn't. No, he wrote his own postcards. That's actually my son, who doesn't surf, came down before and he was like, hang on a minute, is that the guy from
Postcards from Morgs?
Morgs? I said, yeah, mate, that's Morgs.
That's Mick Fanning.
First name postcards from.
Pretty wild, isn't it? Meeting him for the first time in the flesh, and he's just an absolute man mountain. So much mana and energy. One of Merriweather's absolute finest. One of the real larrikins of Australian pro surfing. One of the greats, Morg.
Up and surfing in those vans, but you had Guy Ormerod here who was just completely off the bottom, Nooner alert.
Yeah.
In really heavy, sandy, like thick Balzoc.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, on this rock break, what we got today, backhand is like almost impossible. But we're talking about true Burleigh. And here we go, someone on green just to lay in back. Like Burleigh, and all these points are hard to ride backhand. Like you've nearly really got to get in rhythm, and then there's nothing better than doing that. I mean, when I grew up in Cronulla, Gordon Merchant, the founder of Billabong, used to say you've got to get up here and smooth out your style so you can connect away from start to finish, which I couldn't do that good back then, and it helped me a lot.
It's become such a tried and tested formula, for the modern crop. Owen Wright, moving up here from the south coast, Jacob Wilcox. Just the ability to perform 10 manoeuvres on a single wave and link them together backside. It's got to be doing wonders for yourself.
And I always used to ask, I think it was Rab or someone, I was like, is it Newcastle Cole Smith or Narrabeen Cole Smith? It's Narrabeen Cole Smith. That
Both
was
amazing,
the man.
though.
Yeah,
Both amazing.
Both amazing. Like Cole Smith from Newcastle been amazing in Bali and Padang and G-Land, but it was definitely Narrabeen Cole Smith.
Doing the backhand vertical surfing.
Vertical surfing.
Inducted into the Hall of Fame a few years ago. Narrabeen Cole. Made a couple of goofs, having cracks right here, a nice off the top. When you first came up, you're saying Burleigh was kind of the epicenter. It was where pro surfing was really born with that first 76 stubbies, man-on-man surfing.
Yep.
But who were the big names and sort of the heavy hitters in this lineup when you first started free surfing out here? Because it already had a really established pecking order even in the 70s.
It really did. It did. You really, my memory's not that good. I mean,
the Harris brothers were
definitely
were
the
already
Harris brothers,
dominated.
Dwayne and Peter and Rowdy. They were the man, and then you've got Eddie Newhouse. You know, there was Joe Engel. Yeah, and,
Wow.
and so many more that I should be mentioning.
Yeah.
And my memory is really bad, so I'm sorry to
But they,
anyone that's
they
listening.
almost exist in their own bubble on this wave and in this community, and it's like they got given the opportunity, as you just said with Pete, and he comes out and beats the world's best surfers at his home break. Like, it goes to show just how powerful that little Petri dish has been over the years.
It really is, and you know that it happens, you know, like around the world. I'd like to see it happen more because there's definitely a lot of, you know, local surfers that are not interested on going on tour. You know, that can win on their local breaks for sure. And we've seen it, you know, South Africa, we've got the guy that used to take Andy out.
Sean Holmes,
you know, we've seen it all over the world.
I mean,
Tahiti.
Moana and Baron Mamiya last year in Hawaii, both getting big wins in their home, you know, island, I guess.
And Manoa in Tahiti and...
it happens all the time, doesn't it?
Yeah, it happens all the time.
It goes to show, there should be more sort of wild card entries for locals or trials or something.
Yeah.
I mean, did you enjoy the trials format like that? Where everyone had a chance to sort of make their mark?
Well, there was the top 16, and then there was the back 16, and then everyone had to go through the big trials to reach that back 16. And then you'd get drawn against 16 guys. So 16 guys just to get out of the trials. It was epic.
That's so cool.
It's cool, man. We asked, as we see, this looks like Woodsy. Nice highline, single fin stees. Big little frontside pizza toss there. Big little even. Onto the bricks. But, we asked Slater actually on a podcast in Margaret River what his ideal competitive format would be, and that's the one he went with, the top 16 and then the back 16. Yeah, he thought that was actually the magic one. It's kind of a bit better than the cutoff they're running with now, because at least those guys who get cut have another chance to get back onto in every single event that year.
Yeah, well, you know, Australian surfing's so heavy. Like, we've got so many good surfers, and it's so hard to qualify. We only get 10 guys, and like, I don't want to be biased, but like, it's so hard. It should go back to something like that, or into now that COVID's over, because, you know, there's that many good surfers that we're not seeing on tour. Like, you know, let them get through the trials or let them have a good go at getting on tour. It's tough, and I mean, and don't start me, because then we'd talk about the whole tour. I think ending at Trestles, like, you have a really good year, and every individual event is so hard to win, coming from Bells or Tahiti or J-Bay, wherever, and then they take all your points away. Are you kidding me? Like, I mean, I'd say, like, make it end in Pipeline, but don't wipe the points either. Like, that's still not fair. Like, I mean, make it an epic wave, because Trestles I like, but it's got to be a heavy, big, huge wave. But wherever that may be, don't even strip the points then, because take it from me, it's so hard to put a whole year together, and then they take your points away.
It's true.
Hard to put a year together, and it takes a month at least to prepare for an event. Like, anyway, I'll stop there.
That's a good point. I'm glad you brought it up, because pro surfing, we chop and change every other year the format, and I mean, I don't think they've nailed it at the moment. That's for sure.
Look at this on the inside.
Here we go. Scum Valley's finest, Clanger Dawson, putting up a nice Rio. He's going to get past the rocks and maybe get the connect through here. Oh, stylish little Lazar on the bricks. Look at him milking this thing. Are you serious? Oh, watch the corn. Holy smokes.
It's good that single fins, because you had 3 fins. You got the odds are way higher than cracking a fin out, right? You only got 1 fin, so it lessens the odds. It's not 3 to 1. It's
I
1
love
to,
that.
yeah.
All right, well, we're going to throw it down to Laura Enova, who's with the 2-time winner of this event and the highest individual heat score of 2023 so far, Joel Parkinson.
Wowee, how does that feel, Joel? Grease the knees up, coming in hot. What board are you riding?
I'm back on the same board. My mate Clays gave me this board the first time I went in the event a couple of years ago, and it's the same board I always ride. I've rode it once other than in a heat, and that was it. And I'll only ever pull it out, dust it off, and come out on the comp side.
Can't believe no one's tried to steal it from you. What do you reckon you'd have to do to get it back?
Sheldon just had a heat on it. He looked really good on it, so I've taken it back. So I can't let anyone else just get that mojo of it.
And what's the best thing about the Burleigh Single Fin? 2-time champ, what does it take to get there?
Oh, takes a lot of luck, especially like on a day like today. You know, it's going to be probably pretty hard later. And but the actual event is just such an enjoyable event. You know, I just love coming down here and riding old boards. And you know, the competition side of it's only a small side of it. It's such a good community event to be a part of. I love it.
And it's seriously fun, but is it serious out in the water at times, or are we pulling leggies, old school tricks?
Oh, well, probably. So far, the early rounds have been pretty gentleman-like, and everyone's been pretty good. But you know, when the final comes down to it, and it probably get that one set, you know, it'll come down to one wave or one set, and I'm sure the hustle will come into it then.
Well, Joel, we'll let you go rest up. You've got a big semi-final coming up. You want to take down that third title?
Yeah, cheers. Thank you.
See you soon.
Thanks, Laura. And Parko on a hot one at the moment. I wanted to ask you, mate, you had a few different, you know, phases during your career. You're looking amazing, by the way. You look fantastic. You look healthy and fit and ripped out.
Yeah, well, I think that's what it gets. I mean, that's what you get. I stopped drinking like 4 years ago and don't touch alcohol anymore. It really helps the body when you get older.
Good on you, man. Good on you, man.
And eating well and surfing.
Surf your brains out. Good on you.
Yes.
I was going to say, though, you know, we hear so many different conflicting stories about different eras. And, you know, you were right here at Burleigh with some of the real mad dogs of those early years. You know, the big egos, the crazy sort of muscle and fear, that sort of, you know, early generation. And then you were also surfing waves out here and comps out here when, you know, Slater and the Momentum generation were in their prime. Like, what era did you find sort of the most hectic and brutal?
Well, it was definitely, you know, more hectic back in the day. I mean, localism was a lot stronger, and I wish it was still like that. You know, the Burleigh boys held it down here. You know, I mean, forgot to mention like Doris. You know, like there was Tony Etherington back in the day. He wasn't from Burleigh; he was up the coast, but he was always here. You know, like Hawaii used to be a lot more localised, and you know, you had to abide by that, and you know, I liked it back then better. But you know, the era. Sorry, I'm just watching that replay, and I'm watching a set on the outer bank too.
Wow. Yeah, the situation. Tane Bowden in first, with 4 minutes on the clock. Mark Llewellyn in second. That's Tane on an 11.34. Mark on a 7.84 in second. Clancy in third on a combined total of 6.03. Buddha fourth on a 5.63. Lungi Slab on 4.63, and Dave McGrath in sixth on 4.5.
But I guess, Vaughan, back then it wasn't as crowded, so it's a bit harder to hold down now, you know what I mean? And everyone grows up and does their own thing, you know, when you got the pack, you know, like back then, like the Wolf Pack back in Hawaii, like even though those boys from Kauai, they weren't from the North Shore, but they dominated the North Shore.
They did.
But, you know, like, you know, at Snapper we try and hold it down, but it's hard to get everyone in the lineup at the same time, you know, like lately it has not been like that. It's been so uncrowded. It's been Christmas, so everyone's kind of partying, which is, it's been the last well was pretty uncrowded behind the rock.
Wow. Keep it clear, keep it dry over Christmas. You get the very best of it.
Yes.
I remember Andrew Kidman would always tell me that Grand Final Day was his favourite time to surf. Yeah. He just goes, the lineup's empty, you're often pumping, and everyone's, you know, watching
all
the
those
footy.
days, News Day, Boxing Day, hey, you got to catch them when they're down.
That's right, mate. What about just rivals, mate? Like, I mean, did you find the competitiveness of the first crack at the tour more brutal than, say, your Kellys and your Dorians and Machados?
It's a really good question. You know, it was tough back in the day. I mean, because it was kind of, there's a Lungi Slab, he needs this wave, and let's see how far he can get down the line. It's going to double up, but he's got to really work it, and he might not get over it, unfortunately, for Lungi. And we got Ty Graham right here, I can tell by the style.
Oh, that was a great turn. He's going to get the line.
He won't get over it. Oh, and he almost run over Lungi. What's going on there?
2.5 minutes
remaining.
It's
a good question, like, because kind of like localism back in the day, you know, the older guys really held it down, so you'd have to kind of, you know, because even practicing before a contest, you know, like, you got to try and get the waves to get used to the wave to, you know, and the older guys wouldn't give you waves, you know what I mean? So back then was harder, you know, you had to get along with the older guys because, you know, you had to pay respect to them, and then if you did that, you know, they'd give you a wave, and it works that way. Not as much anymore, but that's the way it worked back then.
This is starting to get tense here. 2 minutes remaining, and some guys looking for scores and opportunities, but we're kind of in between banks here, boys. It's not as nice on this inside rock section, and out the back starting to pinch and actually break up the swell, the power of the swell a bit.
Yeah, I mean, I don't come here, like, only for this event and for lunch, maybe behind us, because I live at Snapper, but...
What's your go-to for lunch?
Right here.
A filet mignon.
Yeah. Oh, you've got the menu right here. Yeah, no, like the burger. Yeah, the surf and turf. Yeah, no, but like, I heard yesterday it went out the back, and my son said his heat went out the back and it got too low. So will it do it today? Because the swell's a little bit smaller. I've got a Masters final. I want to know, because I want to go out the back because it's so hard on the inside.
Here we go, Clancy way on the inside.
Does he need this wave? Does he need a score?
Yeah. He's holding down third, but he could definitely do with a score to better his situation. Couple of Rios. Don't know if it's going to improve his situation. Ooh, Dave McGrath going upside down.
He's lanky, but he puts it in the pocket, doesn't he?
Yeah, so here's my favourite to take it out is Joel. We practice on a single fin. He rang me up before the contest and said, do you want to have a single fin practice, which we usually do, and I didn't get there this time, but I'd like to see Joel take it out. Jed,
Yep.
Who's your favourite?
Mate, it's hard to go past the 2012 World Champ, 2-time winner here, and mate, the thing that really blows me away is just his wave selection on point breaks. He just manages to conjure up waves that have so much more scoring potential than the ones his competitors are on. I don't know, I guess that's just his secret skill and something you develop over a lifetime of surfing these kinds of waves, just being able to pick the ones that run.
Yeah, but, they kind of grow for him, don't they?
Yeah, they really do. And mate, I'm interested to know from you, Ok, like, you know, what is the best surfing that you've ever seen go down out here?
Well, yeah, I was talking about Cole Smith, but it's got to be that, or watching footage of Rab or MP back in the day, you know, like just that traditional barrel riding, you know, that Joe Ingle too, you know, just the way those guys rode the barrel. I've seen Joel do it too, you know, in some of the junior events, Ruster, Dave Rustovich, those natural footers that can thread this barrel when Burleigh's on is a sight for sore eyes.
And
for
can
sure.
I throw one other name at you, mate?
Who's that?
What about Munga?
Yeah, Munga too. Yep. Definitely.
When I was a Grom and, you know, Green Iguana was coming out, I couldn't get enough Munga into my life. He was just the man, and he was such a tube
that God bless Art Brewer, but that shot of him as Munga taking off on that 15-foot West Peak at sunset. I saw it on Instagram the other day, and I was like, that is the best photo I can ever remember. And yeah, God bless Art. He was a good friend of mine, and I didn't get a chance to get over there and say my well wishes. God bless Art Brewer. He was a man, eh? And such a good photographer and such a big heart.
Yeah. What an icon. I mean, you just mentioned one of Art's all-time photos. Got any others up your sleeve? Any Art favourites from over the years?
He had some good photos of Curran, yeah. And
is that his sequence, that off the wall?
Yeah.
That was an Art Brewer sequence. Yeah. Wow, I was looking at that on the wall of a Rip Curl shop the other day. Just still pretty much hasn't been bettered that wave. It's so out of hand.
Tom Curran was really good out here too.
Yeah, okay. This would have really suited him, being from Rincon.
He won stubbies here, did he?
Yeah, I think he did one year. Yep. And there we go. Boys, thanks for having me. Enjoy it. I'm going to go. I've got about 9 kids to take care of down on the point. But thanks for having me.
Hey, brother, J-Boy still going?
J-Boy snuck in there, so yeah. What am I saying? I said, I want Joel to win it. I forgot about my own son.
Not your own son.
No, I take it all back. I want J-Boy to win it. Well, I hope he's not listening to the podcast. And he shouldn't be, because he should be stretching and practicing. Do one more. Okay.
Do one more. He's been rubber-armed into one more.
Okay, I'll do one more. Stace, the producer.
Well, that's great. The next heat has kicked off. Matty Job in blue, Reef Doig in red, Toby Mossop in green, taking the lead with that wave of 6'5", Lincoln Taylor in pink, which I think is actually black.
Yeah.
And Xavier Huxtable.
I'm glad I'm here for one more, because I would have got in trouble, I think.
Yeah, let him simmer down.
Someone would have let Jay know that I said Joel over here, but I totally didn't mean it. I forgot that Jay snuck it in third. He only needed a 1 or something, didn't he?
Oh,
and he was flicking off waves, and I was like, what are you doing? And then a tiny little one came, but Jay surfs the single fin pretty good. Like, do you guys got to go to a break? Or no?
No,
I'm
no.
gonna keep talking. Okay.
No, we're going.
You know, the kids that starting to surf these single fins so good. Like at the start when we started running this event, it was 20 years ago. I still can't surf a single fin, and my first board was the single fin, but I've got that kind of style that it doesn't work for me for some reason, but it's unbelievable how good everyone has got at riding single fins because of this event.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of my favourites, Tane Bowden. Wow, I don't know. I guess his brother, Mackenzie, as we see the surfer in blue, Matty Job, he's getting the bonus connect right around the rocks here. Tane Bowden, he's kind of been my form surfer of the event from that.
And Tane
current crop.
is a snapper board rider, so I see Tane a lot at snapper, and he's gotten really good lately. He's got a very nice backhand, so watch out for that name. I think he could do well in the QS.
Speaking of, Shelley Simkes through on the inside.
Speaking of QSs, I mean, poor Sheldon.
Got off
to a flyer, got second, and he only needed one more big result, really.
Oh, it's tough, mate.
And it just, the longer the year got on, the slimmer chances were happening. I'm sure he thought at the start of the year it would happen, just be patient. And towards, like the last few events, the pressure must have got to him, and I know how that feels. But hopefully, this year, you never know.
Here we go, Xavier winding up. Wow, if he makes this section, it'll be a miracle. Jeez, he did well. So light on his feet for a nuggety frame, Xavier. Heaps of power. As we see Matty Jobs on an end, section 1. Bit of run on this thing. Put up a couple turns, little three-piece combo.
Yeah, how did you manage, having talented surfers as Groms, being through what you'd been through as a young fella, you 16 already on tour. How hard was it for you to sort of manage that and just sit up in the dunes and watch heats? You always hear guys who were pro surfers or top line surfers saying it's way worse watching your kids surf.
Way worse, yep. Yep, definitely. Jay, especially in the QSs, at the start, in the junior events, I used to try to coach, and then I just thought, no way, just stay away from that. Just be the dad, because it's just one of the very first times I think I sent him to the wrong bank and he didn't get through, and I was like, I got to stop doing that. Jay, Jay is really talented, but he's got to learn how to put a heat together.
And you've got to find your own way, right? You can't.
And you've got to find your own way. Yeah. You can't. I mean, with coaching, here's a nice little ride there by Sheldon. Nice snap.
Wow.
It's good for your surfing. It's good for everyone surfing to surf a single fin. It feels like it smooths them out in somewhat. But yeah, the whole coaching thing, I was never coached really. I mean, we had Derek Hine coaching the Billabong team for a while, but I was
just confusing the heck out of everyone, right?
Confusing all of us. And I ran away from that team. I mean, not Billabong, but just the team. I was always avoiding that team thing. But here we go. Someone's got some speed.
Oh, this is beautiful. Toby Mossop, he's got a beautiful readout here. And, jeez, he dropped some mad clips in that Axod video.
Oh, didn't he?
Next level. But, yeah, I'm curious to know, mate.
Yeah, so coaching, to me, I don't think you really need it. I mean, once you've done the tour for a couple of years and you know where you're staying and, you know the wave, I don't think you need it because it's such a luck thing that the coach can't bring a wave for you. No. You can kind of direct you on where to go, but once you've done the tour for a few years, you know that.
Yeah.
I feel that you don't need it, but that's just me.
Well, the greatest of all time has had barely any coaching in the course of his career. Kelly Slater, I mean, apart from travelled with Belly a bit and a bit of a sounding board
there. Well, if you speak to any top line coach, if you're talking about your Kingies, your Clancy's, your Bottles, these guys, it's way more about just managing the time around the event and making sure that their athletes are focused and in the zone, and there's wax there, there's a towel there.
I don't disagree on that. Yeah. And so no one's hassling them before the heats or something, almost like security. Like, you need all that, for sure. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying when it comes to the water and you're surfing and whatever's happening in the water, obviously the coaches leave. Once they've left the water, it's definitely to them. So that's the part I'm talking about.
Yeah, of course. Because you've got that ocean knowledge where you might be tempted to go, hey, there's this going on over here, and it just becomes
it changes
head noise.
at the drop of the hat. I mean, it's the ocean's it's spiritual. It's going to happen for you if it's going to happen. And
I love that, Ock.
Yeah.
Love that, mate. That's bringing the pure mana back into heat surfing with that attitude, mate.
And that spiritual thing only happens for one person. It doesn't happen for two.
Wow.
Oh, I love it.
So interesting. I mean, it's interesting, the Brazilian Storm, obviously they do tend to run with coaches. Ricardo Toledo. I don't know what exactly the chemistry is between Ricardo and Felipe, but we're going to cross down to Tane Bowden with Stace, one of the form surfers of the event so far. Stace.
Thanks, Jed. I wish I was one of the form surfers of the event so far, but no, Tane, that's you, mate. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
Breaking news. You ever been on a podcast before?
No, never.
Ever with Ock?
Never.
Welcome to Ain't That Swell Live, ladies and gentlemen. Tane, welcome.
Thank you. Good to be here.
Do you listen to the podcast?
No.
You do now.
I will, definitely.
It's on everywhere, mate. Everywhere you find a good podcast. Best day of the year. How has it been in the water?
It's absolutely majestic out there. You look down, you're seeing little fishies doing a couple high lines. Single Fin's absolutely slicing and dancing right now. But yeah, it's beautiful.
Is that a 5'9"?
I think it's a 5'10" right here.
It looks 6'10", bruh.
It does, doesn't it? Well, I'm 6'1", so this thing's fucking... Oh, pardon my language.
That's absolutely fine. Any special mentions to anyone watching online? We're global.
Oh, just cheer to mum and dad. Love you.
Back to you guys, and back to you, Ock. On fire up there.
Oh, thanks, Stacey. Oh, actually, sorry, I'm taking over your job, Vaughan.
Not at all.
But where's the accents coming from? South African, New Zealand?
That's the land, that's Aotearoa, the land of the long white cloud. Tane Bowden and Mackenzie Bowden, two, as we see the surfer in white, winding up with a nice little windscreen wiper Rio.
Shelley. And a nice little shifty on top of that floater. It's a good way to kick off the year too with a win. Like I reckon if you're building a QS campaign or you've got big goals for the year, just to come here, have some fun, like put the rashi on, but not lose that sense of having a ball.
Oh my God, the surfing blue, Matty Jobs, if you can get down this thing.
Oh my
so
goodness.
weird.
Get a second bite of the cherry.
It won't do it though, no.
They never seem to do it, those ones. They look like they're going to.
Moss up on the inside. Tobes has found a little grower. Has he got the high line? He does. Yeah, he looks for the viz.
Oh, just copped it straight in the pineal gland. Don't think he got to fill his pineal there.
Well, I've got to ask you, Ock, just while we got a little break here, it looks like Toby Mossop is in the lead. 6.5 and a 4.57, so that last little head dip won't worry him. But did you do coaching with Shane Horan, or you just travelled with him for a bit when you were younger?
No coaching, no, all spiritual.
Yeah.
He taught me Hatha Yoga and at a young age, which was the best thing I ever learnt. Meditation, I learnt how to eat right, all those things, and just learnt how to live properly with Shane after doing the tour with him. For years he used to do the I Ching with the dimes and had the book, the Chinese thing, which I thought was really interesting. I learnt so much off Shane. Yeah,
wow.
Yeah.
Man, that's so fascinating because that stuff is so life-preserving and life-sustaining, and you can really miss out on that. No one's really teaching you that in the mainstream culture here.
No, they're not. And I just took the best of what I learned from that and kept it through my life. Sometimes I do a lot of it, but like the stretches that I learned through that's helped me in my surfing that I do every time on the beach before I surf now. Or sometimes, when I'm really getting into it, I'll get right back into yoga. It has its phases, but the good food I learnt to eat and just how to live. And how's this wave right here?
Oh, Reef Doig, he has yet to get started, and he's whacked that one. A beautiful off the top. Gets a second combo in. Game on. 8 minutes 30 remaining.
That was great. And Reef is a very good friend of mine in the family. Best friends with Dylan, my partner's eldest son.
Old man Jeff on the cover of Surfing World in a
Old
huge
man Jeff
chamber.
Doig on a huge chamber at Shark Island or Cronulla Point, was it?
Yep.
One of Southside's finest.
Hectic
Maroubra
photo.
Beach bankrolled a few of the early Eastern Suburbs pros' careers.
Jeff Doig and owned Namotu there for a while, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Reef's been over there a fair bit. Reef's a really good friend of my son Jay. They hang out a lot together. Reef rips. He surfs really, really good, and he's got a chance of winning this.
Grew up in Bali. That's where I first met him. I think the family was based over there for a few years. I actually didn't really know he had roots that deep in this part of the world, but Yeah, how good's that, eh? Growing up in Burleigh and then able to come back and surf the points, and mate, you're going to be a world-class surfer with that kind of conditions in your back pocket.
You are. I also ran into another legend from Cronulla the other day, Jerry Mannion, which called Pop Out, who had a photo of himself at Cronulla Point. And you could not tell the difference between Inside Sunset and that photo. I don't know if you remember it, but crazy. Yeah.
Jerry Mannion, one of the names. Shark Island Pioneer as well,
Shark
right?
Island Pioneer as well.
And his son Cooper now packing him at the island, at the point, at the Cape, I'm sure. Quality surfer.
Oh, pushing it on the backside.
Dug that one out of the trough.
Tide seems to be going out now, so it seems to be getting a bit better. It actually, the way there's no sand, I am no Burleigh expert, but when there's no sand here, which there's no sand at the moment after that big swell we had, it seems to get too high for the Rocky. Now the tide's gone down a bit, it's a bit better. But there's going to be a point when we're going to have to go at the back, I reckon, in the finals.
Yeah, enjoy it while it's on the rocks, folks. This is as good as it gets. Couple of waist to shoulder high peelers and some world-class surfing talent putting some retro boards through their paces.
Gage Rhodes, a big supporter here at the Burleigh Single Fin Festival bar. Is it open over there, Jacko? Bar's open if you want to go and sample some of the goods. But right now, quarterfinal number 3, Matty Job in the lead with a 6.43 and a 5.4. Shelley Simkus in white in second, a 5.63 and a 6. Toby Mossop in third, a 6.5 and a 4.57. Link Taylor in the black, a 4.13 and a 4.57. Currently in fourth. Xavier Huxtable down in fifth with a 3.4 and a 5. And Reefy, your last ride was a 5.27. And the cold beers have turned up. And it's just a beautiful Sunday, Arvo, to kick off the year.
It's
How
so
good is this?
Nice.
Oh, Zave.
It's such beautiful weather, Zave.
Slash. Mate, watch this guy unload at Winky Pop. It is like watching a Formula 1 race car at the in the Grand Prix. He is so good down the line.
Oh, speaking of F1 race cars, on the track, Sheldon with a sick
from Burleigh.
front side hack, a couple in fact. God, he's so light on his feet, he's so electric, Sheldon.
That was a good snap, and how was that snap Liam O'Brien done, that layback snap?
Yeah, turn of
the event so far.
Been waiting for the summer.
It's just unbelievable how many good surfers are in this event. It's harder than a QS, a Challenger Series.
It actually just speaks to what we were saying. Like, if we had this trials format, every single comp could have a local contingent where, like, a Huey Vaughan, a Sheldon Simkus, a
Joel Parkinson.
A Reef Doig.
He can come out of obscurity. Jay Ockelupo.
Oh, come on, Jay.
Come on.
In a snapper contest going all the way, Peter Harris style.
I'm looking forward to that event coming up, the Usher Cup.
Yes.
At Snapper, which is a few teams from around the world are coming to too. And that's a good, it's good for the up-and-coming, kids that want to get on tour, and you get to see, new talent, new blood. And it's Snapper because it's run by Snapper board riders, so it's the only event that, apart from that Challenger Series, which I wish would be a CT, when they put it down to a Challenger, I'm like, it's not good enough. Snapper is too good of a wave for a Challenger Series. It's got to be a CT.
Mate, especially when you've got the wave pool in there. And
that's a disgrace. I cannot believe there's not
to be a CT. I want it to go back to the way it was, like finish at pipe, don't strip points, have that, I've got nothing to do with the WSL, so obviously it's not my choice, but being a past world champion, maybe do I get one little vote? One? Can I put 2 cents in the meter? Can I have? I don't know. Gee whiz.
Oh, man. If it was up to me, definitely some say. I think they should really consult this kind of, grand board of wizards.
Let us all be on the board. Ex-world champs be on the board and make some decisions.
And I feel like the proper, the high-end administrators and the world's most prestigious sports and governing bodies generally do that. They consult the heavy hitters, the core lords from their culture before making big decisions. I think the Wazzle's got to come back.
I mean, when we used to run our own broadcast, Billabong, we had our own broadcast, and it was different. Now that WSL's taken over the broadcast, it's changed. That's why people ask me how come I don't commentate, and it's like, well, it's not my call anymore. It's not Billabong's call anymore, but here we go.
Toby
it's
Mossop.
A nice little snap there, Toby Mossop.
Beautiful.
Speaking about Billabong, his dad used to work for the company for a long time. Known him since he's been a baby, and he does rep.
What's the story with that board, the Akadaka board?
Yeah, it's one of the standouts when you come down here. There's usually a bit of a board museum just all laid up all along the point, and you can almost take your pick if you're surfing in the event. You can sort of just go up and go, well, can I have a go on this? And as long as it's not Parko, you usually get a go.
but they won't let me because I've snapped boards out here on the rocks.
There's a full story behind that board, though, because I think it might have been owned by his old man at some stage.
Oh, really?
Something
the
like that.
one I wrecked?
Yeah. Shoot.
No, we're talking different stories.
The ACDC decal, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Iconic board. I mean, it's so classic that a board made at that time with that decal, like that was made at the peak of Akadaka's powers, and here it is still very much well preserved than Bon Scott, that's for sure.
Hey, speaking of boards that disappear and then reappear, Reggae Ellis bought one of your, I think it was one of your 99 Dalbergs.
Mm-hmm.
And it got kind of lost in the office for a while, and I just saw it the other day in Ronnie's back shed.
Wow. Louis Hind in my very first heat asked me, he said, have you got any single fins like from back in the day? I'm like, mate, I did not keep even a board from my world title
Gordon
year.
Smith, first board?
GNS. Yeah. Richard Herbert shaped.
Wow.
Before that, I think I had Jim Banks shape my boards. He shaped, yeah. So, and my very first board was the single fin. It was a Woodstock. I don't even know the label, but I remember it. It had red rails. Yeah.
Mate, talk us through the shaping relationship with Banksy. I mean, from your hometown in Cronulla, he was on the tour. I guess when you guys would have had overlap on the tour back in the day.
We did overlap just kind of slightly, but Jim, I learnt so much from him. He used to be best mates with a guy called Peter Crawford, which was my partner's uncle, dad's brother. Yeah, so Peter Crawford and Banksy were totally crazy. He used to pick me up, take me down to South Coast Pipe, or take me to a big wave spot, and they had their own language that you couldn't even understand. And they would it would just be non-stop laughter, and I don't know what they were on, but it was something strong. And but they had the time of their life. Jim Banks was unbelievable. Like, he surfed Shark Island when it was so huge, or Voodoo. I think the very first time, or one of the first times I saw him surf, I think I walked from Kurnell, where I grew up, to Voodoo, which is like an hour-long walk because the waves were so big that day. And I walked to Voodoo. It was 20 foot at least, and there was one guy out there, and I was like, how did this guy get out there? I couldn't understand it. I'm like, how's he going to get in? I was worried for his life, and it was Jim Banks.
No.
And he was surfing out there just like as calm as anything, just pulling into huge barrels and making it. And it was absolutely one of the biggest surfs seen to this day.
Look at this little runner on the inside. Mate. The time is gone, and the heat is over.
The heat's over.
And we're going to have a little break, so stick with us. Okay. The Burleigh Single Fin Festival, presented by Billabong and Gage Roads. We'll be back in just a moment.
Oh.
Sick line.
Beautiful.
Yam Yuladara Gungalia.
Welcome to the Interlusion.
G'day and welcome back to the Burleigh Board Riders Single Fin Festival. This is the 26th year running. Chris Binns joined by Stace Gale Braith and Dwayne Harris. G'day lads.
How are you, mate?
Christopher?
It's pretty dreamy out there right now. Conditions are clicking.
I spoke about it earlier. I didn't really get to the bottom of it. I kind of got a bit of a cold shoulder, so I'll go again. We've got a list around the world, right? Like top 5 best sort of viewing and surfing waves. Like I'll throw Honolulu Bay in there, over in Maui. Beautiful wave. You can sit on the hill, you can watch it, you can surf it. It's all right there.
It's a nice spot.
A great spot. Where else around the world are we rivaling this?
See, I don't know. It's a natural amphitheatre here, isn't it? It's just beautiful. Got the headland, the rocks. You can sit anywhere on the hill. You can see the waves there.
Sitting in the pool at Karamis isn't bad. But
that's not bad.
At Bells, that's
nice.
Quite a good one.
Yep.
Bells on the beach. Watching Bells on the beach or from the steps.
That's hardcore.
Yeah, that's
tidal flushes, wet socks in the cold.
Freezing cold. And then just kids just flinging themselves into the shore all day long. Hey, we've got a cracking heat in the water right now.
We've got someone outside.
There's a couple out the back there.
That was proper. The judges have got a bit on their hands here.
Oh, Morgan Siblick on the inside. He's found himself a runner. There's a lot of waves happening right now.
It's a big choice whether to go at the back or hang in here.
Oh, this thing's just standing up for Morgs. Now Declan Sullivan.
Declan, full underdog, North End superstar, bull riding mastery. Oh, he's looking sharp. You'll take that.
A couple of good waves. Looking very sharp.
It's non-stop right now.
Yeah, I got absolutely towed yesterday by Dakota. We were, it was the heat like this where there was a couple of waves out the back, a couple of waves in the shorey. What do you do? But I'd say the shorey at the moment still looks
I'd still
pretty
surf the shorey.
fun. Yeah,
it's the business.
It looks really, really fun. Tempting though to go at the back. It's easy for the judges to give you a score out there. They see a bit of open face. You can hold the rail a bit longer and
it's a bit bigger,
bit taller.
You're surfing by yourself.
Yeah, that helps. Yeah. Had some good reports from the first couple of rounds yesterday where the younger grommets gave the older boys their space. So Billy Watson was very happy, and if Billy's happy, I think that that he's done a good job.
It's important.
It is. I think it's important.
Keep James happy.
At round 1 and 2, it could be said that the gentleman's rules. You heard Parko talking about it earlier.
Yeah.
As you get a little bit closer to the title, though, the desire to win definitely kicks in a bit harder, and I think we will see a little bit of.
You're not supposed to snake, but it does happen. You can't help it.
But I think from my generation, we look back on yesteryear as if it was this sort of rainbows and lollipops kind of era of surfing, and it just wasn't. It wasn't. No.
Burleigh was a wild place back in the 70s. Like you did something wrong, you got beat up, and that was it. Whether you lived here or not, you just No, it's a lot. I think it's a lot more mellower these days than it used to be. Definitely.
This is Morgs.
Young Morgs is ripping, isn't he?
Oh, not done yet either. This one's going to keep running. All right. Well, while Morgs is slaying his way down the line, we're going to cross over to Laura Enever, who's having a chat with Sheldon Sinkus.
Shelley, what's going on here? We've got a board that you're riding. Winner of the last heat. He actually rode this board. When was it?
I think it was 2014, 8 years ago.
When you took out the junior division. So first time riding it back here, 2023, a few years later. Looking to take out that Opens maybe on this bad boy.
I know, well, I was riding Parko's board before, but I think he saw me surfing on it. I got a heat win there, and he's like, mate, not again. So had to go find this board from a few years ago, and yeah, still felt good.
It's all serious, but serious fun. So yeah, Parko booting you off his board, and here we go. Maybe some redemption for that one.
Yeah, I'm coming for him. I'll see him later on today.
But yeah, tell us about this event. Obviously, you've been doing it for many, many years, since you were 5. But yeah, back into it again, 2023. Excited?
Yeah, it's one of the only events we get to come down to without a board, which is fun. You get to find something down here, and I found this again today, which is nice to reignite the flame with this one. And it's fun that we're all on something old and we're all on kind of even playing field, and yeah, getting some good waves.
Hell yeah, we'll see you into the semi-finals, Shelley, coming up soon.
You beauty. Cheers, Laura. All right, Declan Sullivan's moved into the lead, a 6.4 for his last wave.
Oh, mid-break shore, he nearly got the hell chip in then.
Down the line, Morgan Siblick. You'd imagine he's got a bunch of good numbers to drop in. Releases the tail, drifts the fin.
Dwayne, what's it like when someone like Bottle picks up a surfer such as Morgan and they go on the run that they do? Does Morgan become a sort of adopted son of Burleigh for that season?
Yeah, I suppose so. We'd look after him. He's one of Bottle's kids, I suppose.
Depends how well he's doing.
Yeah.
Well,
depends if he behaves himself when he surfs here, yeah. But yeah, Botsy's been here since he was a grom, so yeah, we'd probably look after him. He's got a few good surfers on his stable, Botsy, hasn't he?
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does some fantastic work with a lot of good of the young sort of. They're not juniors, but they're younger kind of generation,
crew.
and doing great things. And luckily, if enough for them, Bottle's paid by the government now, so
he is?
he can sort them all out, which is good. It's always sort of the hard thing with the youngsters, and where to spend your money. Airfares aren't cheap, but you do go to these corners of the world where having someone like Bottle, it does make a big difference.
Yeah,
and,
cool.
It's good that he could be there for them then, and then especially now. So yeah, it's good.
Well, and very fitting as well, because over the years, hundreds of Burleigh surfers have been paid by the government.
Especially back in the 70s and 80s, yeah. The government looked after me many a year.
Oh, I think the longest serving Centrelink in the country is down at Palm Beach. So yeah.
I think it's still like that now, the amount of guys in the water.
I mean, we can't throw stones too far. I think everyone got paid pretty well through the last couple of years.
Yes.
Shout out to JobKeeper.
But yeah, getting back to Morgan, I think he would behave himself out here, and I think he'd fit right in at Burleigh.
I'm sure he would fit
he's
in.
a great kid, and he's spent his time in Woolawaya down there at Angari. I think that's how you say it. And then Merriweather after that. So
Yeah, really hedging his bets, isn't he?
Yeah,
Can get a wave around Yamba, can swing through Newcastle, and then roll up to the Gold Coast.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm with Bottle.
Oh,
that was
wow.
Kean Falvey with the cross step.
Bit of a cross step.
Little double up here for Declan if he can get over it.
He's got it.
Declan's a cattleman. He knows how to ride a bull. He knows how to get down a double up. He knows how to surf too. It's a great looking wave, great style. Oh, I've jinxed him.
Dakota's flying on the wave behind as well. This has got a bit of a rib in the face.
I was talking to Jeremy yesterday and he said, I thought I might as well go in the comp because my boys go in it. How was that one?
That was sick.
And now Morgs out the back. Great exchange, just action galore right here.
Starting to get very shallow in there.
The Gage Roads bar is well and truly open. Get in and...
it's rocking up here.
The Pav is going to be the hottest seat in town through the afternoon. Shout out to all of our sponsors, Surf, Dive and Ski, Custom Footwear, Striker Media, FK Surf, Freddy's, Live Vision, and of course House of Burn. Ian Byrne shaping the magnificent surfboards that are the trophies this weekend.
Yeah, they're quite amazing looking boards.
Yeah, all three of them.
All three, yeah.
Yep.
One by Dale Wilson, and I think Jamie Byrne did the other one.
Yeah, did the junior one? Yeah, yep. Yeah, we usually have them behind us. Oh, probably not a worse feeling in surfing than doing that, I reckon. The old front foot coming off, but it doesn't come off so far that you don't fall. And you wish that you probably did.
Just feels very awkward.
It does feel so awkward. It's like a bad golf shot or something. You're like,
stuck in that position.
I do not want to be here.
You can't move your feet and you're just stuck there.
Yeah. I haven't met someone that can even make that look good. That's a tricky manoeuvre, that one. Not desirable. So yeah, we saw a couple of surfers get waves out the back. I'm not going to be brave enough to call who it was. My guess would be Dakota and Jay. But at this stage, it wouldn't really matter unless, of course, Dakota's first one was that 7.33, which it probably was. So he's kind of got the box seat there with the highest score of this whole battle. But everyone else has a number that they could, back against and build a heat out of.
Yep, they've all got a reasonably good score. Yeah, it was a bit like hockey. I don't know whether to go and surf at the back or in close for the Legends heat. It's going to be...
Yeah, you guys are going to be at that tricky time.
It's going to be real hard.
I can tell you, so far, Dwayno, it's been an absolute bloodbath for the commentators, mate. So we wish you all the best and hope you can do us proud. I'm sure you will.
It might have been better to keep your powder dry until after that heat. What's the vibe going to be like in the water? Trash talk or 1,000-yard stares? Or?
I'm not sure. Me and Doris said we're going to gang up on everyone. Gang up on all the young fellas.
I like
Especially Brizzo and Ash.
Yeah, the youngsters.
Yeah, they're going to cop it.
Ash is like 43, isn't he? How's he doing, Legends?
No, he'd have to be 50-something by now.
He looks 50-something.
I think Brizzo would be close to be over 52, I think. He'd be getting there.
Yeah. The most surfed over 50-year-old on the Gold Coast, I reckon. Maybe even on the eastern seaboard.
No, it should be a fun heat.
And then Gurr, he's living on the Gold Coast these days.
Yeah,
Whereabouts is he?
At Palmy, I think.
Yeah.
He's living there.
Yep.
Does he sneak out here, or is he?
Actually, the Gurr's pretty elusive. Yeah, I don't see him too much.
I haven't seen him out here much, but he was going to join the club, I hear, but I don't know.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
I don't know whether he's going to keep joining, but
where does his
nice.
allegiance lie? Because Americans really have not caught on to the board riders culture like Australia.
Well, he's always gotten on well with the Burleigh crew since the old days.
Yeah. I know he's obviously spent and coming from Torquay and had a good relationship with those guys down there. But yeah, it'd be an interesting one.
Be nice to have him in the club. Still a good surfer.
Yeah.
Still ripping.
Yeah, and just a great bloke to have around.
Yeah, great bloke,
wealth of knowledge and
very funny.
Wealth of froth. Jeez, he can tell a story.
He can tell a good story.
Yeah.
Loves a heat too.
Remember the old
Heritage
days?
Heat against Potts at Trestles years ago was a bloodbath.
Wasn't that you could feel the tension of yesteryear just built up, and
especially with Potts, he was a bit of a frother in his day.
Yeah, definitely.
Go wipe the floor with him.
Oh my!
Go train for 3 weeks. He did he did a photo shoot beforehand to go out with his press release about how serious he was taking it.
Yeah.
Classic.
And he just about stuck the best punt of his life that would have been the final nail in the coffin. But as it was, he comboed him about 18 times over.
Yeah.
Potts was sort of looking at him, hey, this is meant to be a social experiment. What are you doing?
Yeah. No, that was good viewing. I actually wish they'd do more of them. We've got young Morgan going outside here, and if it was a World Tour event and the commentator said that, they'd probably get their head cut off, but it's only the single fin.
Yeah,
so if anyone wants to chase him out there, go do it.
You'd have 5 other surfers storming the commentary tower afterwards going, you bloody know.
Yeah, you told him there was waves out there.
Yeah. Chris knows all about that.
Oh, do I ever.
You copped that, do you? Yeah.
I copped it from Kai Otten at Snapper once when... I don't know, Renan Rocker went down and surfed Little Marley or something, and I congratulated him on a good score. Apparently I gave away the secret spot that had been breaking in front of the scaffold for the past 2 weeks.
Maybe Snap at the secret spot.
You tipped Gabriel to that bank. Oh, J-Boy looking sharp.
Yes, young Och.
This is Quinn. Quinn needs this wave here. He's probably the surfer in the trickiest position. He has scores, but they're sort of a point or two lower than everyone else, which...
Oh, body surfing into the rocks.
Doesn't take a mathematical academic to figure out that's not what you want in a point-scoring heat.
No, you need at least one big one so you can back it up.
Yeah. See, even Jay in 5th, he's still got that 5, 6, 7. He can build on that. I'm sure he got another great score coming in then. And then, Morgan's got a couple of 5s. Kyan's got the 6.23, Dakota's got a 7.33, and Declan's best wave is a 6.4. So everyone has around about that same number. It's Declan in 1st, Dakota in 2nd, Kyan Falves, Junior Falvey in 3rd, and then Morgan, Jay, and Quinn are all chasing scores, and they're all a varying number of sort of that 5 to 6 range.
Yeah, they're not too hard to get. They can still get them. What Morgs is looking at the back. I wonder if he'll get something.
I feel like a surfer of his calibre, surfing by yourself, it's probably going to be detrimental to his peers. We'll see how he goes. Wow.
He's got a lot of room to move out there, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's a couple of nice turns.
It's just going to be the matter of getting that second turn in before it goes flat like that one, and we'll see if the judges really pay that second turn.
But like you say, there's still some long ones in the rock break too.
Oh, Dakota flying. What's he going to do with all this speed?
Big floater.
Little rooftop float the boat. Nice fan of spray out of that turn. Behind him, Declan Sullivan's putting on a show.
And it's the judges are never counting turns, but there is an element to single fin surfing that not only is a visual cue that is quite obvious to say, but it is in the criteria. That is flow, And if you are getting shorter waves, it's harder to show that element of your style or your surfing that you do get on a longer wave. And although you might only do 2 turns in a lengthy ride, you still get to see that connection, like a Jacob Byrne or a Parker or someone like that who just looks good cruising.
Yeah.
And,
even though length of ride doesn't really count anymore, it's still part of it all, isn't it?
Definitely, yeah. It's like an opportunity to show yourself.
Yeah.
Can't really show your style paddling.
No.
That's why you paid the big bucks, Stace.
It's the worst thing about surfing is paddling.
97% of the time, I'm led to believe.
It is, that's what they say, You don't stand up much.
Nah.
So basically we're paddlers, not surfers, aren't we?
Oh, God, that's a sobering thought.
Stop Dakota, the nose pick.
That
tail
is just
launching.
like pretty much everything we just said out the door.
Just one move.
One really awesome
Style,
turn.
length of ride,
plenty
you name
of flow.
it.
Yeah.
One hit wonder from Dakota.
That's cool.
3.5 minutes to go.
Yeah.
It just blows me out what they do on single fins. Like
Yeah.
back in the day,
Yeah.
you didn't do that.
Yeah.
It was like once you hit the top of the wave, you come back down. You
Yeah.
never went any further.
Yeah.
It's quite amazing when they do airs and all those things on them.
All right, 3 minutes to go. Cam Falvey, you're looking for a 5.54. Morgo, you're chasing a 6.54. And Quinn, you need a 6.84. So 3 pretty gettable scores for our surfers sitting 4th to 6th. Of course, 1st, 2nd and 3rd advancing to the semi-finals.
The semis, yes.
Getting down to the pointy end very quickly.
It is.
Kian sitting out the back by himself.
And the wind
chasing
hasn't
that
come up
score.
either. The wind's nowhere near as strong as yesterday yet.
Let's hope it stays that way.
Let's hope so.
I think it'd be Morgan enjoying the serenity by himself. I think that might be next heat.
It could be.
Because I think I can see Kai and Falves' blonde hair holding down the inside here.
There's Morgan on another one.
That's a nice turn if he gets a closeout hit in here.
Nice.
When you're sitting in the shorey and you hear that someone's up out the back, it's just the world's worst
Oh,
feeling,
isn't it?
right?
Yeah.
So to
Should I
anyone
go
in
out there? Should I go out?
To all the surfers sitting on the inside listening here, holy, he just ripped that wave.
He just tore that one apart.
Yeah.
They were definitely not Huntington hops. He was just flaring, throwing heat. 2 minutes.
Oh, Falves has got to pull the trigger here.
Yep, not out the back.
Oh, this is like a weird
nice
double up.
turn.
He'll get
Nice
another
turn.
moment.
It's a weird double up, isn't
It's
it?
a good one. It worked. I feel like he had to go that wave. It was a nice wave.
Here goes
Dakota wide.
Oh,
No.
nothing on offer. 90 seconds.
I think the one turn was a 6.07. Pretty good return on your money
Pretty good
there.
for one turn, yeah.
Declan Sullivan in second, Jay Ock in third, waiting for a score on Kai and Falvey. It was a nice wave. He was not chasing a whole lot. It's going to be right on the number.
Oh, 4.57, so still chasing a 5.54. Doesn't go into his top 2. 1 minute remaining.
Close.
And if all Morgan's scores come in there, Bins?
I believe so. It was a 5.27 for Morg's last wave. He now needs a 6.5. And Quinn is chasing a 6.84 with 50 seconds to go.
And Declan's up on the inside. Trying to make something of it. He's still going. He got 3 nice little turns there.
Releases the tail. Nicely done. 40 seconds.
It's a nice way to sign off.
Quinn's chasing a 6.84. He's going to have to throw the kitchen sink at this one.
Prior winner. He's definitely got it in him. Oh, he's on a bit of a roll. He couldn't have done much more on that wave. It was well surfed. I just don't know if the wave had the scoring opportunity that he really needed.
20 seconds. Morgs paddled in, caught that, looked over his shoulder and pulled back. Decided there wasn't a 6.5 available for him. 10 seconds.
Think it was courtesy or strategical? That was a fantastic heat.
Yeah, and it is in the books. So Dakota Walters, Declan Sullivan and Jay Okalupo through to the semi-finals. We're going to throw to a quick break. Quarterfinal number 3 or number 4 coming our way right after this.
Welcome to the Interlusion.
Jam jullie dat Gungalia.
All right, welcome back to the Burleigh Board Riders Single Fin Festival semi-final. Number 1 is in the water right now. Joel Parkinson in red, Tane Bowden in white, Liam O'Brien in yellow, Clancy Dawson blue, Kyle Robinson, Peg Devex is in green, and Mark Llewellyn storming through the field on his backhand.
It's Mark, the dark horse.
It's the first time for everything, ladies and gentlemen. If you cast your eyes upon the horizon, you will see Joel Parkinson not on the inside. It's a day of firsts here, and a set approaching. So we'll see if he adjusts his position accordingly.
It's not like Joel not being on the inside. Every time I surf snapper, he's on the inside.
Here we go. Might be strategical here.
There's someone out the back.
Oh, this has just got shades of Joel at J-Bay up at Boneyards and surfing the whole way across onto the actual reef.
Not quite on the inside, but on the first wave and tearing it to pieces. Here goes Parko through the inside, big belt. Not done yet either.
That'll do.
JP.
That'll do for a starter.
Get out of there.
Yeah. Oh, God. This is where we'll see that tide start to obviously factor in, and that set there that broke on the inside had plenty of opportunity out the back. So I don't think it'll be too long until we start seeing some crew have a sniff outside.
I think the wind might have just jumped up a little magnitude or two as well.
It went nuclear yesterday. Hopefully it holds off today.
Here goes the chiselled features of Tane Bowden.
That board looks long, but he's surfing it really well.
It's funny. It stood next to him before. It's probably 5'10".
Really? It looks long.
It looks like a 6'8", but it's not that long. But I think it suits him.
He's surfing it good.
Marky Lou on his backhand. The Mark Horse.
Been ripping all day, hasn't he?
Yeah. Really woke up the judges with an 8-8 earlier on. Not going to go quite into that range with his opener, but in the semis.
If you talk enough rubbish, it would seem that the surfers at some point throughout the day will prove you wrong. And I think we're only short, and not even halfway at the halfway mark yet, but Marky was one of them. We were sitting here before going, how hard would it be backside and so on and so forth, and then bang, 8-3-3, like it was nothing. So he's feeling in rhythm, that's for sure.
I think surfing Burleigh backside would be fun. Like you get that hook under the lip, and over the years there's been some awesome goofy footers out here. Like the boys were saying before, Guy Umrot, he still rips out here. And Doris, the man in the Legends heat, he was one of the original goofies, and Richard Harvey, all them guys.
Sort of beautiful Richard Harvey up on the point up there, waxed up, looks like someone was surfing it. I'm not too sure who it was, but
he's still making nice boards.
Yeah, the channel's curved with the outline of the rail, not straight through like you traditionally would see with an Alburn or a House of Burn modern effect.
Kyle Devex. Got a nice wave, still going. Kyle's won 3 single fins, so he doesn't mind winning it.
3 in a row, right?
3 in a row,
3 in a row, DeVecchio.
Yeah.
Now see Joel's got Tane second guessing out there. That was not a wave, and it doesn't take much. And here he goes, the 2012 world champ, going to swing into a 6-footer probably any minute now.
Back on the inside.
Eternal priority.
Watch and learn, Tane.
You watch these guys lighting it up on boards that are 40 years old, and you feel like a bit of a twit for every time you weigh up what volume you've got, or whether you should order a 19 and 1/8 or 19 and a quarter.
Yeah. One thing that I wish I didn't end up on the rabbit hole is fins. Like that's another journey altogether. Why do I bother? But I do. I do bother.
Yeah, don't get Taj started on fins. He rode glass-ons for as long as he could, and then even this day he still doesn't know what he rides. He just gets the same pair, whacks them in every board. He doesn't want to think about it.
He changed a partnership there mid-tour one year, I think, because he was putting his fins through his board and it wasn't quite working, and sticker came off, and it was...
I really like set fins. I think set fins are great, but not many people do them these days.
Well, Dale Wilson won't do me set fins in the channel bottoms.
No, I wanted the channel bottom with set fin. They went, it's going to cost you too much. You're not getting it.
I don't even get a cost pricing. I get a
just a straight no.
I'm not doing it.
He refuses, or his glasser does?
Well,
it's a sander, actually. They don't like sanding them, mate.
Yeah, well, he does it all. So he's going, you're looking at me. Nah. Can I ask the guy? I am the guy. I'm not doing it.
No, I remember Ern used to always say it to me, nah, you're getting boxes, you're not getting set fins. It's like, I want set fins in it.
Dale has started doing those beautiful 20s with the fixed fins.
Yeah,
And it's like,
they're
whoa,
nice,
you only need one more in the back there. Talk to us about the wind today and how it differs from yesterday, Dwayno. Or if it differs at all.
Well, at the moment, it's still a bit lighter, hey, but it's getting strong. And once you get a sou'easter here, it stays clean in here, but out the back gets really messy. So that's where the toss-up comes if it gets really strong, whether to go out there and surf the messy or stay in here and get some little clean ones. But yeah, Burleigh doesn't like a sou'easter. You go down the other end, it's offshore, but Burleigh doesn't like sou'easters. Anything more than a southerly, and it starts to wrap around that way and come in.
Yep.
But it looks like it's getting strong now, doesn't it? All them white caps are starting.
All right, we just saw Lob Machado flying down the line, but we're going to cross over to Laura Enever, who's chatting with the winner of the last heat. Take it away, Laura.
Yes, down here with Dakota Walters. He's driven up from Byron for the day. He's competed in this event since the juniors, but we got him quickly because he got to paddle back out for semi-2. How is it out there, Dakota?
Yeah, the waves are pretty fun. It's I don't know, just so fun to get to surf Burleigh with like nice water and nice waves with no one out, so it's sick.
And what have you found today to surf?
I borrowed one of the Groms from Burleigh's boards that I've been riding the last couple of heats, but he's in the heat behind me, so I'm going to have to ride my own one now.
Oh no, so are we a bit bummed about that?
His one definitely felt better, but maybe mine will go right out the back, I'll see.
You might get the good juju, but yeah, we'll let you go because you're paddling out and scraping across the rocks in about 5 minutes. Go. Good luck, Dakota.
Oh, Tane going the layback.
That was sick.
So some scores in. Liam O'Brien, last wave is a 4.4, enough for the lead, only just from Joel, but Joel's only got the one score, a 6.83, best of the heat. Tane's now sitting third with a 4 and change. DeVex is a 4.67. Mark Llewellyn's opener was a 3.43, and Pies Dawson a 3 to kick things off. So still not much spreading the field at this point.
Nah, they're all pretty close. Only Joel with the one big one.
First wave of the heat, of course.
He must have spotted something out there. He's paddling right round.
I've seen him do it everywhere. He just there's not a wave there.
Yeah,
there's nothing there. It's the start of something he's on it for long enough.
It's like Tom Curran used to go and sit somewhere and a wave would come to him.
Yeah,
just like no.
Summons up and throws some angel dust around the place and summers it up.
Oh, it's remarkable, and it's not a fluke. It's not luck. It's calculated, and it does it so many places around the world. It's I've been lucky enough to watch it. It's unbelievable.
I think it's just knowledge of the ocean, isn't it? It's just something to do with it, eh?
And I think faith in your equipment too, and in your ability. Like he can sit deeper because he knows, like, hey, I'm making it.
I can get the speed.
I'll get around it,
make it,
and I'll do my first turn where you're taking off.
Yeah.
And obviously this comp's a lot of fun and pretty laid back and whatever, but at the highest level, he does it. Snapper, J-Bay, Bells, a whole lot everywhere. Yeah. It's a joy to watch.
I've known Joel since he was a little fella, and he's just always been like that. I remember one of the Billabong Junior comps out here in '97 that were just pumping. Yeah. He just surfed so good. Yeah, amazing.
Dwayne, out of the Cooley crew, who does surf up here still? Do you see?
Not many.
Do you see Joel free surf?
No, very rarely the Cooley crew come up here. It's something I don't see very often. I suppose down.
And you probably wholeheartedly endorse that.
Oh yeah, I don't mind. Yeah, there's a much better bank down there anyway. Like Snapper and that, when it gets good, a lot better than Burleigh does these days. As you can see, the bank's right out the back.
Its average days are still good. And but.
Not very often. When it gets big in that, you might see Mick and them come up on their skis and everything. But you don't see many.
I saw a good photo of Jacob Byrne and Mick Fanning sharing a wave together once. It was good.
One of the big days?
No, it was just a paddle day. It was just a normal day.
I think our umbrella's about to take off to Miami.
I don't really want to lose it. This head's seen a lot of sun over the summer holidays.
Yeah, a bit fried.
Yeah.
Strong chance I might go with it.
Yeah, you are a lean, mean fighting machine at the moment, Vince.
Mary Poppins off to Nobbies if this thing launches.
Oh.
I think it needs a bit more weight on it, doesn't it?
Yeah. All right, Joel's
down.
Joel's last wave was a 3.83, extends his lead.
Outside, working real hard. I think it's Clancy Dawson.
Looks like Clancy.
Not too sure. He'd be in all sorts out there. I feel like at this point in the heat, 9 to go, you probably just fall on your sword and commit to it.
Here's Lobby.
Lob on the inside.
Still not a whole lot happening on the inside score-wise, apart from Joel's score.
Yeah, I'm still looking at going on the inside, I reckon. It doesn't look that good out the back. I might stay away from everyone and surf on the inside, I think.
Good luck.
See ya. Take it easy, Laura.
Well, Laura Anaver's decided the surf's not big enough for her here at Burleigh. She's off to Hawaii.
Oh, lucky her.
Fair enough.
We wish her all the best.
This umbrella, we might be taking off with her.
That might get her quicker there than JQ497 out of the Goldie. Yeah, hose it. Yeah,
go for it. Saves us hanging on to it.
Do you want us just to let go of it and see how far she goes? There goes Mark Llewellyn.
So then it backs off a bit, you know. I kind of want to leave it, but...
Comes in gust, doesn't it? It's like a quick gust and then it stops again.
Yeah.
Tane.
Flying.
Us.
There's still some waves in here.
Wow.
That was a nice little wave considering for what it was.
Go down.
You got DeVex behind him. Going to get round it. He loves surfing in Con S, DeVex. He's a Con S pig.
Clancy in all sorts out the back. The boys are going to town on the inside, and that wave of Tane was just a beautiful example of being able to show his relaxed style on the wave and also get in a few nice manoeuvres.
Might be long.
Lobby 6.5 on his last one. He'll be pretty happy with that. Up into first.
Do you want to tape these?
Just work around us. Thank you. Yeah, we can't help. Unfortunately, we're broadcasting to 45 million people, and yeah, we'd love to help. But on this occasion,
we got to get the brolly down.
We're due for hair and makeup next, so we'll get out of that. And maybe that would have been smart to get the liquid off the table, but hey.
Like I've always said, I got a good face for radio. That's about it.
Don't sell yourself short, Dwayno.
Can we pull the whole thing out and get rid of it?
Otherwise, we'll just be looking at that.
Can't really see around it otherwise.
Yeah, we don't need a radio anyone to move an umbrella. Give me the red hot.
Here goes Joel Parkinson.
Oh,
another
surfing.
good one.
Let's go, Parko.
He's still going.
Oh, that is just poetry in motion. Stop it. Oh, and one more. There was one more in that wave. It's still going.
Here goes Lob.
Lob trying his absolute hardest to no avail. Clancy finally figured it out and move on to the inside.
Pies.
Yeah, there wasn't much out the back yet.
He's in all kinds of disarray. There we go. I've called in the heavy hitters, the umbrella extractors. It's a specialised workforce.
Now we're exposed to the elements.
Yeah. Nah, it's all right.
We'll live.
We'll live.
The para-soldiers.
Yep.
It's too late for my skin anyway, so we'll stay out in the sun.
Got to keep the bronze up for summer, Dwayno.
Yeah, you got to keep that tan going.
It's first time for everything. Gage Rhodes, Matzo's mango beer.
Mango beer.
See how we go.
That's from Broome.
Wonder what that tastes like.
Love it.
Here goes Lobby
Fantastic.
on the inside.
There you go.
Oos.
Yeah, it's good
Oh,
to see
two strong
Liam.
turns.
Yeah.
Good to see Liam qualified this year.
Yeah. what a great story.
Tane, that turn was epic.
It's
imagine breaking your ankle before the first comp starts, like right on the day. Like,
heartbreaking.
Full on. He's fought back well.
Outside looks like a great surfer, but not in the heat. Might be Adrian Slater if I was to take
Looks
a
a bit
guess.
like Slater, doesn't it?
Nevertheless, you know what? It is so hard to qualify. I've never done it, but I've seen a few people do it. To do
hard.
it 2 years in a row is just out of this world. You even take the injury out of it together, it is ridiculous. And there's 2 people that did that this year. Liam did it, and so did Katie Simmers on the women's. You know, it is such a hard thing. You know,
She's
it's
amazing for such a young girl.
amazing.
Like Katie Simmers.
Oh, she's incredible.
Incredible.
Unbelievable.
To put a full year together, you need, you know, the 4-person heats. You've really got to have a lot of so much mongrel. It's not all about the talent. Liam's obviously got plenty of talent, but he's such a humble young kid.
I know, you wouldn't expect the mongrel to come out in Liam, would you?
But in those 30-minute little
humble
moments, it's good to see. So, yeah, I know you guys have got a lot to cheer for. We all do. Like, he's a Gold Coaster, you know, so it's great to see.
Yeah, the Katie Simmers reminds me of Stephanie Gilmore when she was young. Just that style, and she's amazing.
Yeah.
All the girls rip these days. It's so amazing how good the girls surf.
Yeah, your club's got a host of amazing young
Heaps of
junior
girls in
surfers.
the
Yeah,
club.
it's great. Yeah. It's a credit to your junior development program that you guys have been hammering away at for years and years and years.
Old Mick Murph started that one off.
Yeah, right.
Long time ago. Awesome.
2 minutes to go. Parko is in the lead with an 8 and a 6.83. Liam O'Brien, a 6.5 and a 6, is sitting second. Tane
leading.
Has a 6.9 and a 5.2.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's getting close. Got under 2 minutes to go. Then I'll be signing off. I've got to go and get ready for the old fellas heat. That could take at least an hour to get ready for it.
Get the old wheels moving, the diesel engine, fire it up. What are you running over there? Tesla or an old 400,000 K diesel?
Old diesel, mate. Old diesel engine.
Well, no, they're good once they get going.
Just got to get them going.
Just got to get it going.
Actually looks like Pete's sitting out the back there in the white.
Yep.
Big brother. He's had a few waves out here in this day.
Yeah, he would have had a couple.
Had a couple.
He was good the other night. I'm sure you've heard that story a few times, but I actually never heard that story in full. Yeah, it was.
It's awesome.
Yeah, it's a great story. Yeah, you'll be able to catch that soon. Deadly, how quickly do you post those things online? How quickly do you post those things online? The pods, 2 weeks, 1 week from Burleigh. Oh, this will go Friday.
Oh yeah, cool.
Podcast will be live Friday. I'm hearing from the CEO.
Nice.
Yep. Friday. Maybe we'll go. Let's give them a day. We'll say Saturday. And
working weekends.
Yeah.
What can't they do?
No, that's right. I mean, podcasts are great. You make a lot of money out of them. You instant fame and everything, and they don't cost anything to run. And no, I'm joking. A big team working behind them, and it is a labour of love. It's like, and I think
I don't think you make much money out of it.
Well, what the boys do, I think, in getting the community together, it's sort of second to none.
Priceless.
It is.
Can't put a value on that.
That's great. Yeah. So
good to see.
A young fella Louis helping him out behind the scenes with production and stuff like that, and you need a team of people, and
10 seconds to go. This is Lob signing off. He's sitting second, Tane's third, so it's looking like Devex, Clancy and the plucky Mark Llewellyn.
Yeah, I think
the campaign's coming to an end.
Coming to an end.
In the semis. No shame in coming 7th.
No shame getting beaten by Joel and Liam and the guys of that calibre.
All right, the second semi's in the water. We're going to bring you all of that action after this quick break. Don't go anywhere. More action from the Burleigh Board Riders Single Fin Festival coming our way right after this.
See you later.
Welcome to the Interlusion.
You kidding me? Welcome back to the Burleigh Board Riders Single Fin Festival. This is the second semi-final. Dakota Walters in red, Sheldon Simkus in white, Declan Sullivan in yellow, Xavier Huxtable blue, Jay Okalupo in green, defending champion Matty Job in red, Terry Tapatis to the right of me, Vaughan Deadly to my left.
Go Binzy!
Sounds like a Steelers Wheels songs to me. Stuck in the middle with you. Clowns to the left of me, Jokers to the right.
Who's the clown and who's the joker, Tapper?
I don't know. I think we could take half each, couldn't we?
Fair enough.
So dumber and dumbest
Hey, I'm just,
up here.
has there been a bit of a generation shift in the in what's going on here in this Burleigh Single Fin Festival? This is a young heat.
It is.
What's going on here? Where's the old crusties?
Not big enough for the old crusties,
Where's
I think.
the burnout old units who used to final in this thing every year?
The Legends heat's coming up soon.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Champ was looking to put some sunscreen on Dwayne's board and everybody else. And
So
handing out.
I only come up here to watch Champ surf. I don't come up here to watch anyone else surf except Champ. I just love seeing that little rat's tail in the onshore. It always blows up about this time of day on finals day. And that little ratty just flies in the wind like, I don't know what, super rat. Super mouse, mighty mouse.
He's the biggest rat you've ever seen, they might say.
I love the Champ.
Yeah, the Champ.
Is he contest director? I think he is.
Well, yeah.
Oh, straight into it, Shelley.
Wow.
It's getting tricky out here too. If you're just tuning in online, this southeast has just blown up out of nowhere. We had just clean, smooth conditions all morning. Xavier Huxtable down the point, representing the mighty Torquay BC. And he's put together a nice one there, Zave. Winner of a QS this year in a wave pool. What world, what time are we living in where QS winners are coming in wave pools? Gone topsy-turvy and
Mate, Xavier's
I don't want a piece of it.
Xavier's been to the last 3 events I've been to in Taiwan, Urban Surf, and now the Burleigh Single Fin.
Gosh.
He's all over the place.
And there's Oni Anwar. Oni's spent a lot of time on the... oh, no, it's not Jackie.
Jay.
Jay Okalupo. Oh, they both are good young men, they are. But, yeah.
Yeah, well, Jay...
You can tell it's Jay because he's got a shirt on. I haven't seen Oni with a shirt on all weekend. Just long locks.
Yeah.
Oh,
and
mate.
Glistening
Jay's
skin.
got
Just
so
what a
much
man.
taller in the last year or so. Big unit. He must be Pat Knock on the head.
He is big. So, yeah, pretty impressive looking semi-final here. Xavier Huxtable from Vico in the blue. Dakota Walters from just down the road at Angourie in the red. Who else have we got? Jay Okalupo in the green. He's just gone up into second with a 4.3 there.
Whopper.
Sheldon Simkus in the white. Declan Sullivan, who has been probably, you'd have to say, the smoothest cat in this event so far. And Matty Job in the black.
I think he's out the back.
Defending champ. It's a good heat. Lots of young blood.
Yeah, Sheldon probably the veteran in this heat.
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense.
It doesn't feel good when people start throwing those out on the loudspeakers when you're trying to surf a heat.
Definitely
Veteran.
Definitely the
Yeah.
whitest teeth in the draw.
Oh, he's got good dental
He's
health.
got, fantastic fangs.
Man, that's wonderful to hear.
Yeah.
But I think we might have a couple of surfers out the back in this heat as well. I think that's Matty Job out the back, the defending champion, out there in the black.
So-
Matty, the biggest pest of the event, evidently, they said yesterday, wasn't it?
It
On
was Friday
Yeah.
afternoon. We
Yeah.
threw it open to the panel at the Ain't That Swell Live. It was Bottle, Pete Harris and Robbie O'Brien. Well, who is the biggest pest in this event?
Unanimous?
No one even flinched. Like, no, it wasn't unanimous. There was heaps of other names thrown out, but like they couldn't wait to just chuck all their mates under the bus. It's like, wow, that's how it's done up here.
And coming up next, the Legends heat. That's just going to be off the hook. We've got a pretty good roll call there of surfers.
Brizzo
from,
defending champ of that?
did Brizzo win it?
I think he did last year.
Oh, that obviously I wasn't here. I was COVID bound. I missed it. Wow, the party must have gone on for 6 weeks.
So the Legends heat, Brad Gerlach in red, Champ, Ash Humphreys in yellow, Paul Brizzo Sermon in blue, Dwayne Harris in green. Ockie is in black. Brendan Margison is in orange, and Doris is in purple.
Doris.
Yeah, Tony Etherington, what a great surfer.
He's old mates with my old man.
I tell you what, you see those pictures
Alfie.
of Doris, he charges, he goes to the manse, he drives the boat, or, you know, he's the captain, of course. But wow, can he surf? Not scared of taking on some big stuff either.
What do you reckon the tactic is here, fellas? I mean, we've seen, you know, Lobby, Xavier Huxtable looking at one on the inside here. Your turns look pretty big on this inside section, even though the waves are small, as we see Xavier getting this board working. Up and over, beautiful little tail waft.
Releases the fin.
But, you know, are you going to get the same sort of dynamic looking ride out the back, even if you get a good one?
I think you could get actually a more dynamic ride if you really
Here we go.
lay that rail. Here we go.
Way out the back. Looking for an
Dakota.
option. Dakota Walters. It looks a little bit mushy out there at the moment. He does get a little fin free.
On the inside, Declan Sullivan swinging into action.
Oh, someone turned down the Sade. Smooth operator.
Quickly in, quickly out, and out the back is this Maddie. He's got some work. There's a little bit of a Huntington hop coming into play out the back, because you get that first turn and then you just sort of bounce around, trying to link it through to the inside.
Been watching. There was a Stubbies here I watched online, and it's got Ocky's definitely in the semis. And, mate, it's all Huntington hop. It's just a real mushy, small year, and the way that they're able to link it together is nothing short of mind-blowing. There's barely enough juice in the wave to get moving, and they're fully just, you know, all over it.
Here goes
Little
Jay
inside.
Okaluvo.
Got speed. Good start. Nice little soul float. Oh, he's got a little sandy section here, and he gets the fins up and over, and Jay Okalupo puts a little stamp on this one.
And he's riding the same board Ty Richardson's won 2 junior single fins in a row. Ty looking for the 3rd.
Nice little hair flick on the exit as well.
Yeah, got that hair flick going on. And that wind gusting on coming up again.
So I think, what, are we into the finals after this?
We are.
So junior finals, women's finals.
Juniors,
Crusty old
women's.
relic final, and the
Legends.
Opens final.
Yeah.
Magic.
So first 3 finalists already locked in for the men. Parko, Liam O'Brien and Tane Bowden. At the moment, Zave Huxtable, Jay Okalupo and Maddie Job will be joining them, but very early days. Lots of scores still to come. Big thanks to all of our sponsors this year. Billabong obviously couldn't do this without the Burleigh board riders. Gage Roads have come on board in a massive way. Single Fin and their quiver of other beers. Go get involved at the Gage Roads bar right next to their Gage Roads 18 van.
Quiver, that's the collective noun for a rack of brewers.
A quiver of beer.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, I like it.
Thanks to the Burleigh Pavilion. Speaking of a rack of beers, Surf Dive and Ski, custom footwear, Striker Media, FK Surf, Freddy's Live Vision and House of Burn for the trophies.
Oh, what great boards. I know myself and Blakey are both owners of House of Burn surfboards, curved channels.
I love them.
Amazing, yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Ern is easily my favourite shaper at the moment.
He's been one of the MVPs this weekend. I don't think he's even come to the beach yet.
Oh, he did come to the Barlow on Friday. That's the last time we saw him.
I think everyone in the 4220 knows that he was at the Bolo on Friday.
Sheldon Simkus on the inside. He's found a little grower here. Gets the speed. Beautiful positioning. And just looking for a finish. Up. Nooner alert. Rides out. Making something out of nothing there. Real cottage cheese ride.
Is that Matty Job out the back?
Yeah, he's trying to get that little link, but out the back, Dakota Walters has got a bigger, more cleaner wave, really able to throw those big lines.
This is good. This is good for the young fella. Couple of big open-faced hacks, getting plenty of spray into the air. And he's looking now, he's on the foil. If he can connect this, it'll be some sort of masterclass in hunting and hops. Meanwhile, double up on the inside. A little bit caught. Oh, no, nearly the Vish.
And Shelby. So I think about 5 of our competitors have caught this wave at various stages, from out the back to all the way through the inside Rocky.
Doesn't matter. I've just been doing some heavy organisation, trying to get some of the Gage Roads Hey Boy, the Zero beers. I'm a big fan of the Zero beers. So
yeah, good one.
Get some of those on ice up here. But someone would like to put that single fin of Ian Burns on ice, the first prize. That is a beautiful board. It's sitting in the tent up there, and looks so good.
Remember that first year Parko won here, and then a monster swell hit Kira about a week later?
Yeah, he didn't put it on ice, did he?
Oh, no, he just rode that thing through the innards of some filth, thick chambers, and it went that good, as you'd expect. Dakota, all the way from out the back. This one not linking up for him, but he took a gamble, and it paid off. 7-point ride for the last of the Surfer in red. So Dakota Walters, he sat way, way out there, and it looked crumbly and not much, but Tapatis, our homegrown expert, he called it. He said if one stands up on that outside bank, mate, it'll provide opportunity for big roosters, and that's what happened. Thanks, Jacko. I'm going to try one of these, yeah, boys.
Yeah, boy.
XPA non-Ls. It's amazing that everyone's just bringing out this full-flavoured.
The fake cans.
Non-alco gold.
Don't mind getting on the fake cans.
So what's your verdict there, Blakey?
Love it. Love the hops. But yeah, good call, Tapper. You said there'd be a chance out there, and Dakota Walters punched in a 7 for a couple of big roosters out the back. Xavier Huxtable currently in the lead. Surfer in blue, 4.83 and a 6. Red in second, 3.17 and a 7. Sheldon Simkus in white in third, a 4.5 and a 4.97. Shelley. Matty, I think he's sitting way out there still in the black, a 4.67 and a 4. So definitely scoring opportunities out there. Jay Okalupo is sitting on a 4.3 and a 4.13. And Declan Sullivan, who has been pretty much on fire. Just a slow start here, looking for some scores. We're going to throw it down to Stace Galbraith, co-host of The Cusp on the Stab Podcast channel, an absolute expert, no bigger brain in surfing. And he's with some of our finalists in the Open Men's, I believe. Oh, no, maybe the juniors. Who is it, Stace?
Apparently we're not live. I haven't touched anything. I don't touch anything. Just talk amongst yourselves, boys. Technical difficulties.
You can't script this.
Yeah,
definitely can't script
Sensational stuff down there.
Dakota Walters now on the inside. It looks like he's going to find a little groove up. Doesn't need a whole lot, this guy, to get moving. And he just rides that one into oblivion. So, time ticking away here, semi-final number 2. Open men's.
And all our competitors back on the shore.
Back on the shore, mate. Yeah. They've given it the flick out the back. It's just too windy.
Yeah, well, I got the wind. That was the reason for my shock and heat. That was it. The wind. It was all the wind.
Correct. All right, we've got some scores in. Zave Huxtable with a 4.83 and a 6 is in the lead. Dakota's got a 3.17 and a 7. He'd love to get rid of that 3 and put himself in a pretty sweet spot. Sheldon Simkus has a 4.5 and a 4.97. Matty Jobs chasing a 4.81.
Are we back? I might be too far away from the truck.
Wow.
Stranger Things.
Yes. Yeah, it is a bit like Stranger Things. That I was waiting for some sort of beast to jump out of the ocean or something.
So just to finish that wrap with 5 minutes to go, Declan Sullivan, you need a 6.7, and Jay Okalupo, you need a 5.17. Matty Job, you need a 4.81. 6 young men who are already in the final are now talking to Stace Galbraith.
I don't know if we will go to me because there's. How's it feeling?
It feels great. Keen to surf a heat. Secret.
Let's go, boys. Good luck.
All right.
The
cheers.
insights.
Cheers.
Remarkable.
Cheers, Stace. I think Roving Mike might need to jump on the Yeah Boys as opposed to the single fins the next little while.
Well,
Shout out to Ollie Henry, who's parked inside a big boy at the right on the Yeah Boy cam.
Is he?
Yeah.
Ah, that's sick.
Yeah, he was devastated when I told him he was on the non-alcoholic beer can, but there you go.
On a beer can's a big thing for you.
Who's this guy?
It's the can's an amalgamation of a whole bunch of stuff. There's a few different elements that have gone in. I don't know who's going over for falls though, to answer your question.
3.5 minutes remaining here, and Zave Huxtable still holding it down. Coda in second, Sheldon in third, Matty Jobs looking for a score, Jay Okalupo in fifth, and Declan in sixth. And geez, it's looking tricky out there at the moment. These are the heats there. You look at each other and you're like, what can you do?
Who have we got out back at the moment?
That might be the next heat, maybe having a bit of a look.
I think they're on the rocks, aren't they?
Oh, yeah. Just maybe a couple of recreational surfers. I'm amazed no
think
one's
we
made
need-
a sprint up the top.
Do we need the recreational surfers to sort of get out of there so they're not confusing the judges?
Xavier, beautiful first turn. He's going to get a little finish here. He throws the fins. Thought he might safety surf that, but he's out the lead. So why not try and punch your score up a bit?
Well, a bit of motion in the ocean, and that is a yellow upright Declan Sullivan. Oh, look on the edge, it's Matty Job paddling in big, but nothing there for Mr. Job.
Looking for a grower is our surfer in white with just on 2 minutes remaining. Sheldon Simkus. And oh, look out the back though. This could be the one. Jay Okalupo off the bottom, jams it off the top. Beautiful first turn, cracks it again, and that's the wave he's been waiting for. Sitting down in fifth, two-turn combo, puts it together nicely. And good punchy little vertical snaps. Binsey, what'd you make of that one?
I liked it. Very fluent from start to finish.
You gotta love those growers.
2 turns were crispy.
But also, like, you get the double up and it rolls you in with speed. You know you've got a few options under your sleeve.
And the judges have not hesitated to throw a 5.57 the way of that last wave. So Sheldon, you now need a 4.91.
Oh, look at this. Dakota on the inside. Beautiful, smooth line.
Matty, you need a 5.21. And Declan, you need a 7.1 with just over a minute to go.
Tapper, you know better than I do, but like, does it just a good, clean line score in these single fin events? Like, is it all about the turns, or is it also about, getting the good read and linking it right from start to finish?
Well, sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't, but I do notice that they do like a bit of cheetah 5 action if you can sort of throw in a bit of fins on the nose or some sort of spectacular move.
So
but,
style's in the criteria for sure.
Yeah, style is 100%. That single fin style. But, well, Dakota Walters there showing a bit of style as well. Let's see the replay online for all our viewers out there. At the moment, looks like everybody's staying on the shore break for the next heat.
Well, Dakota moves into the lead. That last ride, the judges were loving it. 7.0 and a 4.9, so last of red, 4.9. Xavier now in second. Jay Okalupo moves into third. Sheldon Simkus in fourth.
20 seconds to go.
Matty Job in fifth. Declan Sullivan in sixth. And is there anything left for these guys to milk out of this thing? 10 seconds.
Oh, could be a last-minute Larry as the clock comes down. There's a bit of movement out there.
No, it's
there goes the horn.
All over.
So Dakota, Xavier, and Jay are joining Parko,
Tane,
Liam, and Tane in the final.
How's that for a final? Jay Okalupo, nice little steal there in the dying seconds. I think we're going to have a little break. We'll be back with plenty more from the Burleigh Single Fin Festival, presented by Billabong and Gage Road.
Yam Yuladara Gungalia.
Welcome to the interlusion.
Professional
Welcome to the Interlusion.
All right, welcome back to the Burleigh Board Riders Single Fin Festival. We are into the Groms final. Harley Walters, Ty Richardson, Rico Haybiddle, Finn Rosenfeld, Tom Whitpain and Luca Rana-Smith. Terry Tapatis as a local honcho. Run us through some of these Groms for those who don't know much about them.
Oh, well, of course, Harley Walters, one of the real rippers out there. He's did very well in the Australia. I think he took the Australian title, the under 14 or 16. Ty Richardson, of course, well, Ty is just on fire. And at the back there, that's Luke Rana-Smith. Luke, a local lad from around here. Natural footer, quite a lot of styles, quite a lot of pump to his surfing. Ty Richardson, though, looking for 3 in a row at the juniors. Rico Haybiddle, under 6 Burleigh Board rider since he was, I think, 8 or 9.
I love Rico. I love his name.
Rico,
hey, baby.
It's just one of the best names in the biz, isn't it?
So where's your diamond, but he doesn't get the Copacabana connection, the Barry Manilow there. But Rico's the under 16 Australian champion, just won that one.
Is this a free surfer out the back, just to not confuse the judges?
Looks a bit old to be a junior and a bit big. But, Finn Rosenfeld, a young goofy footer from Burleigh Heads as well on the backhand, and Tommy Whitpain. Tommy just coming back from a triple break in his femur.
Yikes.
And but Tommy's a great surfer, and here goes Tommy the Whip now. But
he's finished third 3 years in a row now, so he wants to bring the pain for these other guys way out the back.
That's Harley Walters.
Harley Walters. And Harley from Angara, younger brother of Dakota. And mate, such a gifted, natural, lanky, smooth, saline surfer. And he's not scared to jump on different boards. Like, he's at home on single fins just as much as he is thrusters and all that. Grew up, we are riding a lot of different crafts around, the many different setups in his hometown.
So many ways.
Hey, you just keep it on the down low, thanks, Tap.
Yeah, that's right. That's where my dad comes from, so that's, I used to hate visiting the relatives, not.
Bring the pain. Tommy Whitpain just looking for an opportunity to get that leg turning. I think he's got a big plate in there.
Steal in there, Tommy Whips. But I tell you what, great comeback. He was out the point just on that last swell, mate, and he's throwing some heat.
Great.
Still, he hasn't got into a real death barrel yet, but I'm sure he's looking for one.
It's hard, mate. It's hard. When you've been injured, just to get back into that mental headspace of, attack.
Yeah.
Tricky to do.
Well, one of the great things is when he was injured, Liam O'Brien went and visited him, had a bit of a chat with him. So.
Oh, nice little punch there on the inside.
It's that young Finn Rosenfeld.
That was Finn.
Yeah.
There wasn't a whole lot on that wave, but he got the speed and he gave it a good little whaka. So, this wind, it's definitely creating a little bit of havoc here. We've had just such beautiful conditions over the weekend, but, you get what you get, you don't get upset.
It is what it is, and if you win, everybody's doing it.
The Grommets will never complain about onshore wind, never.
They're out here anyway.
No, exactly, mate.
If the Rocky was 2 foot, they're out there. If Rocky's 1 foot, they're out there.
So this is the final. Someone will be taking home one of those beautiful handcrafted surfboards.
Cheer, Ty Richardson looking for 3 in a row. That was him in action.
Look out on the end here.
Finn again.
Finn gets a nice little carve to kick off and gets it up and over again. Good little combos. A lot of these guys have surfed in this final against each other a few times now. I know that you said Richo going for 3 in a row. Has he been a junior for 14 years or something?
Yeah, that's it, mate.
And gets the connection. Slice.
Rico Haybiddle.
Rico Rico. Nice dismount. But yeah, you must like paddle out when you've surfed, you know, 10 years of juniors against the same faces. You'd just be so sick of them, wouldn't you?
Well,
mate, you could have another 20 years of that ahead of you.
Well, I do know that from my time as a junior, you make a lot of lifelong friends from your junior competitions. Like I just saw a mate of mine down there, Dane King. Hadn't seen Kingy for ages. We used to surf against each other, and in that time surfing as a grom in national titles, state titles, you make mates that, you know, last a lifetime. It's a great thing.
And enemies that last a lifetime as well.
Depends who you surf
Yeah,
against.
you can see some people,
yeah.
like, because you know how like competitive surfers just never forget like a snake. Surely not.
We'll have to ask Dingo
You
later.
got Burkharted. No, you're right. You're right. It's a community. You make good friends, but I know that there are like a couple of rivalries that go all the way back to these days. You know, where you're surfing like a bit of a fun kick-off event of the year. Not a whole lot on the line except for just bragging rights and a new board, and you can make an enemy for life if you play your cards wrong. Think about that next time you go to sneak up the inside, eh? So competitive.
And here we go, it's Tommy Whitpain. Tommy the Whip has a look, but no, not enough. He's a big fella, needs a bit of wave. I'd love to see him be able to release. He really rips it and lips it.
One of the cool things I heard Lobby talking about the other night during the ATS Live, Binsy, I don't know if you heard this over the noise in the room,
Yeah.
but
I heard.
He was saying that, you know, one of the big focuses for all of the Challenger Series surfers is to enjoy what they're doing rather than focus on the end result. So that way, or something goes wrong, they're able to reflect on their year with a lot of joy and pride and know that they were living a really good life. So I think that's kind of been one of the big changes, I think, in like a competitive mindset for all these groms as they start sort of hitting their thing, hitting their straps, is like, be aware of the moment. Don't just focus on the end result.
Well, exactly, like when they look at it, they could be working a 9 to 5 office job, earning, you know, 50 grand a year. They're travelling the world, surfing the best waves with their mates and having a ball.
And the results come on the back of feeling good about that. Here goes Whitpain. He's got one here. Gets a good first crack off the lip. A second one. Is he going to get a third? There's not much on this wave, but he's done plenty with it. Through the inside, another tap. And a crack to finish. He doesn't ride out, but wow. Finally gets a little bit of momentum here, and that might be just what he needs.
Yeah, Tommy the Whip, Tommy Whitpain.
Nice work.
And on those single fins, it is hard to generate speed. Here we go, that a little fit. See, a few of them are trying to hang up further there to get those odd ones that link right through that section.
Oh, this is a nice read here. Stays high, gets the float. And really, they look like a whole lot, but if you can somehow just stay ahead of them, you've got a few little chances to get some scores. Good little pocket ride there from Finn Rosenfeld. Harley Walters out in the lead. They keep the scores off.
Yeah. Oh, hiding the scores, okay.
So we're just going to speculate on who's doing well, but some memorable rides. I think Finn's got a couple under his belt. Definitely one there for Rico. And Tom Whitpain also a good one there in his last ride. So final, as you would expect, there's Dimity Stoyle, former winner here.
No flares this year.
No flares. Where's the flares, Dimity?
He's going to save a flare for the final.
Flares coming from the rail of the surfboard.
Oh, nice.
Shimmy disco.
Legend Superheat coming up soon. Looks like the women will be out next as we see on the inside. Oh, this could be real nice if he can get out ahead of it. He's a little bit caught behind. This is Rosenfeld. Is he going to get a section? It will. Bonus up, and oh, he's just gone over the handlebars. And that looked like Rico again out the back. Good little finner. Jeez, if he gets one that opens up, he's really going to cut loose here.
Oof, a little bit of a hassly shoulder argy-bargy paddle into that one.
Look at this, bit of spray coming off the back, but that one won't link. Yeah, these groms, they mean business.
Against each other since they were about 9 or 10. So yeah, there's probably 8 years of competition there.
I remember the most aggressive final, like I'm talking like, it felt like it might come to blows, that I ever saw in years of watching surf comps was Blake Johnston and Ace Buchan in the final of the Tracks Cadet Cup when they were about 13. Mate, I thought they were going to rip each other's heads off. They were just so all over each other. You've never seen more paddle battles and just ferocious, like, chihuahuas going at it. And, yeah, I think Ace got the better of Blake in that one. There was kind of like a bit of a sliding doors moment because Blake was the big grom at that stage.
What happens when Ace gets angry? I can barely picture
I
it.
think of Ace getting angry.
Oh, out the back.
Oh, Harley Walters cracks it.
He's going to get a third section here. Pow!
Oof, and on the inside, Ty Richardson starts teeing off on this little runner. That was a big bucket of spray. Walters ain't done yet either. He's Harley hopping his way through the inside.
I think he's going to get the
Can he
link
get
in.
the link
is he?
up?
No.
Oh, so
my
close.
goodness, look at that section.
And then here goes Rico Haybiddle. Haybiddle.
Got the speed.
Us releases the tail.
Oh, wow.
Finner.
That was impressive. There was not much there, and he gets the fins way out over the back.
7 minutes to run.
No plural here today.
This is game on. This final is starting to flare heavily. 6 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. Harley Walters goes turbo on a big one out the back. You have to say, one of the best rides of this final so far. Big roosters and gets the finish. Didn't quite get the link up. That would have been a big score if he'd somehow managed to get through onto that. Now let's throw it down, Binsey and Tapper, to Stace Galbraith, who's going to introduce us to the women's finalists.
Thanks very much, Vaughan. It's been an absolute pleasure of a day hanging with you. And what treat we're in for here, the ladies' final, about to paddle out.
Callahan with
You've paved the way for the future generation.
It's going to be a tough final no matter what, so let's go.
Yeah, thanks, Stace. Shimmy Disco, former event champion, and throwing plenty of shade at the last year's champ there. Yeah, we took her out. She's no good. She's gone.
Yeah, that was
see you, Mace.
Really dismissive,
wasn't it? Harley Walters on the inside, looking to get a. Scores are kept under wraps, folks. If you're on the point, you're wondering who's in the lead. We won't know till we announce the results. Tapper, you've been doing the Master of Ceremonies for the presentation for a few years. Always fun that we're basically just peeling the cover off those results.
Oh, yeah. It's funny when I actually have them in my hand and I've got to have a peek. I've got to have a peek and it's like, ooh, sometimes you go, oh, yeah, and sometimes you go, oh, wow.
Okay, Haybiddle.
No, Tommy hip pain.
Oh, a couple of big ones here. He's coming through the inside, gets up and over. He's got another section. He's going to get a finish here. Off the bottom, cracks it, deals with the double up, and Whit Payne brings the pain as we expect.
Behind him, Finn Rosenfeld is putting his rails to good use. Rico Haybiddle having a look at this one. Not much wall out in front. It's going to be a one-turn wonder. Wuss. Can't ride out of that.
Plenty of rides going down here, Binsey.
Is this Luke Runner-Smith?
Well, it looks like Tommy Whitpain may have thrown the actual Tweety pie, the Sylvester amongst the Tweety pies out there. That's a nice way from big Tommy Whip there. So it'll be interesting to see. Well, it'll be good to see what that score will be, but you can put that in. That's the thing. When you don't have the scores, you're thinking, oh, that was a really good wave. Oh, that was a really good.
And yes, indeed. Special guests turning up all over the place as we get stuck into the finals this afternoon. Beautiful Sunday afternoon here at Burleigh Point, Queensland, Australia. The Burleigh Single Fin Festival, presented by Billabong, Gage Roads, the Burleigh Board Riders Club. It is basically the starting gun for the entire competitive surfing year, and what a way to start. Just totally relaxed, having a ball on the vintage craft, dootzing it, Nooner Alert, Hackfest, all ages, all walks of life represented here, and basically just a big community party on the point.
And the bar over there is looking at Gage Road's bars going off like a frog in a sock. That's packed out. It's all going on.
So cool. It's just such a good way to start your competitive year with something just so, in the spirit of competition.
How good's that Chevy A-Team van? Oh.
You know, Shea Bottle Thompson, the year he won this, he qualified the following year. So a sort of little omen event. Won the single fin on tour.
Yeah.
Shimmy needs to hear that.
Yep. That's good little takeaway. What if Brizzo wins it? Is he going to have a crack on the Challenger Series?
He might.
Oh, from deep. Harley Walters looking for a backup score. Got some speed, gets a nice little float up, and he's going to get around this second turn. Links it together, up and over again. This could be a very important ride in his campaign. He's going to link it through for a finishing Krakatoa on the inside. Nooner alert. Nooner alert. And Harley Walters, that was a ride he was desperately looking to put in his pocket too. Beautiful. Beautiful surfing.
He's sliced away 2 good rides now. 2 very good rides.
What a read.
Here goes Finn Rosenfeld on his backhand. Nooner alert.
Hey, how good was just the delay off the bottom then? Really tweaking it, winding it up, and then just throwing it up into the lip. Good ride here. Look at this. Whoa, nice work from the surfer in blue.
Finn Rosenfeld, minute 40 to run.
This is a masterclass in milking, isn't it?
I have no idea who's winning this.
Well, you know that Harley Walters has 2 good rides. You know that Rico's got 2 good rides. I think Ty's got 1 under his belt, so he's looking for something. Tommy Whitpain's definitely got 2. This is really tough, man. Really close.
And then Finn just brought in that last one just to bring it home.
Yeah, Finn just absolutely belted that thing. I love that delayed bottom turn. Like anyone who has the skill to draw it off the bottom and just hold it till it steepens up.
On a 2-foot wave.
And then crack it, that's, yeah. Well, it helps if you're 1'2" yourself.
All right, 1 minute remaining.
Walters looking for a big win here. Slice.
Oh, that was
beautiful,
huge.
beautiful technique. Throwing plenty of water and just a nice pivot. He's going to get a stand up again. These guys are so good in just this gutless, nothing inside runners. Beautiful combination of turns. I'd say that might even better that last ride, Binzi. What do you reckon?
Oh, it's close. The first turn was huge. 30 seconds to go. Very entertaining junior men's final.
Look, there's a little bit of a paddle battle going out the point there as well. Tommy Whitpain and Richo.
Holy cow, mate. Finn Rosenfeld is ripping.
Yeah.
Wow.
15 seconds to go. Last roll of the dice time for our junior male competitors.
15 seconds. This is a huge exchange. Can someone pluck it in the dying stages?
Here goes Luke Runner-Smith. Can he get over this? Oh, Luke Runner's out of wave, unfortunately.
What a final, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together for our junior finalists. An amazing exchange. And I can't pick it. No chance.
No chance. We'll leave that one for Tapper on the podium for presentation later on. Don't go anywhere. Women's final action from the Burleigh Board Riders Single Fin Festival coming our way right after this quick break.
Yam Yuladara Gungalia.
Welcome to the Interlusion.
All right, we are into the final ladies' side of the draw.
Burleigh Board Riders Single Fin Festival, presented by Billabong. Vaughan Blakey next to me, very special guest joining us in the booth. Maisie Callahan, welcome aboard.
Thank you for having me.
What was with Shimmy just giving you a bit of grief just then in her little interview with Stace?
Yeah, she was just bringing me down to earth, I think. Start the year off right, I guess.
Mace, congratulations, re-qualified. That's a huge, well, is it a victory? Is it a relief? Is it all of the above? It's an amazing achievement to get back on tour. You just seem to do it so easily.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess a bit nervous as always, but yeah, it's nice to be back on the top and yeah, I'm excited.
That was probably one of the best end of years to the Challenger Series / QS that I've ever seen, especially with that run Sophie had coming in, getting it done for Australia. What's your take on how things panned out?
Yeah, it was such an incredible finish. I actually picked Sophie to take it out at the very start of the event. I've known Sophie forever, so yeah, I was just really excited to watch her and really stoked for obviously to qualify.
Unreal. And what's the deal with next year? Are you looking at top 5? Clearly.
Yeah, always aim for the top, I guess, but I'm just excited to have another crack on tour and hopefully give it a better go than my previous years, and yeah, top 5 would be nice.
How much do you reckon you've changed since your first crack at it, just before we get into this women's final? I'm just curious to know, because, you know, so often you see people qualify, have a bit of a dodgy year. Andy Irons is probably the best example. Falls off tour and then comes back and just is a different person, has so much more confidence. Do you feel like you're sort of better equipped to really have a crack at it this year?
Yeah, for sure. I guess when I first qualified, I was only 17, so 22 now, so
so old.
Much more experience.
So wise.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm excited. I felt like I learned a lot in my first 3 years, so yeah, I'm excited.
You got the big win on the Challenger Series last year. Was that Ericeira?
Yeah, Ericeira in Portugal. First Challenger Series win. I'd actually made 2 finals before that, and I thought if I don't get the win now, it's probably never going to happen. So yeah, I was really happy, and that was the goal this year, was to win a Challenger event. So yeah, it was nice.
And run us through the energy around the Aussie camp, because the men and the women seem to support each other equally. You've got that little ring of fire thing that you all do with the rebadged Aussie, Aussie, Aussie chant. Coming out the beach with just all of the Aussie Changa guys and girls on the beach, that must have been a wicked feeling.
Yeah, the Aussies have really come together the past few years, and it's really nice. I think it really shows in everyone's results, and yeah, it's just nice to come in and have all your mates on the beach.
And Pipeline first event, we've just seen Molly, your good mate, take out the Pipeline Masters. Billabong Pipe Pro coming up. How excited are you? Are you nervous? Are you excited? Like, I mean, it's kind of terrifying, but at the same time, like every single time we see women out at Pipeline, it's just mind-boggling how quickly the performance levels are rising out there.
Yeah, totally. I would be lying to you if I wasn't. I'm so scared. I think even the men are scared, so that proves something. But yeah, it's awesome to have the girls there, and I'm excited to give it a go and have only a couple girls out. That'd be nice.
And do you lean on any of the lunatics at home to give you some getting under the hood and knifing it on those big ones?
Yeah, I have plenty of support. My boyfriend Sheldon's great at barrel riding, so he tries and teaches me a few tricks. But I almost lean on the girls more. Just seeing all the girls charge is really incredible. Like, Laura's one of my best friends, and just watch her all the time.
Yeah.
Always ask her, what are you thinking when you're going over the falls? Like,
surely her advice is don't do what I do. And
yeah,
you'll be right.
pretty much. But nah, she's awesome, and yeah, she's a great role model.
Carissa's wave in the Pipe Masters, setting the benchmark. How much does seeing that sort of inspire you?
Yeah, I was actually surfing with her a few times out backdoor when I was over there last, and she's definitely put in the time, and you can see it paying off, and she's got great knowledge and such incredible barrel riding skills. So yeah, she really sets the mark right there. Yeah.
And are you strapping on the gaff?
Yeah, I think it'd be silly not to. It'll be my first time wearing a helmet, but I think it's pretty important, and yeah, you don't want to be hitting the bottom.
No, good one. Well, best of luck over there. We can't wait to see what you get up to on this year's tour. Let's get stuck into this final. We got a former champion, good friend of yours, Dimity Stoyle, out there in the red. Charlie Hatley in the white, Mia Huppert's in the yellow, Coco Cairns in the blue, Juniper Harper in the green, and Grace Karma in the black.
That was Mia Huppert's down the end of the Rocky.
Yeah, so what are you expecting here, Mace? I know that Dimity always puts on a good show in the single fin.
Yeah, she told me like a week ago that she was going to win this event, and I was like, okay. Stick to your word then. So obviously Dim's taken this event out a few times. She's got the knowledge.
She's not impressed with you. I thought that was in the trust tree.
But all the girls are so good, so I'm excited to watch all of them.
It's been so fun watching, you know, you come to this event every year, there's a lot of the same names in the draw, and a lot of the same names always make the finals, but being able to watch Mia Huppets and Juniper and these young juniors who when they first went in it, really starting to, you know, put a bit of a stamp on this comp.
Yeah, totally. Yesterday, my first day, I had all 3 of the Huppets in my heat, and they were just paddling rings around me. It was nice to watch though. I was frothing. All the girls are so inspiring, and they're shredding these single fins better than the boys, so it's pretty cool to watch.
Getting no respect out here.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't you know who I am?
So during the finals, the scores go behind closed doors. It's a little bit hard to build the narrative, but it's a big surprise for whoever gets it. But yeah, what would you be doing if you were in this final? Would you be hitting that back bank? We've seen a few crew take it on out there. Or would you be on this inside-outside section?
I think I'd be on the outside section. I think they're running pretty quickly, so I'd probably stick to the outside. But I mean, I tried to do that in my heat and it ended up going terribly, so don't ask me.
Do you come up this way much, surf Burleigh?
Sometimes. I surfed up here like a week or so ago during that swell. Yeah, it's fun. Always love coming up here and surfing.
Yeah, so time is ticking away here. What do we got? 13 minutes and 30 seconds remaining.
This is Mia Huppets having a quick look. Not interested. Getting back to the gaff thing at Pipeline, Lane Beachley and Ken Bradshaw had the walkie-talkie in the gaff years ago. Would you and Sheldon ever consider recreating that?
Oh, maybe for pipe. I don't know. It's pretty scary out there. I'd love a little someone talking in my ear.
Little
voice in
your ear.
Yeah.
It's pretty much going on. I mean, the Ricardo whistle and the Michael Hotel up in the dunes,
Yeah.
and you know, like lots of people are kind of employing that coaching from the beach sort of tactic.
Yeah, there's plenty of towel swinging and whistling going on.
This is a nice looking ride. Beautiful frontside cove here, Juniper Harper. That was a nice turn really on a wave that didn't offer much. I find it incredible that you can pull so much rail through the water on such a tiny bumpy face. Like that is hard to do at the best of times on a single fin.
100%.
What do you make of this next generation of women coming through at the moment, Macy? Like, you know, Katie Simmers obviously qualifying at a very young age, saying no, now taking it up. Sierra Kerr hot on her heels. There is a tidal wave of talent coming through. Is that something that, you know, you can feel on your haunches every time you enter an event?
Yeah, totally. I remember when I was like the youngest one in these events, but now they're like super young. Like Sierra's right there and she's crazy. I've been surfing with her a lot and she's really inspiring. But all the Aussie girls, they're such amazing talent and such a bright future for all of them. So I'm excited to watch them all.
Can you give us a little insight into Sierra? Has she got the competitive gene? Do you think she'll just hit the QS and really give it a crack, or is she kind of like happy to just free surf and get clips?
No, she's probably the most competitive kid I've ever met. So I think she'll
Right.
definitely be taking up the QS.
She's done some amazing stuff. That air reverse over at Lakey Peak this just past year. Yet another moment for women surfing that kind of rewrote the book.
So inspiring.
Oh, it's just so amazing. It's just every time you turn around, there's something else crazy going on, and it's really happening on an arc that is much sharper than men's surfing at the moment. You think?
Yeah, the progression is rapidly rising. I can't even get out of I can't do it now to save my life, so I'll just stick to the face and watch them go into
stick
the
to what
air.
you know.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it's you know, I guess Ethan Ewing's a good example of someone who can surf to his strengths, not really feel the need to bust into new ground, and he just backs himself to let that surfing do the talking, and judges, they admire and reward that sort of commitment. I don't think anyone would argue that he was, you know, a world title contender last year at all.
Yeah, 100%. Ethan definitely proved that rail surfing is still just as good as any of the progressive surfing, and yeah, he's so amazing to watch. I could watch his surfing all day. So yeah.
And just, in your world, I know that you're really good friends with Steph. Oh, we've got a little paddle on the inside here. But, I mean, are you still scratching your head at what she managed to do last year? She had kind of a couple of years there where she was almost doubting herself whether she had deserved her place on tour, Like, before that win in Mexico, she was really sort of struggling to, figure out whether she even wanted to be there. Then she got that win.
She barely made the cut.
She got, made the cut. Then she made the top 5 but got knocked out first heat, and it just all seemed a bit emotional.
Yeah, it was a lot. She missed the first event of the year, so that was, off to a tough start. But I knew if anyone could do it, Steph can do it, especially with the final format. You only have to make the top 5, and then you got a shot winning the world title. And I knew at Trestles, if she on the day had those rights and was on fire, she was going to win the whole thing. And I actually said to her, if you win the event, I will fly over that night. And she did, so I got and we had like the funnest celebrations ever in Hollywood.
That is crazy.
It was like all the girls were there. We had the best time ever, and she's so deserving, and she's paved the way for all of us.
Oh,
so
the way she did it.
It's just amazing.
It's
That's
only
not
a champion can win like that. Like
Exactly.
that was out of the box. That was like fully, Kelly Slater, goat-ish. Like
Yeah, Sheldon and I were crying. We were like, it was honestly the most amazing thing that
Yeah.
I think had happened in surfing history. Like, it was amazing.
Just that momentum she had leading in. It felt like she'd beaten Carissa before they even
Oh
surfed.
mate, I felt like I could hear Carissa delaminating, like just by the end of the third, the second heat.
Yep.
But Carissa's a champion, and she will have her moment in the future as well to
100%.
do that. But what I really loved about it was that, the women who have dominated, Carissa, Tyler, and Steph, they've all done it kind of easy. They've never had to sort of pull on the gloves and just duke it out like, Rumble in the Jungle style against their biggest opponents. So to see that go down in that style was pretty impressive. I was so stoked.
Yeah.
Surf of the year for me.
100%.
So this heat has been really...
The waves have just deteriorated.
Oh, gosh, it's been tricky. But look at this thing.
Oh, there we
This
go.
could be it. Macy, who's this?
Grace Karma.
Grace.
Boom.
Oh, my goodness.
That
Big
was nice.
power.
Oh, Jim on the outside.
Uh-oh.
Flying down in
Plenty
the
of
free
speed.
surf.
Oh, no.
no.
Oh, mate.
Oh.
Jump on him. Oh!
Tackle him.
On the wavestrom.
All right, so free surfers, we need you to keep heading north or you'll get shimmied.
Shivied, we're going to have to change her name to.
You don't want to be dropping it on Dim.
A little prison knife just out of nowhere. Oh, my goodness. That was hectic.
Oh, that poor bloke, he was so close to getting to his feet as well.
Well, that was a really nice little punchy backside whack. Well, there hasn't really been a whole lot on offer. But Grace, pretty impressed with that.
That was a nice backhand turn.
You have to make the most of whatever's coming your way when the wind's up and you're kind of in between tides.
Yeah.
That back bank, because it's breaking out there, it's really sucking the energy out of the inside ones. Wow, has Grace got another one here?
Yeah, she's on again.
Oh my goodness. She's going to get a link up. That's 2 nice power carves on the outside. Surfing right down the middle through all those other flotsam and jetsam. And a nice little run here too.
This is Mia Huppert's flying down the line.
Oh,
Surfs
good.
Burleigh a lot. She's moved up here from Victoria. Calls Burleigh home these days. Here goes Shimmy to reacquaint herself with the free surfing pack.
Oh, mate's in the way again. Oh, my goodness. She get a little finish bonus turn, and geez, that guy really...
He's
wants
been
to go there.
sent out on assignment to tag Shimmy.
He's got a shimmy back.
Have you deployed him?
Oh, he needs to go in.
All right, well, while we lock in these scores, we're going to throw it down to Stace Galbraith, who has the finalists in the next heat. I believe it might be the Legends final. Stacey, are you down there, mate? Okay. Well, the women's final is well and truly underway. We've had a couple of shocking little drop-ins, really. I mean, that's all you can call them. Shimmy Disco, former event champion, having to deal with some free surfers down the end of the point. But a couple of nice rides. And we do have scores behind closed doors, so we won't know who takes out the single fin. It is tradition here. But Mia Huppets has been on a tear. Beautiful frontside hack. Gets the little combo in. And the surfer in yellow starting to build. Good drivey little speed carve there. Always will raise the interest of the judges if you can link those terms together. But let's go down the beach and see who Stace Galbraith is talking to.
So don't worry about it.
Is it the legends?
What do you reckon? Does that sound all right?
Sounds good, Stace.
Sounds pretty good, yeah.
All right. All right. Yeah, we're good. All right. So tell the boys to throw. I need you to tell me when I'm on.
You're on.
You're on, mate.
Oh, we're good. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, excuse the bit of a mecca. Your head, Ock, ready to rumble, son?
Ready to rumble. I got a legend right next to me, Tony Elthrington. If I get lost at sea, he'll find me.
You gonna tell him where to sit, Tone?
Ready to go.
Attaboy. Down to the youngest member of the draw. Do we make him paddle out first so you can get his inside?
Sounds good to me, Stace.
Any beers today, Brendan?
Mate, I'm going to go straight down to that gauge road stand and hook in, mate, for sure after this.
How's the head here? Good luck, boys. Coming down, we appreciate it. Have fun.
Oh, man, some legends there. Pretty much that Legends Heat, which is always a massive standout. Like, 13-year-old me wouldn't have been able to speak if I bumped into one of those guys, you know, in the line at Macca's or, you know, walking down the beach or whatever. Used to get so starstruck, man.
Yeah.
Used to hitchhike up over here from, well, you know, back in the day when that sort of thing wasn't frowned upon, but from Mullum High and, you know, walk around the Goldie and just be on the lookout for pros, get their autographs and just froth out to Lux.
Best weekend ever.
Who was your, who do you reckon your biggest hero was when you were a little grom? Who was your number one?
Oh, Steph, for sure. She was biggest idol for sure. Now she's one of my best mates, so.
How good is that? Love that.
Yeah.
I used to lie in bed at night, this is no joke. I'd lie in bed at night with my fingers crossed and my hands in a little prayer. And I'd go, please one day can Tom Carroll be my friend? Please. And now we're friends.
Look at that.
Fully worked.
Careful what you wish for.
Oh yeah, I know.
Who was the best autograph you ever got?
Best autograph, probably Ockie. I was so frothing when Ockie signed my little autograph
That's a
book.
great autograph.
Yeah.
But I did get an autograph off Bruce Lee once.
Oh, Bruce Lee?
Yeah, not the karate expert, just the snapper legend.
He's still kicking around. Up top. Rainbow Surf Club.
Yeah, he wrote Surf for Life, Bruce Lee.
Yeah, mate and I went and got Potts' autograph at a surf shop once, and he wrote "Keep ripping" on my mate's poster, and he ran "Keep surfing" on my poster. And my mate hung shit on me forever after that because he rips and I just surf. No, I mean, it was 100% correct.
Yeah.
Potts, you bastard.
Yeah, Ronnie got a message from Ockie. He said, like, keep ripping, and mine it said, keep ripping, Mark Occalupo, and then mine said, Ockie. Like, no message, no nothing.
Couldn't even be bothered writing his full name.
It was cool, though. It was cool. It was just, you know, it was just straight home, straight on your wall above your bed, just so stoked. All right, well, time's ticking down here. Only a minute and a half remaining.
Wow.
And so it's gone quick. Really hard to pick a winner. It's been such a tricky final surf-wise. Not a whole lot of those double-ups that the junior surfers got. But I think if I was going to pick out a couple of highlights, I think Grace has had a couple, Coco's had a couple, and Mia's definitely had a few. Dimity got to come some good waves. Didn't really get a chance.
Got absolutely sniped by that one dork down there.
Oh, here goes Grace
And
out the back.
Juniper and Charlie are in this too. So this is a very close final. Plenty of speed here, and another big
Oh, how was the head torque?
Wow, Grace.
Juniper down the end.
Yeah, Juniper, beautiful
Easy.
style.
Oh, here's Dim on the inside.
Dim.
Oosh.
Nice little snap.
Like that. Oh, there's a
Oh, the girls
flurry of action to sign off. 30 seconds to go.
Wow.
Is there going to be another opportunity here? There's definitely a little wave, but will it double up? loving Grace's power game in this. It has just been really solid. Hard off the bottom, hard off the top. Lock it in. All right, so I think that's just about it. Down into the last 5 seconds.
All right, so results will be announced on the podium after the 4 finals.
That's right. And that's the end of the women's final. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with plenty more from the Burleigh Single Fin Festival, presented by Billabong, Gage Roads and the Burleigh Board Riders Club.
Welcome to the Interlusion.
Welcome back to the Burleigh Single Fin Festival. A beautiful Sunday afternoon here. The wind's up a bit. Whatever. Wind never hurt nobody. Well, it has hurt many people, but not today it won't. And out in the water, we got the Legends Heat. And some big names, some absolute surfing icons in this one, Binzi.
Sure are. Brad Gerlach, Ash Humphreys, Paul Brizzo, Sherman Dwayne, the Sheriff Harris, Mark Ocalupo, Brendan Margison, and Tony Elfington.
Wow.
Doris.
That's huge. One of the great Indo explorers, pioneers of the entire region, an absolute legend, and put on some of the best backhand displays out here.
Some of the most famous names in all of surfing, plus Champ and Brizzo.
Ha! Hey boys, I keep seeing the Interlusion ad during the break. For me, that was close to Surf Move of the Year.
Yep.
A one surf trip film where they just scored deluxe. Just got pipped by Nosvid for me. But all in all, geez, we really got swamped by quality surf films at the tail end of the last year. Many great rides. Check them out. Interlusion is right up there for me. Creed McTaggart just putting on a masterclass of just...
How long's that Dalberg he's on?
So good. Just tube riding mastery, rail shamanism, and of course, underrated for his just lofty as air game. One of the all-time masters, Credo.
Yeah, he's stomped a couple backflips in his career, which people probably forget about him. That's pretty much the most progressive manoeuvre in surfing. Got Cale Walsh into the top 20 waves of 2022. And Credo, yeah, freaking hell, man. Backflips.
What about,
skits.
do you remember the air that announced him? He brought out a little clip called Abyss, little Billabong clip, and he did this alley-oop and landed into a full racing floater. So he kind of like does this alley-oop, and as he lands, he just skims along the roof of this wave for another like 10 yards or something, and then does a tail drop off it.
So
it's like the best turn ever.
He like sticks the oop and then just goes straight into a bottom turn
No.
onto a big float. Or
No,
actually a float.
he does the oop, lands on the roof, and because he's got so much forward trajectory, he just lands and skims and floats into a tail drop. It's like,
unbelievable.
it's worth revisiting. It's
That's
so mental. But yeah, mate, it's not about the young fellas and their flippity-floppity twizzle-wizzle tricks in this one. We're returning to the good old days of absolute power, Australian grit. And there's none better than the blokes out there in this one. Smithy, I know that your tear ducts start to water up when you think of Mark Occhilupo, when you think of Brendan Margison, when you think of Doris Doris Elfrington. The champ, does he make your eyes water? I know when he gives you a hug, he does.
Yeah, it depends. Depends how many left-right combinations I've caught from the champ, but yeah, he can get the eyes watering.
Circumstances vary there.
Yeah, that's right. And I had a yarn with Margot before the final. Actually said he was suffering from a bout of nerves, would you believe?
Wow.
Yeah.
He gets nervous. He does get a little nervous, Mark.
He does. He's a nervy competitor, hence why we don't see a whole lot of him competing. And this is about as skits as it gets for the great free surfing Wunderkind. That's my word of 2023, Wunderkind Bins.
I'm down with it.
Not to be confused with the mispronounced Wonderkind or Wonderkid.
Wonderjar.
Wunderkind. Wonderjar.
Hey, Paul Brizzo, Sermon is in this heat as well.
The chip lord, the chip magnet.
The defending champ, I believe. And also, Smithy.
Heavily pregnant pause, this one.
I'm loading it up. Brad Gerlach, mate, who, speaking of tears, Jersey brought us to tears a few times during the Swellness weekend.
Oh, he's a classic. Gotta love the guy.
Shamanism. Core Lord, spiritual freak.
And
He's
one of the
developed
most
his own kung fu, surfing kung fu.
And it's going skits. I was having a yarn with his wife, and yeah, there's just a huge push and a lot of subscribers to the Wave Key program, and that makes sense to me because you know, he has probably the best surf brain, the most well-preserved and deeply embalmed and waterlogged surf brain. And you know, just people can easily forget that he's the bridge between Curran and Slater, isn't he? He is as stylish a surfer as has ever come out of that country, and mate, it's still a joy to watch him.
And
really,
also like embraced many different approaches and attitudes towards training, fitness, spiritual health. You know, he ran the gamut. He went from everything from like pure athleticism in his younger years to really seeking out like, you know, Eastern philosophies in his later years, kung fu, martial arts. Like, it's all part of a big picture that has been built into Wave Key.
and it's such an interesting trajectory, man. Here we go. Is this Brizzo winding up a little rock runner?
Oh, he's just an absolute master on the inside rock here. Brizzo putting it together.
Don't forget Gur's big wave turn as
That's
well.
right,
Took
yeah.
out a wave of the year at Todos Santos.
Yeah, that's right. And you know, I guess back to my point was we heard from Ock talking about Shane Horan and just all the esoteric philosophies and just how much he learned and how important that was in the grander scheme of his life. And it's interesting that so many surfers, I guess it's par for the course really. You spend so much time traveling, particularly through the east, you know, Indonesia, Japan, and the Pacific, and you visit all these countries and cultures, and on the back of that develops so much learning and knowledge, particularly in some of these life-sustaining, life-preserving traditions, the Eastern traditions, Kung Fu, meditation, Tai Chi, Jiu-Jitsu, breath work, all of it. Here we go, Brizzo winding up on the inside.
See, Brizzo has...
Is that Paul Sermon, in fact? Sorry.
It is, Brizzo. And,
oh, right. There you go. Shows how local I am.
So, mate, he is the defending champion of the Legends Heat. He surfed so many of them. And often had to watch good friends lift the board, the trophy. But last year he got it done way out the back. Doris. He looks like he's on a rhino chaser from way back, one of those Indo specials. Rizzo is getting busy.
Is that the Gur contingent on the rocks in front of us? Give us a wave, Anna. Maybe not.
Well, one thing, Binzi, the Legends final has definitely suffered some of the worst conditions over the years. They've always had this this sort of tide, a little bit of onshore wind, and next thing you know, they're sort of drifting between the outbank and the inbank. But they always bring it. They never lose it. Once a competitor, always a competitor.
I guess maybe it's Mother Nature's way of saying you've had your fill, guys. You've packed a plenty, and you packed them with very few people around. So now, no soup for you. No soup for you. You just get onshore. 6-second wind swell. Gibberish.
No.
Which is exactly what we're looking at right now. But they're putting up a fight despite all odds. They're coming out swinging.
It makes it even more impressive that these guys still surf. Because, like, if you were there at the start of it, Smithy, like, how do you paddle out on these crowded, sort of windswept days where you're dealing with 2,000 people in the water and you still keep your stoke?
Yeah, well, typically you either quit and move to the mountains or you get on a boat. I mean, that was Lopez's kind of trajectory.
Doris also?
Doris, yeah, will then get on the other alternative is to get on a boat and continually sail the world trying to escape crowds. It's been the MO of Jim Banks, Doris, a bunch of the core lords who've got into the surf tourism business, you know, potentially buy a little slice on some weird mystical island somewhere in the Telos or Marshall Islands or wherever it may be. But yeah, definitely do not stay in Australia or yeah,
priced out, crowded out. Just basically the only place left is the front bar of the pub at 11 in the morning. It's the only place you can be by yourself.
To tell the world about what could have been.
Well, you know, like, I always look at Albie Falzon as the ultimate, you know, example of how to live your life and stay surf soaked and stoked. Because that guy's seen it all, mate. He was there taking photos when there wasn't a single person in the lineup. Filmed Morning of the Earth, did the country, you know, the country field, avoided the industry, and he's just more happy than he's ever been in his whole life. Smithy, you did an interview with him a while back. It was probably one of the most inspiring chats I've heard in a long time.
Yeah, you can catch that on the Ain't That Swell stream. It's deep, but such an interesting life. One of the greats. I mean, again, we're just talking about, I think you're off mic for just talking about how interesting it is that all of these pro surfers manage, and you know, Albie being a surf filmmaker, photographer, whatever, but you just manage to accumulate so many weird bits and bobs of knowledge and culture from the places that you go. Here we go.
Crack!
Backside, third alert.
Uh-oh.
The one and only.
Mark Occhilupo, he's really come out firing. I think he's surfed in this Legends event. I don't know if he's lifted the board yet, but he's definitely due. And a nice big power hack out the back. Brendan Margot Murchison, one of the all-time heroes for me growing up, because we didn't have a whole lot of pro surfers coming out of Byron Bay, and when he started turning up on trips with Occy, there's a bit of a green iguana bunyip dreaming reunion going on out
is.
Here.
Oh, before that, Margot in Sons of Fun.
Oh, Sons of Fun. Welcome to the team.
That was my childhood.
And yeah, just like, you know, goosebump stuff. When you had a guy with a Mad Dog sticker turning up in surf movies and hanging with pro surfers, you were just going, "Me town is on the map."
Are you kidding me? I've got to look closer at those films. The Mad Dog's getting a run on the beak.
Oh, 100%.
Wow.
Before the Morrises, it was the Mad Dogs, Marky Plater and, oh man, those boards.
I met his son recently at a doof somewhere in west of Byron. Son of the Mad Dog Empire, the Mad Dog Dynasty, and you'd be proud to know he was repping a Mad Dog Teo at the doof. Now, all in its ironic hipster glory.
I love it.
But it was beamy, and it wasn't actually. He was proud to be wearing that and repping the Mad Dog Dynasty at the doof.
The champ is up and riding, and the point is lighting up deluxe. That little rat's tail flapping around in the breeze like a T-shirt in a wound-up window on the freeway.
And the chant is going up. You can hear it from here. Champ, 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 champ.
Oh, he's the contest director and he's in the Legends heat. How good is that for a stitch-up?
Coincidence? I think not.
Surely you went into the judges before you paddled out and said, "Oi, boys, you want to get employed next year?"
Here we go, Bizzo. Nice little Rio there. Can he wrap this thing back into the power source? What little of it remains in this
Oh, my goodness.
fading
big
swell.
carve out the back, too.
That's the Gur.
Gurlak.
Oh.
My goodness.
Opens the shoulders. Spray for days.
Drops the shoulder, opens the shoulders. What is it? Drops the shoulder, opens the wingspan, just buries the rail, drags it through. Technique is all it's about for the Gur.
Man, how good are those tutorials? At the Swellness event, he was able to kind of run us through just the fundamentals, blow by blow, every little movement and piece of body positioning on the drop, the takeoff. And it's actually crazy to do his program with him and realise how much goes into the most fundamental surfing manoeuvres and how much of it you're probably getting wrong. And just those little adjustments can just improve your surfing so much. And they're not hard to make, but they do take a bit of training.
Dryland surfing training away.
Yeah,
All you need is a home dojo and a 65 centimetre flat screen TV, and away you go.
Mate, it makes sense. It makes sense. like you look at any other sport, you don't just wait till you're out there on the football pitch to learn the freaking game. You've done all this training and stuff beforehand on the paddock, at home, whatever, in the gym. So, obviously surfing is no different, but too many people expect to learn everything in the lineup, and it's also just not possible for a lot of people with work responsibilities, family responsibilities. So,
yeah, that's
a good
right.
program.
His philosophy is get a lot of that surfing done at home, paddle out and just feel like you're on point. Because it's so hard when you're not surfing much to just feel like you're completely in sync with what's going on out there. Here goes Brizzo on the inside, and not much there for the defending champ. Couple of big statements out the back. Ockie got a big classic power jam in. Gerlach.
Duano on a double up on the inside here. This thing could have a nice little line on it.
Go Duano. He's a little bit caught behind.
It's gutless out there.
Here goes Doris.
Oh, loving the Doris board that he's chosen though. It's just trimming up a storm.
That has just beaten that section so comfortably.
Just on under 11 minutes remaining, surfers, 11 minutes. The legends are out in the water at the Burleigh Single Fin Festival, and we're really enjoying this heat. Chris Binns in the commentary booth, Jedorm Smith, Smithy, and Vaughan Blakey, Deadly.
Rinsed corn.
We're just up here enjoying Burleigh Heads, the start of the year. Oh, it's just such a nice chip into what's going to be a pretty massive year competitively. We've got the CT firing up with arguably the most exciting lineup in years. A fully fit John, a re-engaged Gabby Medina, a new defending world champion Felipe. Idolo, I don't really know how to describe him other than a turbocharged, jacked up energy drink, bloody karate chop.
Energizer Bunny.
He's drunk so much Red Bull, he's becoming to resemble the Red Bull character.
And then you've got
a can with wings on it.
Whole new generation of guys hitting their straps, like your Jack Robbos,
exactly.
Who's just bought into Gage Road, so he'll be fueled.
The Australian onion is spinning.
Yeah.
Believe it.
Ethan Ewing.
There to meet the Brazilian storm head on and hopefully suck it up like the piddly wind swell it is into our giant low pressure system onion. The Aussie onion's coming in 2023. I can feel it.
Griffin Colapinto, Kanoa Igarashi, and then your battler underdog core lords who could pull off something special. Connor O'Leary Zebra, Callum Robbo, and Jacko Baker, and all the rest of them. Liam O'Brien.
Arcal's back, baby.
Arcal's back. Oh, what a year, boys. What a year, and that's to say nothing of the women's tour. Steph looking to emulate the GOAT, aiming for 11. Tyler there. It's going to be so fun, and that's to say nothing of the Changers or the regional.
Steph aiming for 11. You heard it here first.
Yeah, 100%. She's got. I mean, it's so possible. Looking at the age that she's at and where her surfing's at, and especially with the top 5 showdown still going down at Trestles. Whenever it's there in those riots, she is the raging favourite.
All right, so just on 8.5 minutes remaining in this one, fellas. Any standout rides? Who do you think's lifting that surfboard into the air at the moment in this Legends heat?
I reckon Ockie and Gur have done some of the damage on the back bank.
Yep.
They're my two. Yeah. Brizzo's done a fair bit of work on the inside.
Brizzo got off to a good start early, but was there major turns in there is the big question.
Small inside runners, length of ride and number of manoeuvres high, I guess, but not really the committed kind of surfing that you want to see. Conditions not really allowing for it. Doing his best in the grind core conditions here.
Tide is really starting to bottom out. Have a look how many rocks are exposed down there. Can you see your rock anywhere, Binzy?
Bit of my DNA just hanging off it.
I think I saw an eye.
Here we go. Ock winding up.
Oh my goodness!
Bingo, bango. Big Margot hack on the outside too.
Wow. Big statement from both surfers.
And Gur's going too. So we had Margot, Ockie and Gur all up at the same time there.
What about that for our little Sons of Fun reunion? Oh, no, what was it, Bunyip Dreaming or Green Iguana, where they went up to the secret desert zone? Ockie and Margot. Well, that was incredible. Ockie's backside power game has not even, it's diminished it in a speck. And he said he doesn't like the single fins, but how good was that? Just pure classic Ockie power arcing. And on the inside, this looks nice. Defending champ Brizzo gets a one snap off, gets a second up and over. And here he comes. But it does look a little bit like that outside bank is providing maybe just a couple more punchy sections. So a little bit of a strategy gamesmanship going on here. Geez, that little Margot Ockie setup was just, how's your goosebumps?
So good. Yeah, amazing. Ock with, just the technique that is just so hardwired into that DNA. You could put him on a fridge door and he'd still be able to do a skits backside power hack. And said he didn't like single fins, but I like watching him surf single fins. I'll watch him surf anything.
Is there a more instantly recognisable style in surfing than Ockie?
Nah. It is in another. It's a world of its own, isn't it? And it's so sort of body shaped.
Yeah.
His whole technique and approach can only work for him because that's just the unique way that his physical body is built. Like, you have to surf like that to get that frame moving and into the positions it is. He's just a natural born surfer. I think that's kind of, there's some people who are born to play rugby league. There's some people who are born to play golf. Like that physique and the way that he throws it around is just all about the ocean.
Yeah, well, funnily enough, was a quality football player as a kid, Ockie, in a part of the world known for quality football players, little keg on legs. He's got the frame of a stocky front rower or something, but yeah, just that heavy ballast, the way he's able to shift that big body, that big trunk, the big core around and generate all that torque out of the bottom and getting to the top and just rip it and then keep the momentum, just shifting the ballast and the balance. And it's a marvel. It's one of the great wonders of the world, the eighth wonders of the world, up there with the Egyptian pyramid, the gold panna in Bathurst, and the giant bong in Mullum. Something that we should all at some point worship and pay our respects to.
Mate, it's pure flow state surfing. That's what I've always loved about Ockie at his absolute best at Bells. Like, no, there is nothing there except almost enlightenment. Like, that's the spirit molecule at full vibration in its absolute essence. Like, zero thought, pure reaction to what's happening in the moment.
It was so interesting to hear him break down his heat strategy, kind of talking about, just the spiritual component of competitive surfing and being in the ocean and just saying, like only one person gets in that flow state in a heat at any given time. And for him, it was in 1999. And for him, it was on the backside of, a trough, a depression, a difficult slump in life, but he fought through it. He fought out the other side of it and found the flow state. I feel like that's a lesson for life, is getting through the hard times. And if you can, the flow state is almost handed to you on a platter on the backside of that, if you do what is required to keep yourself fit and healthy. And here he goes on a very poor wave.
One of the great comeback stories in all of sport, that 99 world title. Here's Margot out the back.
Oh my goodness.
Don't you dare. Stand up. Come on.
Oh.
There's still a head there.
Oh, Johnny Cockroach on the head section. Are you kidding me?
And Doris on the inside as well, finding a nice little foam bounce. Just this inside break is not providing very many opportunities for these guys to find some flow line, but nonetheless fantastic to watch the legends of Australian surfing battling it out here along with Gerlach. We've adopted him. He's an Aussie, isn't he?
Oh, 100.
He lives here.
He's been here for a long, long time. 2.5 minutes remaining. Margot, a classic Margot move, you got to say.
Oh,
like,
wild.
he made the impossible possible, Margot. That was one of the trademarks of his surfing, really. He'd just fly off the bottom, do the most insane hack you'd ever seen in your life and then somehow have the most chaotic wipeout or cartwheel down the face into oblivion. No one had more spectacular
big
wipeouts.
wild one-footed layback. If that had been a Mad Dog thruster, it might just have come back underneath
please
him.
get him back on the Mad Dogs, please, somebody.
I think my favourite Margot surfing of all time is watching him on a 9.0 at Log Cabins doing frontside power gouges. It's like 10-foot log cabins and he's on a 9.0 board. A 9.0.
And it's bright red.
Yeah, bright red, doing the skittiest hacks. It's mind-melting.
And it's got Morris energy all over it.
Big time. It would have needed the mana of both those magical men to make a board that long work and get put through its paces like that. It's, I don't think it's been done ever since, before or since.
1 minute 30 remaining, and who's going to take this thing out? Oh, it's so hard to tell. Here goes Occy off the bottom, jams it into the top. Is that enough to get the points and take out this Legends heat? Beautiful bottom turn, a classic Occy grab rail off the bottom. Punches it into the lip. There hasn't been a lot on offer, but Occy making a count there.
1 minute.
1 minute, surfers. 1 minute remaining, and then we are down to the last heat, the Open Men's Final of the Burleigh Single Fin Festival 2023, presented by Billabong, Gage Roads, the Burleigh Board Riders Club, Surf Dive and Ski, Custom Footwear, House of Burn, Striker Media, Far King Surf, Freddy's, and Live Vision. Get those frames on your melon. Time ticking away here, Binzi.
Yeah, what do we got? 30 seconds.
Is there another opportunity? If Margot had made that turn, that would have actually eclipsed Lobby for turn of the event, for sure.
Rizzo's still on the move. He's not gonna die wondering.
He's poking his nose through, looking for something.
Oi, here goes Margot again out the back.
Margot
slicing! That was huge.
Oh, and down the point.
And time has just elapsed, but
Ock with the
here
foamy
goes Ock
takeoff.
again.
Wow, he's going to get the section here. Check this out. Whack!
Oh, my
and
goodness.
again, butts!
Oh, and again.
Oh, wow. There's some signature Occy right there. Two-turn combo, no transitional pumps, just bingo, bango, pumping it.
He's kicked out down at Second Ave. He's miles away.
Okay, so the Burleigh Single Fin Festival Masters Heat has just wrapped. The Open Men's Final up next. Join us in just a moment. We'll be back.
Yam Yuladara Gungalia.
Welcome to the Interlusion. Welcome to the Interlusion.
Welcome back, folks, to the final of the Billabong Single Fin Festival, or Burleigh Single Fin Festival, presented by Billabong. Gage Road, Burleigh board riders. It has been a magic weekend to kick off 2023, and we are about to see the big climax. Some big names in this one, and joining me in the commentary box for the call, Chris Binns.
Hello, mate.
One of the great commentators, a great personality from surfing, and fellow journalist Jed Smith, Smithy from Ain't That Swell.
The two-time Gold Cone Piece Award-winning surf journalist, the Sultan of psilocybin, the maestro of microdosing, and of course, Vaughan, Rinsed Corn, Deadly, former editor of Surfing World magazine, Tracks magazine, and Waves magazine, and the frontman of the Goons of Doom.
Thanks, mate. I never edited Surfing Life. Both of you guys did that.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. You did too.
Oh yeah, I did a stint at Arsenal.
Forgot about that.
So here we are, boys. The wind has well and truly made us... It's had a big crack at this lineup, hasn't it? It has been diminishing hardcore.
It's honking
throughout the day, but I think what we're actually going to do is introduce the finalists down on the beach. So can't see them out in the water unless they're way around the point.
It is honking through like a Rudolph's red snowfield bugle.
Let's have a look at this final. Joel Parkinson, yet again, probably standout surfer of the event, has the highest individual wave score, highest heat score. He will be looking for Burleigh Single Fin event win number 3.
Oh, immortality awaits for the 2012 World Champ.
Dakota Walters, the young, fiery, flipping, free surfing wunderkind or Wunderkind from Angari. He's out there in the white. You can see the boys, they're going to do a bit of an interview with Stace, I believe. Liam O'Brien will be out there in the yellow, the big hope for the local win.
Lob, and the chant is going up on here at Burleigh Heads, the local prodigy, the Ducks of Benoa State High.
Representing Victoria, or the TBC, Torquay Board Riders Club, Xavier Huxtable will be out there. Tane Bowden from New Zealand, he will be also looking for a breakthrough win here for the land of the wrong right crowd.
Wow.
And Jay Okalupo, son of the great, but also a fantastic surfer in his own right, and he's been doing it on the sly in this event, hasn't he? Sneaking through.
Tane looking to take the trophy along with a whole lot of Dolcheks back to New Zealand. Well played. Well played indeed.
So good. So the finalists, they usually do a bit of an interview, introduce everyone, and then we'll kick things off. But how do you see it playing out here today, fellas? If you're going to put your hard-earned on one of these surfers, not to be talked about. I think it actually got a few of our contemporaries in.
Looks like we're crossing down to the beach with the finalists. Over to you guys.
He's an absolute pro.
He's on fire, Steve. That's our producer. Who told him he could be a producer? Isn't he just like a surfer?
Terry, does that work? Sounded all right?
Sounds pretty good.
I can usually hear myself. Is what it is. All right.
He's had too much Wonka
Sure.
bar.
All right, happy days. Well, am I talking over them? Welcome to the best weekend of the year, if anyone needed to be reminded of that. But before we go any further, it's my great pleasure to welcome Tristan from the Burleigh Board Riders up here to give us an acknowledgement to country. Tristan, thanks for your time.
Thanks, Stace. Yeah, I'm from Burleigh Board Riders. I'm just going to do an acknowledgement of country here. We do this every year for quite a few years now. It's important that we respect our First Nations people and elders. I'm a Gamilaroi man myself, which is not this country, it's further down south. But I've grown up here at Burleigh Heads. This is the land of the Kumbameri people. We're on Burleigh Heads, which is otherwise known as Jalagal. We're on the Yugambeh language region in the border Bundjalung Nation. The Bundjalung Nation is all the way down the Tweed, all the way up through here, and it connects with the Yugambeh language region through here, and then all the way up to the Turrbal and Yagara people in Brisbane. So particularly right here, the Kumbameri people would gather with other clan groups as well. They do all sorts of cool stuff, like get involved in the fish traps and the corroborees and massive shell minutes that you can still see around the back of the point. and that tell some really great stories about the creation of this place that we're on, including Jabreen's fingers up the top that you'll see around the front of the point. It's not my story to tell, but it's a story that you can have a look at and be interested in. So I'd like to pay our respects to all First Nations people here today and on the webcast as well, to our elders past and present, and I'm sure they're rooting for us all as much as we all are to get out there and have a hell time. Woo!
Thanks, Tristan, and obviously thanks to the Burleigh Board Riders and all the presenting sponsors for putting on another amazing weekend. Oh gee, oh wow, you just testing, it still works. Joel, you got a pretty special connection to the point down the road and also up here, mate. Do you want to tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, this is beautiful Burleigh Heads. I mean, we all love it, especially this event. It's always amazing. It's always great to be here, and I love how the community will get behind it. Come down, have a beer, and you know, surfing's only a small part. It's a final hot boys.
Thanks, Joe. I'm going to throw it to someone who's 1/4 your age. Jay, what's it going to take to take down the champ today?
I think it's going to take a bit of luck, a bit of patience out there, and hopefully just get on the right wave and dust him up.
You're good for a post-it interview, mate. Whenever you get there, mate. It was well done. Well media trained. One last chat. Xavier Huxtable from the deep south. You've got an event similar in your part of the woods, mate. You ready to rumble?
Yeah, no, it's been an epic day. Good fucking waves today, and that should be epic fun.
Couple boring questions, couple boring answers. I hope the final's a little more exciting than that. Good luck, boys, and we'll see you in a little bit. Thanks, guys.
Alrighty, thanks a lot, Stace. And we've had a Swellian desertion. I'm Han Solo in the commentary booth at the moment. And Parko, Dakota Walters, Liam O'Brien, Xavier Huxtable, Tane Bowden and Jay Okalupo are going to make their way out to the lineup to kick off the final. This is the 26th annual Burleigh Board Riders Single Fin Fest. It's been sponsored by Billabong for over 15 years. Massive partner this year, and the last couple has been Gauge Roads. Get into the Gauge Roads bar. If you can't surf in the single fin, why not knock back a couple of single fins, or even the Yeah Boy if you're off the booze. Thanks to the Burleigh Pavilion for hosting us, rascally commentators, and supporting this event so well. Surf, dive and ski, custom footwear, Striker Media, Far King Surf, Freddy's, excellent chicken burgers, Live Vision, and big special shout out to the House of Burn, who shape the surfboards that are doubling as trophies. Once again, Ern Byrne and Jamie Wilson. Jed Smith, you've got a House of Burn in your quiver?
Mate, I don't, and I would like one. If the Burn Lord is listening, pack some VR, pack him up a romper. Come on, Bernie. Would love for him to thumb screw one of those channel bottoms into my quiver. Be very frothing, as they say. As we see our competitors making their way to the lineup. That's the lob, I believe, in yellow. That unmistakable afro. Holy smokes, that thing is just mint condition afro. Pay homage to the fro, the lob fro. Give it respect, give it mana, give it energy, give it blessings. Drop some incense in there. Drop some coins in there.
If you have a small baby in your arms, perhaps let them
spew in there.
Rub it with a paw.
Yeah, that's right. Just keep adding to the afro, to the bird's nest. Give it all the energy in the world, because he's going on a tear this year. The lob, he's back. He's back after giving it a red hot crack on the morning of the Pipe Masters, and in fact sustaining a fracture to his leg. So he'll be back, bigger and better and stronger than ever with his bionic leg. Couple of plates and screws.
As will we after this little break. We're going to throw to a quick break. When we're back, the final of the Burleigh Board Riders Single Fin event for 2023. Don't go anywhere.
My fellow Australians, the most wonderful time of year is officially upon us. That's right. It's a time for supper, for friends, for family, for frothies, and more frothies. But most importantly, it's a time for Australia's biggest beer poll, the Gab's Hottest 100, and so a time for Single Fin. And as we enter what is undoubtedly the most important vote you'll ever make, I urge you to reflect. What is life without Single Fin, without that trusty, tasty, refreshing flavour? Consider this and vote Single Fin for the win for this year's Gab's Hottest 100. My name's Finn Singleton of the Gage Roads Party, and I endorse this message. Tastes like summer.
Yam Yuladara Gungalia.
Welcome to the Interlusion. Welcome to the Interlusion.
We're now bringing you an important message from the Gage Roads Party. My fellow Australians, the most wonderful time of year is officially upon us. That's right. It's a time for summer, for friends, for family, for frothies and more frothies. But most importantly, it's a time for Australia's biggest beer poll, the Gab's Hottest 100, and so a time for Single Fin. And as we enter what is undoubtedly the most important vote you'll ever make, I urge you to reflect. What is life without Single Fin, without that trusty, tasty, refreshing flavour? Consider this and vote Single Fin for the win for this year's Gab's Hottest 100. My name's Finn Singleton of the Gage Roads Party, and I endorse this message. Tastes like summer.
Yam Yuladara Gungalia.
Welcome to the Interlusion. Welcome to the Interlusion.
Interlusion, one of the surf films of 2022, a Mikey Malaloo classic. Go and scope it if you haven't checked it out. Right now, though, this is all about the Burleigh Single Fin Festival Open Men's Final. Vaughan Deadly in the commentary box with my good pal, Jed Smith. Mate, the final is about to kick off. Chris Binns joining us as well. Oh, it's nice to be up here with the surfing literati, my friend.
Yes, that's right.
But,
the elites, the media elites, the bourgeois, bruh.
Yeah, that's us.
Oh, so the final is a huge one, fellas. Joel Parkinson, Dakota Walters, Liam O'Brien, Xavier Huxtable, Tane Bowden and Jay Okalupo. They come from far, they come from wide, but they come to take out the single fin Fezzy and lift that urn burn into the heavens. Probably one of the great trophies, really. I mean,
all time.
I think at the Pipe Masters or one of the Pipe Pros, they used to give away a Jerry Lopez.
Jerry Lopez, yep.
Pipeliner, which was, you put that on your wall for life. You would not even think about riding it. But yeah, we know that this trophy has been ridden in the past through monster orbs, big, thick Kira groundswells by Joel Parkinson. He could do with another one, but how do you see it playing out, fellas? I mean, Parko has the highest individual wave, the highest heat score. He seems to do this every year. He has to be the raging favourite going into it, but he has his hands full with the rest of the surfers in this draw.
Yeah, well, a bit of a change in strategy for Park. I don't think he's had to surf a heat on the outside bank yet, so that might change up his rhythm a bit. Yeah, that's a definite departure from his strategy so far. It's all been on little rock runner high tide runs. He's had the read on those mental ones that go for ages, and just the heavy frame and lead footed as we see Lob blasted one. Signature laceration. That is his go-to turn. That was his money at Rottnest during his big CT result there. Couldn't stick that one though.
Mate, if Parko has the highest individual wave score and the highest individual wave,
here we go. Tane Bowden on the nice float.
Oh, he's been wow.
Combo deluxe with a little bit of Perego.
Rooster tail for the ages, and being a Roosters fan, Smithy, you must just gobble those ones up.
Oh, I'm loving it.
Gobble.
But yeah, I think Lobby's holding best individual turn of this event. That big blow tail on the single fin. I mean, please, come on, they're not meant to be ridden like that, and he just absolutely dooced it.
That's his sizzle. I've been thinking and wondering what is going to be Lobby's X factor on tour this year, and it is that turn. That turn, as long as he can pull the trigger on that, he's that's an X factor turn. That's not a turn a lot of guys on tour have on lock like he does. So that'll be something he's leaning on heavily on the CT this year, and I imagine in this final he's really only going to drop the hammer on one of those, and you're looking at least a 5. So
yeah, well, the surfer I'm really interested to see on this year's CT is Jack Robinson. Qualified for that top 5 finals, WSL finals at Trestles last year, but he just looks like a surfer on another planet. He's just bought his own brewery. He's part owner of Gage Roads, one of the major sponsors of this event. And he just looks like he's gone to another level in just even the last few months since that WSL finals. I mean, his surfing is razor sharp. I mean, you've known him since he was a little Grom Bins. What do you think? Is he a genuine top 2 surfer this year?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, there's no reason whatsoever. He and smart move moving over here to the Gold Coast. Obviously, we know what he can do at Chuffing North Point and the box and all these crazy slab reef waves. Why not come over here, live at D-Bar, and just really fine-tune your act so that when you do have to surf a heat at small Super Tubos in Portugal or Saquarema, you've got that chopped part of your game as well.
It just blows my mind that Robbo is just hitting his straps. It took a long time, really. It was a slow build, but he's there. I mean, I just thought for sure, for all money, he would just chuck the Rashi in the nearest wheelie bin and just head to Chopes or some orb and just go get the viz.
Here we go. Is that
Here we
looks
go.
like Tane again? He's got
It
a big
is.
section in front of him. Kind of went a bit weird on him, bit of a rib in it. Didn't really let him fully flare. Yeah, mate, I'm so glad that Jack didn't go down that free surfing path. The kid is, here we go, lobby, nice little S-turn, and section kapow.
Good move there. Just get one done. Get one in the bank, lock it away. Good combination.
Does anyone need to go for a piss area?
Yeah, you were saying, Smitty?
Yeah, just so stoked he didn't go down that free surfing route because he has so much fire in him. He has so much motivation, dedication, and so much grit. So to see that unleashed on World Surfing is an absolute treat as an Australian surf fan. He's taken such an interesting trajectory to get there. Obviously, struggling on the CT to begin with, and then segging over to working with Leonardo Yago Dora's old man, in some kind of coaching. Surfer in history from Australia has crossed over to the Brazilian ranks.
He was about to get knocked off the tour, then he turned around and won Mexico, and then last year won back-to-back Margies and G-Land.
Well, a big thanks to Jack Robbo for sharing the Gauge Roads all weekend. Woo, we're going down a treat, Robbo. On you, mate.
All right, they're all on Robbo.
Cheers, brother.
To Robbo.
On you, mate.
Wherever the Vortex Shaman is.
I never thought. I thought I'd get an alkaline, chia juice from him maybe, but
Here
not
we
the
go.
good gear.
J-Ock on what looks to be a closeout burger.
So looking at this heat, not only Liam O'Brien, one of two Aussies. Bit of a lean year for the Aussies, qualifying last year after a big breakthrough season on the Chang the year before. So we've only got Lobby and Arkau qualifying on the men's side of
I guess they're
things.
all on there, aren't they?
Well, I guess, but I mean, we could have had Morgs, Chippo,
that's
and
right.
Dylan Moffat in there as well.
Those
Kalani
next
Ball
three
surf's
in a
so
row.
good. What about Kalani Ball's run at the end of the year? Like, if they had put together a couple more, and then Shelley had a great start, there's a lot to do still, Smithy.
The Stanwell Stonker. Jeez, yeah, Morgs will be back there. It won't take too long, that's for sure.
But,
Chippo Wilcox belongs at the CT level. Those waves
God.
suit him.
Zave Huxtable, another guy who I think is a CT level surfer, has had that taste, has felt the sweet nectar of the CT experience. Victorians, they wait patiently to have more reps on there. And slashing off the top here, speaking of, Victorian, this is a beautifully put together wave. 1, 2, 3. And that is just what you get when you've got Winky on your doorstep, just grinding down the line, high-speed rail.
Oh, God, we just about lost a flat screen TV.
It's all happening in the commentary box. We nearly had a plasma screen TV kill all three commentators.
Here goes
Final
Joel Parkinson.
destination style.
He doesn't care that our screen is in disarray.
Third Rio.
Oh!
Wow.
Dudes!
That's as good as you'll see on that outside bank. I loved the arc, the tight arc of that first turn, just so vert, but snapped it off. And that little trippy fan of spray, like about the size of a kind of one of them Chinese fans, like just bit. Shit it. Zap! Zap! And then sealing the deal. Yeah, he was up there all alone, Parko, sitting way up the top of the bank. But the patience paid off as we see our surfing white. This looks like Dakota Walters.
Uh-oh.
Great turn.
Nice turn.
Oh, good combo.
Parko's into his second. Here comes the backup.
Uh-oh. And this is how he rolls, isn't it? He gets one, then he gets another straight on the back of it and really turns the screw on his competitors. He must have been an animal in his day. He's a world champion, so he knows how to get it done, but it was five campaigns at full steam. And a big blow from Lobby.
Yeah, he's an animal. He's hairy like animal too, Parko.
I mean, you always hear people talk about, surfing heats against Mick and surfing heats against Kelly and the sort of mind games and the steeliness and the iciness. Parko said that he couldn't surf in that headspace. He had to talk, he had to be himself, he had to be friendly. But I guarantee you, he would have had heats where he just humiliated people with just pure momentum.
Yeah, absolutely. One springs to mind. Good mate Heath Josky there, wild card at J-Bay in 2009, and literally was almost getting lapped by Parker. He was doing roundhouses around him, it felt like at times. It was head-spinning surfing up against one of the greatest surfing performances of all time.
The 50 years of Bell's final, the 50th anniversary, where it was like, I don't know, it was, you know, I don't know if there's a third reef out there, but it felt like there was, and Parko and Nick just going absolutely bonkers on each other. One of the great finals.
What about-
And, geez, Parko just masterclass that one.
What about the most famous middle finger in surfing history, the final down at Kira?
How good was that final?
That wasn't a
Holy
friendly
smokes.
wave at Kelly as he exercised his priority and dropped in on Parko in the tube.
Yeah, how much would Kelly have been licking his lips knowing he had priority, just burning him on that one?
Unbelievable.
But he would have been loving it.
But if you're Parko flipping the bird and knowing that you're about to take out the final, you're pretty happy with that.
Not a popular thing to say in this part of the world, but how about that performance from the GOAT? I mean, getting the win against the local at all-time Kira. At a time when, you know, when was the last time a CT event had been finished at Kira? Like, far out. It was just a supreme performance from the greatest of all time, Slater. Holy smokes! I remember the night before that final, he was down on the break wall, getting the scope on the cons. Like he so intelligent, such an intelligent competitor. He was down there and he figured out that the end section was actually the best section. The honeypot, he called it. The bank had a certain bend in it. And, you know, I guess being locals, they probably just assumed they had the read on the cons. But Slater, being the GOAT, he outdid the locals at their own game, getting the better of the conditions, would you believe?
It's funny, though, because that last one, if Parko had priority, that was a big, long drainer all the way through.
But there was Slater hanging on the end section. On the button.
The block.
And, yeah, I sat there for the next 2 days as the contest ended and it just turned on. East northeast swell, long period, like a reverse sweep, just cooking Kira. That was the best I've ever surfed it.
Well, this is it's just such a fun final to watch after a weekend of cruising, grooving, fin blows and rail shamanism, Smithy.
Oh, yes.
It's got a bit of everything, doesn't it, this comp? You see single fins doing things they've got no right to do, but at the same time you see them in their absolute element, ridden by guys who have that spiritual, otherworldly knowledge of where to be and how to ride these surfboards, and it just comes down to this. And I think we'll see a bit of everything in this final. You know, we've already seen some tail blows from Lobby. We'll see the big hacks, the big calves from Tane
Here we
Bowden.
go.
And who's on this one?
The big man.
Who do you reckon
Parko
it is?
Swooping in.
Oh, he needs to get moving. Gets the up and over. A section coming up. Boom. Looms it.
Not done
Cracks
yet.
it. Three-turn combo.
Oh, my Lord. Dakota just did a big skit frontside punt.
Oh!
Wow.
Oh, and a tail blow from Zabe Huxtable.
It's
all
going
happening.
down.
What?
Wow. That was such a critical punt. Are you serious on a single fin? What am I looking at?
How much height was in that thing, Smithy?
I think it was more the sideways trajectory of it and a big section, not super high, but yeah, such a committed manoeuvre.
So here's the replay of Parko. Teed off on this. Big rooster tails of spray. Just a three-piece feed for the 2012 world champ.
This turn from Xavier was magic. Are you serious?
Wow.
This is Tane.
And Tane.
Oh, good finish.
So stylish, man.
This is actually just a full-blown slugfest out here, boys. No one is really slinking behind. We've got all surfers really putting it together. No falls. I think Lobby, he's looking now to sort of build. A couple of smaller waves. He got one finished. But there's been some pretty spectacular surfing in this heat so far. That turn of Parko's, that second turn where he comes out of a turn into just a big vertical do-it. I mean, that's got him 2 surfboards so far. It's linking it together with that real punchy vert.
Yeah. Mate, it's like he has one eye on the section and one eye looking down the line. Like, I don't know how he does
Guana eyes, mate.
It's
operating on different rotators.
Oh,
it's crazy.
But that's what happens when you've got a giant beak between your eyes.
Oh, that's right.
You've got that 360-degree vision.
That's right. There's a huge proboscis just runs straight through the dead centre of his brain, isn't there? Just like a divider, a gyprock divider just going whoosh. But, yeah, mate, his ability to just keep that flow going, that bigger late career physique of his, and just absolutely crush the section.
15 and a half minutes remaining. The scores, folks, if you're watching online, they are behind closed doors. It's part of the single fin tradition to reveal the winners. But there's that second turn we're talking about. And what that does is it just allows Parko to put a big punchy statement in the middle of his wave, because all of his flow, you know, it's so seamless at times that you can really miss the exclamation mark. But he makes sure he chucks that in there. And when that links into, you know, a finishing turn, you're just kind of going, what have I just seen? Like, it's so buttery.
Yeah, as a judge, there's exclamation marks coming at you, there's question marks coming at you. He's getting colons and semicolons.
Yeah, it's an existential crisis for the judges. They're not just watching surfing, they're watching something spiritual go down. They're going, who am I? Like, how do I score this? Am I a lesser person if I put a low score on this without an air rev or a tail blow in it?
It's true, isn't it? And it's underrated with judges how much they rely on feel. You know, they're very emo characters. They're often there in the booth and they look at a wave and how it surfs, and they often just turn to each other and go, Pritamo, like, how does it make you feel? How do you feel right now?
Mate, if anyone
dictates the score.
If anyone can sift, you know, with the old panning, you've got to pan out your numbers. It's Big Gav and the team down there in the tent. They are absolute masters at judging this single fin event. Never even got close to getting it wrong.
That's it, no, absolutely not. And, you know, they're sifting for nuggets. They got we've been down in the booth, haven't we, Vaughan? We've seen the full array of, you know, just to make sure they get the judges right. They've got their bowler crystals there. They've got their
red frogs. They
lava
smash the red frogs.
Subsisting largely on red frogs, you know. The star that burns twice as bright burns half as long. Judges tend to have a life expectancy around 58. Pancreatic cancer, bowel cancer, these things are
all stress-induced.
Detriment, absolutely.
Yeah, yep.
When you got Sonny Garcia and Jeremy Flores coming at you, how long do you really think you're going to live?
I mean, the stress of muffins inbound towards your head.
Inbound muffins, inbound coral heads.
Here goes Tane.
As we see Parko on a bomb.
Uh-oh. Oh, big bottom turn. Ooh. Gets the speed drive off the top here, Smithy. Comes through into a big bowl. Another big re-entry here, and the two-time champ wants that third Single Fin Festival trophy on his wall.
Lob. Wow, lob.
Gosh, I'll tell you, it's hard to be a local and take this event out. Sometimes you get in the final, the whole point wants you to do it, and the weight of expectation starts to get into the foam of those old boards.
Yes. Yes. The judges definitely have their work cut out for them. It is it's the kind of stacked final you've come to expect, but this year, more in the kind of elite levels of surfing. A lot of sponsored athletes, a lot of guys who are, you know, really having a tilt at either making the CT or already on the CT or, you know, leading free surfers. Dakota Walters, wow, didn't he announce himself in that Stab High series? Pretty much the surfer of the series, I reckon. Or the breakthrough surfer, let's say. Just an amazing performance. He's maturing and looking like a mondo threat in whatever he chooses. I imagine he's probably going to stick in that free surfing category and lean on punts, and his turn game's amazing. You know, of course, being from Angers, he'll be good in the pit. A couple slabs and whatnots in that zone, but
it's curious, isn't it? I mean, has he made any sort of announcement about what direction he wants to take his surfing? Because he has gone in a few. I think he only finished his junior career a couple of years ago, and he easily won the Australian Junior Series, which is not an easy feat to do.
Oh my God!
He competed at World Juniors.
World Juniors, yeah. So I think he's kind of keeping 1 foot in that camp.
Yeah, he should.
And he should for sure. I mean, there's something to be said for the late bloomers. Sometimes you get on there, and I don't mean late bloomers is in talent level. I mean like just biding his time till he wants to really commit to it. Not feeling that urgency to do it straight away.
100%. You've got so much time. Like, you know, Kelly Slater, 50 years old, winning the Pipe Masters. Like, you have an age to really
decide. And, you know, sometimes it's worth studying, getting qualifications, trades under your belt and whatever. Like, just making sure that when you're actually on tour and competing that you're fully invested. Because, yeah, it takes a serious toll. And if you don't love it, if you're not fully committed to it, you're not going to do well. There is fire-breathing maniacs on that tour who need to win to get bread on the table for their family. Like, it's skits out there, so...
Yeah, and it's a merciless existence too. I mean, no one's thinking about you when they're paddling out. They're only thinking about themselves. It's you know, it's in that world. It's in the boxing, tennis thing where you're just in a ring with one opponent and they don't care for your situation.
You hate them.
Pretty much. You're feeding on hate.
You've got to go to some dark places.
That's what makes this such a welcome event to kick off the year, isn't it? I mean, you're sitting out there, you're kind of smiling and laughing. There's a competitive element to it. Yes, winning feels good. But at the end of the day, you're kind of just hanging with this really core surf community, a place that had a huge impact and influence on world competitive surfing. And I mean, there would be no tour as we know it today without Burleigh Heads. It's the first man-on-man event.
Yeah, Peter Harris spoke beautifully about it on your podcast on Friday at the Burleigh Bowls Club. Just how it was, you know, thought up by the older board riders members here at Burleigh who were sort of feeling a bit of a gap between them and the younger generation. There wasn't too much socialising going on. They said, why don't we have a single fin comp? Everyone has to ride an old board, including the young bucks. And it brought that camaraderie back to the club, and here we are 26 years later.
Amazing. I love that story. And, you know, the single fin, it served the almost identical purpose where I'm from, Bondi, and it's such an incredible event. Like, so many clubs now have this kind of event. Margs, I know, or is it Yale?
Yelling Up
has a single fin event, and yeah, the one in Bali, obviously. But it's such a classic day. You really do get to bridge the generations, and that's really important, I think. Yeah. That's really what sets surfing club culture apart from any other sport, and it's a key part of it.
So a little bit of a flat spell during this final. How long have we got to go? Our screen is down. I know we're back up. So our scores are behind
8.5 minutes.
The Iron Curtain, 8.5 minutes remaining. So plenty of time here. Fellas, throw it out there. I mean, we don't know the results. We don't know what the judges are looking for, but who do you think's holding it down at the moment?
So we see Tane winding up. Yeah, I mean, Parko kind of more high-scoring manoeuvres on longer rides for explosive surfing. I think Xavier Huxtable is well in the conversation there. Dakota, interesting to see how they score that punt. Big committed manoeuvre on a big section. So,
and what about
different styles, different strokes
also,
for different
Tane
folks.
Bowden's first carve was probably the turn of the final in terms of just traditional single fin line. It was just a beautifully placed full rail extension, wasn't it? It was just through the biggest Rui. What do you reckon, Binzi? Who do you think's holding it down at the moment?
Oh, I think the thing working against Tane, his second scoring wave was the same wave that Parko rode. And I reckon the judges and everyone would have been watching Parko, and then they were maybe watching some replays of Tane's wave, which he tore to pieces again. But that energy just initially goes to Joel. I feel like it's sort of Joel's for the taking right now. He seems to have a good rhythm going. You know, it just feels like everything's going his way, but God, you'd love to see Lobby just dig deep and kick his ear off on a far better foot than last year when his hoof was busted pre-pipe. There goes Tane again.
Here goes J-Ock.
Here goes J-Ock.
Oh, getting a bit hung up there. Yeah, and Lob, you know, I think he'll be sitting on some solid numbers. But
he's just missing that one.
I don't think it's enough for first.
He's missing a statement wave, Lobby. He's got a couple of good consistent rides down the beach. Surfer in blue, Zave Huxtable. And he is going to get a beautiful finish. Punches it, does not ride out. Youch, that might hurt. And way down. Is that Joel?
No, that's
just a free surfer. Okay, thank goodness.
You just paid that free surfer the best compliment of their life.
Yeah, that's just
They're now going back to clip that off the Burleigh Board Riders YouTube page.
that free surfer's back is actually just the colour of Joel's rash. He's been
That's
out
what
there
it
that
is.
long. Yeah, he's scorched.
Boys, Joel Parkinson, just where does he sit for you in the pantheon of greats? He's such a legend. He's, you know, he's a world champ, obviously, 2012, one of the all-time greats, but just on pure the love of surfing, his contribution to the big picture, where does he sit for you?
Right up the top. When I got mates who, you know, want to fan out on surfing and like, oh, what's the best bit about it? There is no better sight in surfing paddling out at Snapper than seeing Joel coming down the line at you. It's just, everything stops for me.
And there's no worse sight than being on the inside at Snapper and seeing Joel on the outside paddling. What about you, Smithy? I know you've seen some of his memorable performances.
Mate, for me, in a lot of ways, the world title, you know, I'm glad he won it. He had to win it. It would have been just so unjust if he didn't, especially given what went down in 2009 with that injury that kind of cost him the title. He was like an out-and-out winner. He had an unbeatable lead, but then suffered that nasty injury in Bali. And I'm glad he won the title. But for me, it's in a lot of ways almost irrelevant in terms of cementing him as one of the greats. Like, you know, what I remember Joel for is just the most pure lines, the most flowy surfing, just an absolute master. You know, essentially Curran-esque, but our version of that. And what are you pointing at there, Vaughn? I don't know, there's some hijinks, some shenanigans.
I'll stand by it.
No, I'm with you. I think Parko in his prime, and it's a prime that went for a long, long time. Like, I mean, not just his tour years. It's almost like when Interlusion came out, I was like, oh my God, where's this every 6 months from Joel? Because you can never get bored of him. He's current. Like, you can watch him surf forever and never, ever, ever get tired of it.
And I think that's the thing, like, guys go missing on the CT for so long, they don't have the time to put video parts out, and, you know, winning a world title, it just requires your total focus and energy, and you kind of missed the best years of his surfing in a sense, because it was all in a rashi. But it's so good to see him. Like you said, that style, like we're seeing it right now. We see it every year at the Single Fin. That style, that technique, mate, you'll be able to watch that till he's in his 70s, until he's walking up to the Burleigh rocks with his Zimmer frame, toss it into the shrub, paddling out and just put in a clinic.
Just limping out to the inside.
That's it.
Away we go.
Take it easy on the old sucker. Just fade and cruise still.
3.5 minutes remaining. 3.5 minutes. Who is going to take out the Burleigh Single Fin Festival for 2023? Billabong, Gage Road, Burleigh Board Riders Club, Surf Dive and Ski, Custom Footwear, the House of Burn, Striker Media, Far King Surf, Freddy's, Live Vision. These are our support sponsors. We can't do it without them.
These guys right here at the Burleigh Pavilion. Thank you for having us.
Here he goes, Parko winding up.
All
Big
right.
closeout section in front of him. Surely can't make it around this. Are you serious? Still manages to get to the open face.
Down the beach, lob, punch.
Watch out.
Nice little combo. Is he going to get a third? No, but it's a good little two-turn. It sort of sums up Lobby's final a bit. He's had plenty of good surfing going on, but just that statement, that one wave where everyone's going, that's the one. That sealed it.
2.5 minutes to go. Kite surfer whipping through the lineup.
Tom Carroll. Tane's got a
nice
beauty.
Oh! Wow, combo time
Dakota
from
behind him,
Bowden.
putting it up there. Holy smokes, man. Single Fins just suit Tane surfing. He's got that bigger, more slender body type. And he's just able to just accentuate his turns that little bit more.
J-Ock.
So we see J-Ock.
Oh, that was snazzy.
Front side finner on the
Here
end.
goes Lobby again.
Oh, punches it.
Oh, my God.
That was nearly the one. That's what I'm talking about. Just put a little stamp on it, and it could be coming home with the goods.
He's close. You'll be within striking distance of taking the lead here, Lob, so you won't need much.
I mean,
give him a two-turn combo. Give him 2 sections. Give it to him. Give him the lot.
Those roosters that Tane's throwing out there are... Oh, you get up close to that, that's a bucket load of water getting thrown in the air, man.
Yeah, he's got that little transitional speed float to power hack down. That is such a single fin staple.
90 seconds.
Oh, what a good final. It's so good that we kind of weren't between banks. You know, we just had to commit to that outside bank. So there's been a few opportunities. I'd say there'd be a few solid scores. We are behind.
Well, this is us.
The curtain. You can see the pavilion there. This is just an iconic piece of Australiana surfing history, this point. So many great sessions, so many great surfers.
What do you think the great MP would make of the pavilion, the Burleigh Pub?
Probably wouldn't be that pumped. Well, you know, he was a notorious recluse.
It's ironic because he's painted on the side of it, but would they have let him in here?
That was one of the great stencils. Got thrown up the night before, one of these single fin comps.
Yeah.
About 10 years ago. And it's never been removed.
Well
played. It's so good. That photo of Hugh McLeod's just, I mean, lock it away.
Yeah.
There's some iconic moments.
That was
That's
just after the final.
Just after the final, and he's looking every little bit ribs.
Oh, mate, yeah. He's on the ribs and dengue program, that's for sure.
It was the last hurrah of the great MP.
Speaking of last hurrahs, 10 seconds to go.
This is it. Who's done enough to take out the 2023 Burleigh Single Fin Festival, presented by Billabong, Gage Roads, the Burleigh Board Riders? Who's done it, lads? We won't know till the prezzo.
All right, well, that is the final, wrapped up, done and dusted.
What a great event it was. What a hell time. How good was it? Another classic.
Oh,
One of the
Lobby and
greats.
Tane just signing off with a split
Mate,
peak.
there is no better weekend in Australian surfing than this. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I did.
All right, don't go anywhere. We're going to throw to a quick break, and we'll be back with a presentation of the Burleigh Board Riders Single Fin Festival for 2023 right after this little announcement.
My fellow Australians, the most wonderful time of year is officially upon us. That's right. It's a time for supper, for friends, for family, for frothies and more frothies. But most importantly, it's a time for Australia's biggest beer poll, the Gab's Hottest 100, and so a time for Single Fin. And as we enter what is undoubtedly the most important vote you'll ever make, I urge you to reflect. What is life without Single Fin, without that trusty, tasty, refreshing flavour? Consider this and vote Single Fin for the win for this year's Gab's Hottest 100. My name's Finn Singleton of the Gage Roads Party, and I endorse this message. Tastes like summer.
Yam Yuladara Gungalia.
Welcome to the Interlusion.
Welcome back to the Burleigh Board Riders Single Fin Festival, brought to you by Billabong, the Burleigh Board Riders, Gage Roads, Burleigh Pavilion, Surf, Dive and Ski, Custom Footwear, House of Burn, Striker Media, Farking, Surf, Freddy's and Live Vision. We've just wrapped up our fourth final. We're gearing up for the presentation right now. Stick around for that one to find out who won in all four divisions. Big shout out to the Burleigh Board Riders who've pulled this thing together for the 26th time. It's an incredible celebration of the surfing community right here on the Burleigh Heads headland. Smallest national park in Australia, no less. And massive thanks to Billabong as well. And on behalf of all of the
Spectators in attendance today, thanks to my fellow commentators Vaughan Deadly and Jed Smivvy Smiv from the Swellians. Stace Galbraith, Laura Anova, Macy Callahan came in for a chat. Dwayne Harris represented the local community, as did Terry Tapatis. My name's Chris Binns. Jed Smith, I think we're done for this year. We're just going to hang around until the presentation kicks off now. So viewers at home,
Thank
enjoy.
you, mate. Incredible event. Had a hell time. And see you next year.
Yoo-hoo.
Burleigh Board Riders Life member, Dwayne Harris, to say a few words on what the Single Fin's about for you. So if you could all please pay attention and listen.
Thanks, Tap. Okay, guys, I know we're all here to watch a surfing contest, which is unreal, but the main thing about this surfing contest is we started it off as a memorial contest. Okay, so the reason we're all here, and all the families here and all the surfers, is we're here to remember the people who have passed away, all the members of our family, all the other surfers, everyone around here who's passed away over the years that we've been running the contest. So I know the contest is heaps of fun and we all get a really good time, but the main reason we have this contest is it started off as a memorial contest, and it's pretty much just about remembering all your friends that have passed away, remembering family, remembering everyone who's passed away in your life, okay? So thanks for everyone coming, and have a really good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Dwayne. Okay, now a few quick words from the president of Burleigh Board Riders, 3 in a row to Vecchio, Kyle Robinson.
Thanks, Tapper. All right. Oh, how good's this weekend? The best weekend of the year, for sure. I just want to take time to thank the sponsors. We've got Billabong, Bo and Steve. Thanks very much. Gage Roads, Jack, you're a legend. Keep the beers flowing. Pavilion, Rob and Brendan. Thanks, boys. Epic. And live, obviously, Brizzo, Jack, and all the crew there. Thanks very much. And then on to some other crew, like our committee. We had Jesse, Jed, Ed, Yasu, Betsy, Shigami, all these crew, just like epic people. Tapper, Duano on the mics and with the Swillian crew. Trudy on the media, and the rest of the crew, like Benny, Byron, Ash, our contest director, if you didn't know already, he'll let you know if you don't, and Shano. Our judges, Danny, Gav, Nick, and Owen, legend effort. Awesome, just another awesome year, and congratulations to all the crew that made the final, all the competitors competing all the weekend, and a big shout out to all this crew for coming every year and being a part of this amazing weekend. So thanks heaps, and let's go the Hanlon brothers.
Rightio. Well, now I'd just like to get up to say a few words on behalf of Billabong, 1999 world champion Mark Occhilupo.
Thank you, Tapper. And on behalf of Billabong, I just want to thank everyone for coming out. This is such a special event here at Burleigh. It's been like 20 years we've been doing it. Big thanks to Bo, Edwards, Steve from Billabong, Hopi, Evan, everyone. They put a lot of work into it. Thanks to Burleigh Board Riders, the Harris brothers, Ange, Pete. It's such a special event, and we're stoked, and we're going to be back in this for a long time. So thanks a lot, and thanks for coming.
Well said, Ock. Okay, folks. Rightio. Well, now we're going to go into some of the awards. First up, some of the minor awards there that are going to come through. First up, I think we've got the checks there, or the fake checks, or whatever they are. First up is Best Head Dip. It's got a pretty good head too. Toby Mossop. He gets $500 from Surf, Dive and Ski. Cheers, mate. Our next award, Standout Junior, goes to the Australian Under-16 champion, Rico Haybiddle. Reaching another $500 Surf, Dive and Ski voucher.
there you go.
Rightio, now if I could get all our junior finalists up, please. All the junior finalists, if they could come to the stage. All junior finalists. The junior men. Rightio, we're getting the prizes and all that together. Rightio, in 6th place was Ty Richardson. In 5th place, Luke Rana Smith. In 4th place, Rico Haybiddle. In 3rd place, Finn Rosenfeld. In 2nd place, Tom Whitpain. And the junior champion of the Burleigh Board Riders Single Fin 2023, Harley Walters.
Can't do it with the big. These guys are under 18. There you go. You don't.
Oh, Harley doesn't want to say anything. He doesn't like the microphone. He's letting his surfing do the talking.
What am I saying? Thanks everyone for running a fun event and all the boys for a fun final.
Nice, well done, mate. Well done, Harley. Put your hands together, the junior champion, Harley Walters. Any more photos? You want him to hold it up? Hey, Harley, could you hold the board up above your head for him? There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Rightio, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Now, if we could have the women's finalists, please, up here. If you can just let them through, guys and girls and friends, and any of those over 18 are allowed to have a beer, but those under 18 can't. Okay. Rightio, well, in 6th place was Charlie Haitley. In 5th place, Dimity Stoyle. In 4th place, Mia Harpitz. In 3rd place, Grace Karma. Oh, and then there were 2. Look out. In 2nd place, runner-up, Coco Cans. And the 2023 Burleigh Board Riders Single Fins Women's Champion, Juniper Harper. And Dale Wilson to present the Single Finny, hand-shaped and glassed.
Thanks everyone for a sick weekend. Yeah, thanks all the girls.
Well, the climb. Thank you, ladies. Well done. Okay, the Open Men's finalist, if you could please make your way to the stage. So the Open Men's finalists, make your way to the stage, please. Oh, here they come. Oh, legends. Oh. Sorry, I messed up. Okay, we'll get the legends. Better get them out. Where are you, legends? Oh, here we go. Here's Dwayne. Legends come out. I better move off the stage. There mightn't be enough room. Where's the rest of you legends? Up you get, Dwayne. Don't look at me. I'm not drinking it. I'm not drinking it. I'll just put it on my back. Oh, you're the same as me. Okay, look, the same one, yes. Put it back in the air. No, you don't have to hold it.
He said we got to hold it.
No, you don't.
Yeah, he said it's the sponsors.
Rightio, you can never forget the legends. We all here? Yep. Okay, I think we're all, oh no, Dory. Where's Dory? Okay. Where's Doris? Okay, Gur's gonna do an Doris impression instead.
Hey, Doris, get up here, you can.
Oh, here he goes. Or is he on the veranda over there? Is he coming? Yeah, Doris. Rightio. In 7th place was Dwayne Harris. In 6th place was Champ. Oh, that's gotta hurt. In 5th place was Doris. In 4th place was Brizzo. Not first this year. 3rd's okay. In 3rd place was Brad Gerlach. Second place, Ockie. And taking the win, Brendan Marguson.
I can't believe that. Unbelievable. Burleigh board riders, unbelievable. Can't thank you guys enough. And obviously Billabong and Gage Roads. Much love.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go, the legends. Rightio, if I could have the open finalists, and if anyone knows where he is, Ian Byrne. Ian Byrne, are you around, Ian Byrne? I haven't seen you since Friday. Oh, there he is. Ian Byrne is the man who won the first single fin in 1997. So a former winner, and now has shaped and donated this brilliant surfboard. You gonna come and say a few words, Ern? Up you coming. Come on. You want to say something? You want to say something? Get up. Get up. You got to get up, mate. I need a train to get me up there. Oh, right, okay. Okay, well, there we go. We got him up there. Mate, a bit of love went into that craft, didn't it?
Always an amazing event. You guys, yeah, love you all.
There you go, Mr. Ernie Byrne, the man who created that beautiful craft. He lets his shaping do the talking. Okay, open finalists, up you come. Open finalists, up you come, wherever you are. And the head judge, Gavin Hensler, tells me this is the closest final in single fin history. There was less than a point in it over a few places. Okay, in sixth place, Jay Okalupo. In fifth place was Lob, Liam O'Brien. In fourth place, Tane. Tane, is it Tane? Sorry. In third place, Dakota Walters. Then there were two, standing next to each other with the esky between them. Runner-up for 2023, Xavier Huxtable, which means your champion for 2023, three-time winner, Joel Parkinson.
All right. Thank you, Ian. Thanks, mate. This is why we all come for it, is to win this board. This tops the weekend off. These are my pride and joy. Thanks, mate. I just want to thank everyone for being down here today. Everyone's a part of this event, whether you're in it to surf, in it to be here and have a good time. It's such a special event, and I thoroughly enjoy it and haven't missed one yet, apart from last year, I suppose. But yeah, I just want to say thanks to everyone. I want to thank Clay, actually. Clay's my mate, and I get my board off. It's still his board. It's not the surfer, it's the board. Everyone else, all the Burleigh boys, the Burleigh board riders, I really appreciate everything you do, and Billabong for so many years, over 15 years of being a part of for it. And It's awesome to see, and I can't wait to come back next year, and whether I try again or not, I'll be stoked to be here and enjoy the weekend regardless of the result, but this tops it off. Thank you.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen, your champion, Joel Parkinson. Well, a big thanks to the Burleigh board riders. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Make it your way home safe, but coming up next will be the Hanlon Brothers. A bit of live music. Have a good time. Have a ball. I'm Terry Tapatis, and I'll catch you in the waves.
Yam yula dada gungale ya.
Welcome to the Interlusion.
We're now bringing you an important message from the Gage Roads Party. My fellow Australians, the most wonderful time of year is officially upon us. That's right. It's a time for summer, for friends, for family, for frothies and more frothies. But most importantly, it's a time for Australia's biggest beer poll, the Gab's Hottest 100, and so a time for Single Fin. And as we enter what is undoubtedly the most important vote you'll ever make, I urge you to reflect. What is life without Single Fin? Without that trusty, tasty, refreshing flavour? Consider this and vote Single Fin for the win for this year's Gab's Hottest 100. My name's Finn Singleton of the Gage Roads Party, and I endorse this message. Tastes like summer.